Chapter 1491. Bah! You ungrateful villains, how dare you slander Marquis behind his back? Do you still have a conscience? If it weren't for Marquis who created the curved plow last year, many of us would have starved to death. How could we still be alive? Rumors spread everywhere, and under the encouragement of those with intentions, these rumors became more and more perfect, more and more convincing. However, over the past year, the number of people who had received Li Zishuan's kindness numbered in the tens of millions. Even if these rumors spread in an orderly manner, as if they were true, there were still many people with a conscience who chose to believe Li Zishuan. Moreover, they were willing to stand out and speak up for Li Zishuan. When one person stood up, hundreds and thousands of people followed suit. That's right, that's right. Last year, the land on our farmstead was so dry that we couldn't plow it. If it weren't for Marquis who created the curved plow, our land would have been deserted last year. Other things aside, the Tang Dynasty Dictionary compiled by Marquis allowed my child to learn how to read in just a year. If this was in the past, if my child wanted to learn how to read, he would have to worship a teacher. However, it would cost a lot to hire a teacher to teach him. Zhao Lauer is right. It's all thanks to Marquis. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be a single person in our house. We wouldn't even be able to read Datong daily. I don't care if Marquis knew in advance that there would be a plague of locusts this year. I only know that the locusts in our farmlands in Stone Village were eliminated by Marquis and the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Without Marquis's righteous help, our family of 7 would have had nothing to eat this year. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, I, Old Gu, will fight to the death with him. Yes. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, I will fight to the death with him. In the face of the fierce rumors, a large number of people quickly formed a united front to fight against those who were bewitched by the rumors and kept attacking Li Zishuan. The war between the two sides could be said to be on the verge of breaking out. In fact, if it was any other day, there would not be so many people talking bad about Li Zishuan. This was because Li Zishuan had always had a good reputation among the people. But now that the locust plague had broken out in Guangzhou, it was a time when the people were panicking. Someone had coincidentally released such a reasonable and irrefutable statement at this time. Those people who were not firm in their stance and had little contact with Li Zishuan were naturally bewitched. If the Marquis of Yong and had informed the people of this year's locust plague earlier, then every household would have raised over 100 chickens. Would we still have to wait for the Sky Chicken Brigade to exterminate the locusts for us? We'll destroy them ourselves. The Marquis of Yong and is clearly a hypocrite. He wants to use our crops to feed the locusts and then feed the locusts to the chickens. Yes, the Marquis of Yong and is a hypocrite, a selfish villain. Using our crops to feed the locusts and wanting us to be grateful to him. He is a villain who only wants to make money. *T. Even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year, even if Marquis told this news to you, Sun Laoqi, with your little wealth, how many chickens can you afford? Don't you still have to wait for Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade to help you exterminate the locusts? You dog thing, you really are an ingrate. A few days ago, when Marquis helped your family exterminate the locusts, you thanked him profusely. Now, at the slightest sign of trouble, you join those evil people in slandering Marquis. Your father has always been highly respected in the Sun family village. How did he give birth to such a disappointing thing like you? I think that you bastard just can't bear to see Marquis doing well. That's right. Sun Laoqi, you are the one who calls him bastard the most fiercely. When I return, I will tell your father and see if he doesn't beat you to death. You heartless wolf cub. Hearing this, a young man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but shrink his neck, not daring to say another word. Everyone listen to me. At this moment, a young man who looked like a scholar roared loudly. The crowd instantly quietened down. Looking closely at the scholar, who else could it be other than Yu Dehang from the Yu family village of Lantian County? Yu Dehang had originally come to Chang'an City to visit an old acquaintance. When he left the city, he heard a group of commoners discussing and arguing about something. He didn't think much of it at first, but after hearing the contents of the discussion and argument, he instantly realized that the situation was not normal. Thus, he hurriedly stopped in his tracks, intending to dispel the rumors and protect Li Zishuan's reputation. Fellow villagers, please don't misbelieve the rumors. saying that the Marquis of Yong and is using the commoners' crops to feed the locusts is pure nonsense. More than 90% of us have received favors from Marquis. As humans, we cannot forget our roots, and even more so, we cannot be ungrateful. Earlier, I heard someone scolding the Marquis for not publicizing the locust plague's language to the public so that everyone could be prepared. Let's not talk about whether or not Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year. Even if he did, would you believe it if Marquis told you in advance? And even if you did, what could you do? Go buy chicken seedlings? It's not like you don't know the price of chicken seedlings in Chang'an City last year. How much money can the villagers have? Even if each of you were to exhaust all your wealth, how many chickens can you raise? Besides, think about it carefully. If you knew that there would be a locust plague this year, would your first reaction be to buy chicken seedlings? No, you would definitely panic. That is to say, even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year and told us in advance, it would be of no use. On the contrary, it would cause a collective panic among the millions of citizens of Great Tang. If that was the case, we would have already panicked before the locust plague today. Yu Dehang's meticulous analysis calmed the restless commoners down. After he finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who is that scholar? I know him. He is Scholar Yu from the Yu family manor of Lantian County. Last year, when the Chui family caused a ruckus, he was almost beheaded by the Chui family's guards. Thankfully, Marquis arrived in time to save him. So he is from Lantian County. No wonder he would speak up for the Marquis of Yong. But what he said makes sense. Even if Marquis told us in advance that there would be a locust plague this year, it would still be useless. Based on the price of chicken seedlings in Chang'an City last year, even if we used all our money to buy chickens, we would only be able to buy 60 to 70 of them. It is not enough. That's right. It seems like the Marquis of Yong and really cares about us commoners. In order to help us exterminate the locusts, he specially bought tens of thousands of chickens. I heard that last year Marquis spent over 10,000 strings of cash just to buy chicken seedlings. We have wrongly blamed Marquis. Hey, then what about the drunken immortal restaurants soaring to meteoric success? Just as some of the commoners were about to change their minds, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. Yu Dehang frowned. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the person who spoke. This made him angry. That's right. The Marquis of Yong bought locusts at a low price from us and sold them at a high price at the drunken immortal restaurant. What about this matter? That gloomy voice successfully attracted the attention of the commoners. Immediately, a large man with a full beard shouted out. Yu Dehang's expression didn't change, but his mind was racing. A moment later, he took a step forward and looked at the large man and asked, "This uncle, this you will say something disrespectful. The drunken immortal restaurant soaring to meteoric success is a bit expensive. But have you eaten it before? Or have the drunken immortal restaurant forced you to eat it?" That large man's face turned red and his imposing manner weakened. He opened his mouth and said, No, that soaring to meteoric success is so expensive, how could I be willing to eat it?" Yu Dehang nodded and said, "That's the logic. Although the price of soaring to meteoric success is expensive, but what does that have to do with us commoners? The drunken immortal restaurant's dishes were originally prepared for those rich people. Not to mention the drunken immortal restaurant. The other restaurants in Chang'an City also don't have cheap dishes. Why don't you go and talk about it? Why only talk about the drunken immortal restaurant? The drunken immortal restaurant is open for business. First, they don't force people to buy or sell. Second, they don't sell shoddy goods. Those who have been to the drunken immortal restaurant all feel that it is worth it. They don't feel that soaring to meteoric success is expensive, so what qualifications do we have to talk about it?" After Yu Dehang said this, the commoners couldn't help but nod their heads. Seeing this, Yu Dehang struck while the iron was hot and continued. "In addition, have you heard of locusts being sold for money? No. Now Marquis is willing to buy locusts from everyone. Although the price is a bit cheaper, a family of 4 can catch locusts for a day. If they sell it to Marquis, they should be able to get at least 10 copper coins, right? These 10 copper coins can be exchanged for 3 to 4 stones of grain. Where else can you find such a good thing? This is originally a good thing for all of you and Marquis. Some of you have mistakenly believed in slanderous words, thinking that Marquis is making black-hearted money. Where's your conscience? Enlightening to the deaf. Yu Dehang's two reasonable and well-founded words could be said to be enlightening to the deaf. Hearing this, the commoners who had been bewitched earlier all blushed and lowered their heads in shame, not daring to say another word. Scholar Yu is right. This is originally a good thing, but some people are insatiable. They think that the benefits they get are too little. These bastards don't even think about it. Without Marquis, what kind of life would he be living now? He would probably be starving to death. That's right. Since we are indebted to Marquis, we have no reason to slander Marquis. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Marquis, I will beat them to death even if I have to risk my life. Seeing that the commoners had finally come to their senses, Yu Dehang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a mysterious person wearing a bamboo hat in the crowd retreating and quickly walking away. Yu Dehang's intuition told him that there was something wrong with that person. He wanted to chase after him, but before he could take 2 steps, the mysterious person had disappeared. Yu Dehang's heart sank. He felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would there be so many rumors about Li Zishuan out of the blue? There's no smoke without fire. There must be something fishy about this. I have to go to Yanhuang College and tell Mr. Li Gang about this. I'm afraid that someone is trying to harm Marquis. Yu Dehang's eyes narrowed. Almost in an instant, he had made up his mind to go to Yanhuang College. Hey, kid. You've ruined Grandpa's plans. Where else do you want to go? After leaving the official road outside Chang'an City, Yu Dehang stepped onto the cement road to Yun Mountain. When she went around a mountain, 2 masked men in black suddenly appeared in front of Yu Dehang. One of them stepped forward and directly blocked Yu Dehang's path and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yu Dehang's expression changed, and his heart was in his throat. His mind was racing, but he didn't forget to scan his surroundings. There were hills on both sides, so it wasn't convenient for him to escape. If he wanted to escape, he could only run backward. Thinking of this, Yu Dehang took half a step back. We are the ones who want your life. What do you think we want?" The man in black laughed sinisterly. He didn't seem to move, but a cold dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. These 2 people actually wanted to kill Yu Dehang directly. Yu Dehang's heart was instantly nervous to the extreme. But at the critical moment, Yu Dehang forced himself to calm down with strong willpower. He said without changing his expression, "There must be a reason to kill, right? I have no grudges with you. Why do you want to kill me?" He wanted to stall for time because this cement road wasn't unfrequented. There were often farmers who were going to Chang'an City to attend the market passing by here. He wanted to wait for reinforcements. The man in black opposite him seemed to have seen through Yu Dehang's thoughts. He sneered and said, "If you want to blame it on you for being a busybody. I'll send you to hell today. You can continue to be a busybody when you reach the netherworld." After saying that, the man in black flew out and stabbed Yu Dehang's throat with the sharp dagger. The moment the black-clothed man spoke, Yu Dehang was already prepared to escape. So almost at the same time the black-clothed man made his move, Yu Dehang had already finished turning around. At this moment, she was using all her strength to sprint desperately. Bam! Ouch! Yu Dehang was fast, but someone was faster than him. When he turned around, the other man in black had already flashed behind him. Yu Dehang turned around and ran, and directly bumped into the man in black. Sadly, he felt that he had bumped into an iron wall. Then, without any suspense, he was directly shaken to the ground. Yu Dehang hurriedly got up from the ground. Before the dagger of the other man in black was about to pierce his throat, he suddenly pointed at the man in black and said loudly, "You are the man wearing a bamboo hat outside Chang'an City just now. Why did you frame Marquis? Who ordered you to do this?" When the man in black heard this, his hand movements couldn't help but stagnate. Then he sneered and said, "Kid, do you know that the more you know, the faster you'll die? Humph. Today I'll send you to hell no matter what. Save your questions for the king of hell." After saying that, the man in black sneered and stabbed the dagger directly at Yu Dehang's heart. It's over. This time it's really over. Yu Dehang closed his eyes in despair. He was now sure that this man in black was the one who wanted to harm Li Zixuan. But so what if he knew? He was going to die soon. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, hey, isn't that Scholar Yu? Bastard. Someone actually dares to commit murder in Lantian County. Boss number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7 quickly attack for me. Oh. Chapter 1492. Now that the living conditions of the people in Lantian County had improved, many farmers who had some spare cash started to renovate their houses. After all, this was an ancient nation. The people still had a very deep sense of home in their hearts. The first thing they did when they had money was to improve their living conditions. This was universal whether it was in modern times or ancient times. Second Master Lu was no exception. As early as 2 months ago, the construction of their house had already started. Just recently, Second Master Lu brought his 7 sons into the city to buy some furniture like tables and cabinets. On the way home, he happened to see Yu Deheng being surrounded by 2 masked men. At the critical moment, Second Master Lu hurriedly asked his 7 sons to help. Seeing that someone had come to intervene, the man in black was stunned at first. Then he revealed a ruthless expression and held the dagger at an even faster speed to cut Yu Deheng's throat. Bang! Seeing this, Second Master Lu's eldest son shouted, picked up a stool, and threw it in the direction of the assassin in black. It was just that the direction of his stool should hit Yu Deheng first and then the assassin in black. Scholar Yu, get down quickly. Second Master Lu's eldest son also understood this problem, so he shouted and ran straight toward Yu Deheng without stopping. As for Second Master Lu's other sons, they were already less than 3 feet away from Yu Deheng. At the moment of life and death, the reinforcements had finally arrived. Yu Deheng's desire to live was still very strong. Hearing the shout behind her, Yu Deheng quickly leaned back and then fell straight to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. The stool spun rapidly in the air, and with a whistling sound, it smashed toward the assassin in black's face. Humph! Damn it! Although the assassin knew kung fu, he would definitely not feel good if the stool hit him. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on Yu Deheng and quickly retreat. In such a short time, the 7 brothers of the Lu family had already surrounded Yu Deheng and shielded her behind them. Retreat! The 2 black-clothed assassins looked at each other and spat out the word retreat. Then, without prior agreement, they flew to the hillsides on both sides. It was not that they could not beat them, but the Lu brothers were all tall and strong. If they really fought, they could win with their kung fu, but it would inevitably take some time. If other people passed by during this time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Ouch! It hurts so much. Yu Deheng, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the assassins escape from the 2 sides of the hill. However, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. He crawled up from the ground and cried out while rubbing his head. It wasn't a big deal when he rubbed it, but he immediately felt a sticky and wet sensation on his palm. He brought his hand to his eyes and saw that it was covered in blood. Hiss! Yu Deheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the fall just now would cause the back of his head to bleed. Scholar Yu, are you all right? Second Master Lu's eldest son asked aloud. I'm fine. Thank you, Second Master Lu and the uncles, for your help. Otherwise, Deheng would have died today. Yu Deheng hurriedly bowed to the few of them and thanked them solemnly. Hey, Scholar Yu, who did you offend? Why would anyone want to kill you? Second Master Lu squinted and asked. Second Master, I don't know them, but one of them seems to be a mysterious person I met just now outside the city. Yu Deheng rubbed his head and explained briefly. At this moment, he remembered the important matter and quickly said, I don't have time to explain to you. I have to go to the academy to find Mr. Li Gang as soon as possible. Someone wants to harm Marquis. What? Someone wants to harm young master? Second Master Lu's eyes immediately widened when he heard this. He wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of the situation. Yu Deheng was just an ordinary scholar from the countryside. Logically speaking, he wouldn't offend anyone. But now Yu Deheng was being chased by 2 masked men in black. Therefore, when Second Master Lu heard Yu Deheng say that someone wanted to harm Li Zixuan, he immediately realized the severity of the situation. So, He hurriedly shouted to his sons beside him. Quick! You guys, quickly escort Scholar Yu to the academy, in case he gets into danger again. One of the young men couldn't help but ask, Father, what about this cart of things? Second Master Lu said angrily, What things? What time is it now? Who has the time to care about these things? Quickly escort Scholar Yu to the academy. Yes, 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 the young man hurriedly said. Yu Deheng clasped his hands gratefully at Second Master Lu and said, Thank you, Second Master. I'll explain the details to Second Master later. Then, without waiting for Second Master Lu's response, Yu Deheng turned and left. The group of 8 rushed towards the Cloud Mountain as fast as they could. Teacher Wenji, there are a few villagers outside the academy. They say that they have an important matter to discuss with you. Li Gang was in the office going through the final exam questions that had been drafted by the various departments. At this moment, Mo Zhong's voice sounded from outside the door. Come in. Li Gang frowned. After Mo Zhong pushed the door open and entered, Li Gang asked, Did the villagers say what important matter it is? Mo Zhong clasped his hands and said, No, but there's a young man named Yu Deheng among them. Last year, when the people caused havoc in the Chui family, the Yamacho even saved his life. Today, his head is still bleeding. I think it really is an urgent matter. Bleeding? Li Gang's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly got up and said, Quickly, follow me outside to take a look. With that, the old man took the lead and walked out of the house. You're Yu Deheng? Mo Zhong, quickly send him to the medical hall for treatment. At the entrance of the academy, Li Gang immediately saw a young man clutching his head with his hands covered in blood. The old man hurriedly ordered Mo Zhong. Teacher Wenji, don't worry about my injury. I have something very urgent to tell you. Please let's talk in private. Yu Deheng heard and hurriedly waved his hand. Li Gang frowned and said, What can be more important than your life? It won't be too late to talk about it after your injury is treated. Yu Deheng's figure was a little staggered. It was probably the aftereffects of excessive blood loss. He steadied himself and said, No. Teacher Wenji, someone wants to harm Marquis. What? Quickly. Mo Zhong, quickly help him inside. Mo Yun, quickly go to the medical hall and ask Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang to return to the academy. Li Gang's expression changed suddenly, and then he said decisively, Yes. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun hurriedly accepted the order. Oh, that's what happened. If Second Master Lu and the others hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach the academy. A quarter of an hour later, in Li Gang's office, Yu Deheng relied on his strong willpower to resist fainting. He told Li Gang about what he heard outside Chang and City this morning and the assassination on the way to Laiyun Mountain. He told Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai Mazhou, and Su Hongji, who came after hearing the news. After saying that, Yu Deheng finally couldn't take it anymore and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Second Master Lu's eldest son was quick to catch him. Li Gang hurriedly said, Quickly. Mo Zhong, help Yu Deheng down with the Lu brothers. First, do some bandaging and wait for Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin to come back. Yes, Teacher Wenji. Mo Zhong led the Lu brothers to help Yu Deheng out. Inside the room, Li Gang's expression had become extremely grim. He said angrily, Yamacho led hundreds of thousands of chickens in Lantian County to go to the various counties in Guangzhou to exterminate locusts. I didn't expect that someone would use this as an excuse to maliciously slander them. They're really distorting the truth and devoid of humanity. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. Mo Huai, who had been sitting next to him without saying a word, said with a serious expression, All signs point to someone behind this, wanting to incite the people to cause trouble. They chose to slander Yamacho and incite public anger. Unexpectedly, the rumors they spread were exposed one by Yu Deheng. So they flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to silence him. Yen Silu frowned and said, The question is, who would choose to spread rumors to slander Yamacho at this time? What good would it do them? Mazhou pondered for a moment and said, Yamacho doesn't attend court all year round and rarely makes enemies in the court. Even if they do have enemies, those people don't seem to be so bold. Mr. Mo is right. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Li Gang had calmed down by now. He frowned and said, "In your opinion, what should we do now?" Mo Huai pondered for a moment and said, "No matter what the true purpose of those people is, they must have come with ill intentions. The Academy should immediately clarify those rumors through Datong Daily to prevent more people from being confused and bewitched by the rumors." Li Gang nodded and said, "I'll write an article to refute Yamacho according to those rumors one by one. Not only me but Ma Zhou you also have to write. In addition, make arrangements for Datong Daily as soon as possible. Leave some places for us in tomorrow's newspaper." Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Mr. Wenji." "Should we inform Yamacho of this matter through the telegraph?" Seeing that the plan was set, Su Hongji suddenly asked. The room instantly quieted down. After a moment of silence, Li Gang said, "No need. Yamacho has rushed thousands of miles to provide disaster relief. It's not good to be distracted at this time. In addition to clarifying the rumors, I'll also write a report to His Majesty, and let His Majesty send people to thoroughly investigate who is spreading the rumors." Su Hongji nodded and said, "Mr. Wenji has thought it through thoroughly. I have no objections." "I have no objections either." "I have no objections either." Mo Huai frowned. He felt that there was a bigger conspiracy behind this matter, but he had no evidence and could only agree. "I have no objections either." Seeing this, Li Gang nodded and said, "Good. Since no one has any objections, let's proceed according to the plan. In addition, those criminals dared to commit murder in broad daylight. This means that Lantian County is not peaceful today. Inform all the students not to leave the academy for the time being." "Yes, Dragonhead, we have someone outside Chang'an City who instigated the people to be sabotaged by a scholar. He brought people to ambush the scholar on his way home, but they were seen by passers-by and the ambush failed. In a dark thatched cottage in a village in Xinfeng County, a warrior in a tight suit walked in and bowed to a mysterious person wearing a green mask with fangs. "Humph! Trash!" A cracked and hoarse voice came from under the ferocious-looking mask. The warrior could not help but shudder. The mysterious man continued, "Have their identities been exposed?" "No." The warrior in tight suit bowed and replied. The room fell into a short silence. After a while, the mysterious person said, "We'll spare their lives for now. They can be spared the death penalty, but they can't escape punishment. Cut a tendon in each of their hands." "Yes." The warrior in tight suit trembled and left to carry out the order. Dragonhead. It seems that this Li Zishuan has the people's hearts. At this time, a ghostly figure walked out from the darkness of the room. Upon closer inspection, there was a sinister scar above his eyebrows. He looked like an evil spirit from hell. He said in a gloomy voice, "Humph, the more he gets, the more I will make him lose. Only when he has nothing and is notorious, will he be completely useful to me. This is only the first step. The more exciting part is yet to come." Speaking of this, the masked man's voice had a trace of fanaticism. "Have you got the formula for the gunpowder?" The scarred man replied, "No. That Li Zishuan is cunning and ruthless. There is no place in the Strange Taste Pavilion to produce gunpowder, and no one knows the complete formula. Now we can only use that thing as a substitute. Although it's a little weak, it should be enough." Gunpowder. Logically speaking, only Li Zishuan and Li Er knew about gunpowder. Who would have thought that these two people knew about gunpowder? The so-called Dragonhead nodded and said, That's the only way. Tell the people below to be careful. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. Don't be like that idiot Jin Wanfu, carelessly ruining this Dragonhead's plans." "Don't worry, Dragonhead. I will tell the people below to be careful," the scarred man replied. The mysterious Dragonhead nodded and said after a moment of silence, "Tomorrow release another rumor. I'd like to see how Li Shimin will react when he finds out." "Dragonhead. Isn't it a little too early?" the scarred man asked hesitantly. It's not early. It's not early." The mysterious Dragonhead smiled and said, "We need to make the Tang Empire fall into chaos as soon as possible. Only then can we do things better. This is called taking advantage of the situation. Tell the Earth Emanations group to get ready. Once the time is right, we will act immediately." "Yes." Dragon Head. Dragon Head is wise. The warrior in tight suit bowed and left. Only the Dragon Head was left in the room. With his hands behind his back, he looked in the direction of the Southwest Imperial Palace and sneered twice. Then he muttered, "The show is about to start. Li Shiming, oh Li Shiming, I want you to become my prisoner." Chapter 1493. Your Majesty, Mr. Li Gang of Yanhuang College has sent a memorial. Afternoon evening. Zhao Song brought a memorial to the Ganlu Hall and bowed to Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table. Although Li Gang did not hold any position in the imperial court, the old man was well versed in both ancient and modern times. He had been the teacher of two crown princes, Yang Yong and Li Jiancheng. Last year, he had almost become Li Chengqian's teacher. The old man was an influential figure in the literary world of the Great Tang. Although he was not in the imperial court, he still had the authority to listen to memorials. Li Gang's memorial? Li Er had just finished reviewing the memorial. Confused, he hurriedly said, "Hurry and present it." Li Er had a keen sense of smell and sensed that something might have happened at the academy. Otherwise, Li Gang would not have sent him a memorial. Here. Zhao Song stepped forward and handed the memorial to Li Er. Li Er opened it and began to carefully read it. But the more he read, the deeper his frown became. Around 7 minutes later, Li Er closed the memorial, his face ashen. Truly, demons appear in troubled times. It hasn't even been 10 days since the plague of locusts began, but some people are already unable to hold themselves back. Zhao Song had been listening in on the side, confused. He hurriedly said, "This old servant is here. Take a look as well." Li Er threw the memorial to Zhao Song. Zhao Song nimbly caught it, but before he could take a closer look, Li Er coldly ordered, "Pass on the decree to Li Junxian. Order the cavalry to immediately investigate who is spreading rumors and inciting the people. Remember, there is definitely more than one person spreading rumors. You must be careful. It would be best if you could follow the clues and catch the mastermind. To dare to ambush and kill the people in broad daylight, the mastermind must be planning something big." At this moment, Zhao Song had already skimmed through the contents of the memorial. His heart was in turmoil. Spreading rumors, inciting public anger, and silencing witnesses. All these signs indicated that there was a hidden dark force in the empire that was ready to make a move. It could not be ignored. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order, then hurriedly retreated. In the main hall, Li Erdwan sat on the dragon couch. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an icy smile, only to hear him muttering to himself, "Come. If you want to come together. Using this chance, we will catch all of you demons and monsters hiding in the shadows in one fell swoop. Only then can we rest at ease and fight to the death with the Turks." The rumors that slandered Li Zishuan did not stop at the wise ones. Instead, they spread very quickly among the people. Basically, with Chang'an as the center, they gradually spread outwards. It was estimated that in a few days, it would reach Li Zishuan's current location, Yong County in Qizhou. Marquis Yong. The Marquis is such a benevolent Marquis. Of the Marquis, such a benevolent person. How can such a benevolent person is? The next day, after reading the article written by Li Gang in the Tang Daily, the citizens of Chang'an could not help but discuss it. Yes, Marquis Yong'an cares about the people of the world. Marquis Yong'an is leading the Sky Pheasant Brigade to provide disaster relief. No matter what, he should not be subject to such baseless slander and accusations. Marquis Yong said that he did not know if Marquis had predicted this year's locust plague last year. But even if Marquis knew in advance, Marquis Yong felt that Marquis should not have made it public. That would cause chaos in the country. The people would not be in the mood to farm, causing thousands of people to lose their homes. That's right. If we had known that there would be a locust plague this year, we would not have farmed at the beginning of the year. Now we can only wait for the food to run out and starve to death. But although we have encountered a locust plague recently, with the help of the Sky Pheasant Brigade, most of the crops in the fields were saved. We should be grateful to Marquis. Li Gang had personally written an article to refute Li Zishuan's rumors. It was of some use, but that was all. Hey, Marquis Li Gang is the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, and Marquis Yong, and is the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. He is protecting Marquis Yong, someone in the crowd said in a sinister voice. Immediately, the rhythm was set in motion. That's right. Mr. Li Gang is openly protecting Marquis Yong. Shameless. Marquis Yong, and abandoned his scholarly integrity for his own selfish reasons. He is a disgrace to us scholars. Bah! You dare insult Marquis Yong and Marquis Li Gang? You pedantic Confucians are the ones who have no sense of shame. Unlike yesterday, there were many more scholars in Li Zishuan's group. This was not strange. Li Zishuan had created the engineering school, and after a year of development the engineering school had gradually matured. The members of the engineering school were getting louder and louder in the Great Tang. Those lofty and unshakable Confucians naturally hated Li Zishuan. Now that many people were criticizing Li Zishuan, these Confucians naturally would not let go of this chance to hit him while he was down. The two sides quickly began to quarrel, and it wasn't long before chaos ensued. Hey! It is said that this plague of locusts is heaven's punishment for the Son of Heaven for murdering his brother and imprisoning his father. 2 days ago, when the dog ate the sun, Taoist Li Chunfeng of the Imperial Historian Bureau wrote to His Majesty that this represented heaven's warning to the Son of Heaven. If the Son of Heaven does not practice benevolence and repent for his past mistakes, heaven will send down an even greater calamity. After a long while, someone sinisterly said. The crowd immediately fell silent. After all, it was fine to talk about officials, but if they were talking about the emperor, they had to be careful. What? There's such a thing? After a few moments of silence, someone mustered up the courage to exclaim. Hey! How can it be fake? I heard that Li Chunfeng was even beaten 50 times by His Majesty because of this. 50 strikes. It seems that Li Chunfeng's predictions were spot on. Heaven has indeed sent down an even greater calamity, a plague of locusts. Such a large plague was probably extremely rare even in the previous dynasty. Doesn't that mean that His Majesty did not listen to Taoist Li Chunfeng's advice and did not practice benevolence or repent sincerely? With an emperor who killed his brother, imprisoned his father, and infuriated the heavens, our lives are going to be miserable. The Imperial Army is here. Run! Suddenly, someone pointed at a group of armored soldiers that suddenly appeared on the east side of the street and exclaimed, It's not the Imperial Army, it's 100 riders. The sharp-eyed people recognized the identity of the group of soldiers. Instantly, the group of people who were still discussing fervently scattered like birds and beasts, escaping in all directions. After all, most of them were talking about Li Er just now. It was impossible for them not to feel guilty. At the same time, similar rumors were circulating in many places. In the end, this rumor gradually became more and more convincing. It was as if they had seen it with their own eyes. In this rumor, there was a very innocent person who was implicated even though he was lying down. This person was Li Chunfeng. Oh. Father, are the rumors on the streets true? Did His Majesty really allow someone to beat you 50 times? In Yanhuang College, Li Yin took the opportunity to find Li Chunfeng, who was arranging the astrological chart in his office during lunch. He asked worriedly, What nonsense are you talking about? Son, what are you talking about? Li Chunfeng was confused. He could not figure out what was going on. Dad, don't hide it from me. I heard it from the auntie who was sweeping the floor of the teaching building. Li Yin thought that Li Chunfeng was deliberately hiding it from him. He could not help but feel helpless. Hide it from you? When did I hide it from you? Also, what did the auntie say? Li Chunfeng frowned. Li Yin saw that Li Chunfeng was going to play dumb, so he said, Dad, the auntie said that when the heavenly dog devoured the sun more than a month ago, you wrote to His Majesty that it represented God's warning to the emperor. If the emperor did not practice benevolence and repent for the mistakes he made in the past, God would send an even greater disaster. Because of this, you were beaten 50 times by His Majesty. Dad, is this true? Nonsense. Li Chunfeng's expression changed when he heard this. He stood up and looked at Li Yan. He asked sternly, Son, where did these rumors come from? Seeing his father's big reaction, Li Yan quickly said seriously, Father, these words were heard by the sweeping auntie outside the academy. And she said that now many people in Chang'an City are saying that His Majesty got the throne unjustly and has no intention of repentance. So your prophecy is right. Heaven has sent a bigger disaster, which is the plague of locusts this time. Li Chuanfeng's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "This is outrageous. This is outrageous. These people are not only audacious, they even pushed me into the fire. No, I have to go to the palace and explain this to His Majesty." "Dad, since you did not do this, why do you have to go to the palace?" Li Yan quickly asked. Li Chunfeng looked at his son and said, "As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. Moreover, this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Someone probably wanted to incite the common people to do such a heresy and immoral thing. You stay in the school. I will go to Chang'an City." "Shut up. You ungrateful people. His Majesty loves the people like his own children." Marquis Yong'an went thousands of miles to destroy the locusts for the sake of the people. Not only are you ungrateful, you are even speaking ill of His Majesty and Marquis Yong, and behind their backs. Are you even human? In Chang'an City, a beautiful young lady shouted angrily at 3 to 5 people. "Hey, where did this little girl come from? She actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and is pointing fingers here." A rascally-looking young man was sizing up the little girl with a malicious gaze. The corner of his mouth was currently curled into a wretched smile. "That's right. You're such an insensible little girl. Not only did you eavesdrop on us, you even dared to criticize us. Come, let me teach you how to behave." Another young man, who was slightly fatter, agreed. Then he stretched out his hand to grab the young lady. "Bastard! I am Li Yu. Don't you dare touch me." The young lady took 2 steps back and shouted angrily. That's right, she was Li Yu. Little Yu came to Chang'an City today to collect literature. Yesterday, when she heard that someone was slandering Li Zishuan, she was very angry. When she found out that Li Gang and Ma Zhou had written an article to refute Li Zishuan's rumors in the Datong Daily, she wanted to see the reaction of the people. As for why she chose to come to Chang'an City and not Lantian County, it was mainly because no matter what happened outside, the people of Lantian County were always grateful and supportive of Li Zishuan. Therefore, she came to Chang'an City to collect literature. When she came to Chang'an City, she found that the number of people slandering Li Zishuan did not decrease because of Li Gang and Ma Zhou's articles. Instead, there were more of them. This was because, under the guidance of some people, most of the people thought that Li Gang, Ma Zhou, and Li Zishuan were all jackals of the same tribe. Naturally, their words were not convincing. Because of this, little Yu had already reprimanded several groups of people today. With her glib tongue and smart mind, those who were reprimanded by her were all ashamed and said that they did not dare to slander Li Zishuan anymore. When she was riding on the crest of success, little Yu did not expect to meet a tough nut. "Li Yu? You're the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily?" The young man who spoke first said with his eyes lit up. "Humph. How is it? Are you scared?" Seeing the other party's surprised face, Li Yu said proudly, "Hee. Scared. Of course I'm scared. Hee. Come with me, the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily. I should be able to sell you for a good price." The young man smiled wretchedly and then pounced on Li Yu. "How dare you? What are you doing? I'm going to call for help." "Help!" Li Yu reacted quickly and dodged the young man's bear hug. She said in shock and anger, and then shouted loudly, "Hee. Shout! Even if you shout until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you." As the young man spoke, he pounced on Li Yu again. The other people also surrounded Li Yu from the front and back. They were in an alley between 2 old houses in the south of the city. Usually people would not pass by here. "Stop! How dare you act so presumptuously in broad daylight?" Coincidentally at this moment, a loud shout came from the alley. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe suddenly shouted, "Where did you come from? How dare you meddle in our business? Brothers, let's go." The young man was furious that someone had ruined his plan. He waved his hand and the few of them ran towards the Taoist priest. "Taoist priestly, be careful." Seeing that someone had come to save her, especially someone she knew, Li Yu was relieved. However, she was worried again and could not help but shout loudly, That Taoist priest was none other than the unlucky Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng and Li Yu were caught in the crossfire, while Li Chunfeng was like a fish swimming in shallow water. Chapter 1494. Although Li Chunfeng was not a Taoist who specialized in combat, he had been cultivating his qi for a long time. His physique and reaction speed were better than the average person's. In comparison, the hooligans were worried that they would attract the attention of the patrolling marquis, so they did not bother him too much. After a short fight, Li Chunfeng and Li Yu escaped from the deserted alley. Taoist Li, why are you in Chang'an City? Li Yu, who had just survived a disaster, did not need a few days to recover like the other weak girls. She had a big heart, and in just a short while, she was back to her usual lively self. She looked at Li Chunfeng and asked. Li Chunfeng replied, I need to go to the palace for something. Miss Li Yu, you are a girl and you are alone. It is best that you don't do such dangerous things alone in the future. So what if I am a girl? Li Yu rolled her eyes and mumbled softly. She didn't argue with Li Chunfeng because he had just saved her life. If it was someone else, she wouldn't have been so polite. Haha. Taoist Li, are you going to the palace to meet the emperor because of those rumors? Suddenly, Li Yu rolled her eyes and smiled. Aha, Taoist Li, you don't have to worry. The emperor is a wise man, and he knows what is right and what is wrong. Why would he believe those rumors? Li Chunfeng looked at Li Yu and said in a serious tone, I don't care about my own reputation, but I will not allow someone to use my name to do such a thing. If I don't clear the rumors soon, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Stealing the sky and changing the sun? Taoist Li, have you also noticed that someone behind these rumors is trying to take advantage of this opportunity to create trouble? Li Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard this. Li Chunfeng nodded solemnly. Although the locust plague has engulfed the entire Guangzhong area, the imperial court has been actively helping the people. The people are far from being in dire straits, and there will not be so many people slandering the emperor and the Marquis of Yong'an. If there is no one behind this, I will not believe it. Taoist Li, you are right. Shall I go to the palace with you? I've also been investigating the source of these rumors these past few days. It's a good opportunity to report to His Majesty. Li Yu thought for a moment and looked up at Li Chunfeng. Yes, let's go. Li Yu was the top reporter of Datong Daily. She had the right to go to the emperor's palace and have an audience with the emperor. Therefore, Li Chunfeng did not reject her request. The two of them walked towards the imperial palace in the north. Hall Master, why don't we chase after them? If we really fight, that Taoist priest is definitely no match for us. After Li Yu and Li Chunfeng left, the 5 hooligans walked out. One of them looked at the direction where Li Yu left and asked in confusion. The slightly plump young man frowned and said, If we do our best, we can definitely keep both of them here. But if the commotion is too big, it will definitely attract the attention of the patrolling Marshal Marquis. At that time, how will we escape? Before doing anything, don't forget that we are in Chang'an City. If something happens and the dragon head blames us, none of us can bear the responsibility. The other 4 people quickly cupped their fists and said, Yes, Hall Master. The slightly plump young man nodded and said with a look of pity, But it's a pity that we didn't manage to catch Li Yu. That girl spends all her time in the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. She must know a lot of secrets there. If we can catch her alive, it will be a great achievement. A young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks came forward and said with a fawning face, Hall Master, Li Yu will definitely return to Lantian County before nightfall. Why don't we set up an ambush on her way back and kidnap her? The so-called Hall Master heard this and was tempted. However, he immediately shook his head and said, That's not right. A few days ago, Third Brother ambushed a scholar in Lantian County. After he failed, the dragon head severed the tendons in his hand. The dragon head strictly ordered us not to cause any trouble near Chang'an City. If we don't have absolute confidence, we can't do anything. Yes. Eh? Why are there so many people in front? Could it be that there's a commotion? When they reached Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Yu saw that there were many people in front of them. She was excited and curious. Li Chunfeng frowned and said, Let's get down to business. Miss Li Yu, let's go to the palace first. Li Yu pouted and mumbled, Aya. Master Li will reach the palace after passing through Vermilion Bird Avenue. There's no rush. Let's go and see what's going on. It won't take too much time. As she spoke, she tugged at Li Chuanfeng's sleeve and looked at him pleadingly. Li Chunfeng sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. Let's go and see. But once we're done, we'll have to go to the palace immediately." Okay. Li Yu quickly nodded in agreement. The two of them walked towards the crowd in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that there were more people than they thought. They could not squeeze in at all. "Hey, Uncle, what's inside?" Li Yu stood on her tiptoes impatiently. However, she could not see anything. She had no choice but to ask the middle-aged man in front of her. "Uncle, little girl, do I look that old to you?" The man turned around, pointed at his face, and said in disbelief. Li Yu was so angry that she almost suffered an internal injury. But in order to know what was going on in the crowd, she could only force a smile on her face. She said, "Ugh, no, big brother, you look so young. Can you tell me what's going on in there?" The man was finally satisfied. "Hey, inside. There are two godly monks fighting inside. It's so exciting." "Godly monks? Fighting?" Li Yu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She quickly asked, "Which two godly monks are they? What are they fighting about?" The man pouted and said, "Why do you have so many questions, little girl? I still want to see the fight. If you want to know, go and see for yourself." After that, he turned around and ignored Li Yu. Li Yu opened her mouth. Li Yu opened her mouth. If it was not for the fact that it was inappropriate for a girl to scold someone in public, she would have already yelled at the man. "Master Li, can you help me squeeze to the front to see what's going on?" Li Yu was amazed by Li Chuanfeng's lightness skills when they were fighting with the hooligans in the South Alley. Li Yu believed that Li Chunfeng would be able to help her squeeze to the front in this situation. Li Chunfeng was speechless. He said, "The fight between the godly monks is just a smokescreen. What's there to see? Let's just go to the palace." Li Yu tilted her head and suddenly laughed. "Master Li, Buddhism and Taoism are at odds. As a Taoist, don't you want to see what these two godly monks are capable of? The art of war says that only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If you don't go and see, how can you know yourself and your enemy?" Li Chunfeng was stunned. He realized that he could not refute because what Li Yu said was the truth. In fact, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism did not happen when Buddhism came from the East. As a foreign religion, Buddhism and Taoism had the same purpose when they first arrived in China. Therefore, the relationship between the two religions was relatively harmonious. However, as Buddhism and Taoism continued to be perfected in China, the two religions gradually formed an independent religious consciousness. Subsequently, the two religions developed a strong exclusionary ideology. Therefore, the two religions started to compete fiercely for the support of the upper class and the support of the lower class. Especially during the West Jin dynasty, Buddhism developed very quickly and put a lot of pressure on Taoism. Now, the Tang dynasty's ruler did not have any obvious hostility towards Buddhism and Taoism, although Li Er seemed to be closer to Taoism. Taoism and Buddhism developed together. Under such circumstances, the two religions fought even harder to gain the ruler's favor. Follow behind this poor Taoist. Li Chunfeng, who was tempted by Li Yu's words, took the lead and walked in front to help Li Yu open the way. "Okay. Thank you so much, Taoist Li." Li Yu quickly followed behind Li Chunfeng with a smile. Li Chunfeng seemed to be surrounded by a strong and invisible force field. Wherever he went, the crowd would make way for him. After a while, the two of them arrived at the front of the line. "Wow! Taoist Li, you're so good." Li Yu patted Li Chuanfeng's arm and praised him. Although Li Chunfeng did not show it on his face, he was quite proud of himself. However, what Li Yu said next made him lose all his pride. He almost vomited blood. "Taoist Li, since you're so capable, does that mean you don't have to line up at the academy's cafeteria? If I go to the academy next time, I'll look for you to have a meal together." If he could swear, Li Chunfeng would be cursing right now. He had cultivated for more than 10 years and finally managed to cultivate some pure Taoist vital qi. In Li Yu's eyes, this vital qi was only used to cut in line. Who was he looking down on? However, Li Chunfeng did not argue with Li Yu. Instead, he looked at the crowd. The monk standing to the west had a dark complexion, but he was wearing a red kasaya embroidered with golden threads. He held a pure gold staff in his hand. His equipment was fully equipped, almost blinding the titanium alloy eyes of others. The monk standing to the east was about 50 or 60 years old. His eyebrows and beard were white, and his clothes were much simpler. He wore a brown monk's robe and held a fine iron staff in his hand. He stood there motionless. This was a real old monk in meditation. Isn't this Master Huikong, the abbot of Daxing Charity? Why is he here? Li Chunfeng was surprised when he saw the old monk's face. In the second year of Emperor Wen's founding emperor, Daxing City was built and the temple was moved to the new capital. It was named the National Temple. When Emperor Wen was in northern Zhou, he was the Duke of Daxing County. The temple was located in Jingshan Square. Hence, it was named after the two words, Daxing and Jingshan Square. The Annals of Chong and stated that after the temple was built, its main hall was the largest in the capital. The system was the same as that of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The founder of Daxing Charity Temple was Master Ling Tsang. He was a close friend of Emperor Wen of Sui Yongjian. At the same time, he was the Zhao Xiandu monk who was in charge of the affairs of monks and nuns. Later Zhao Xiandu monk Meng, the successor Zhao Xiandu monk Tanyan, and their followers all lived in the temple. In the 7th year of founding Emperor Huiyuan, Wuzong, Sengu, Baozhen, Hongzuan and Tanyan were summoned to the capital. They were the 6 great virtues. More than 300 monks entered the temple to worship them. To the west of Vermilion Bird Avenue was Xuandu Temple. To the east was Daxing Charity Temple. Hence, Li Chunfeng had seen the abbot of Daxing Charity Temple before. Master Huikong? Then who is that monk? Li Yu didn't think that she would be able to see such an important person like Huikong just by watching the show. She couldn't help but open her small mouth with a face full of surprise. Then she pointed at the monk in the west and asked. Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. Look, Divine Monk Dui is going to attack. At this moment, several people around them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Li Yu and Li Chunfeng immediately focused their attention on the two monks. The monk in the red cassock bowed with one hand and said, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Li. Ba. It has been more than 40 years since the Tantric Buddhism was introduced to the Tang of the East, but it has been declining and declining in your hands. This has made the Buddha sad. Huikong, you can't escape the blame. Why don't you abdicate and let me take your place to promote Buddhism and manage the Daxing Shan Temple? Tantric Buddhism of India? This monk is from Tantric Buddhism of India? Li Chunfeng was shocked when he heard that. Daoistly, is Tantric Buddhism of India very powerful? What does it have to do with Master Huikong? Li Yu was confused. Li Chunfeng nodded and said, Of course. Actually, Master Huikong is also from Tantric Buddhism of India. Daxing Charity Temple is the ancestral court of Tantric Buddhism of the 8 sects of Buddhism. It was the royal temple of the Sui dynasty, and one of the 3 major scripture translation centers in Chang. During the reign of Emperor Kaihuang, Tantric Buddhism of India came to Chang'an and translated scriptures at Daxing Charity Temple. Master Huikong is Tantric Buddhism's last disciple. Oh, so this divine monk Dui came from India to compete with Master Huikong for the position of the abbot? Li Yu nodded and said softly. Li Chunfeng pursed his lips and did not say anything. He felt that things were not as simple as Li Yu said. Master Huikong looked at the monk in the kasaya expressionlessly and bowed with one hand. Then he said, What do you mean by decline and what do you mean by glory? A monk should jump out of the secular world. You are still too stubborn. Humph. People don't believe you and Buddha doesn't protect you. You are not declining? Monk Dui snorted and said, Today, I will show you what Tantric Buddhism of India is really like. Having said that, he turned to look at the people around him and said, Ba. Patrons, although the path is far away, I can still use recent events as proof. Buddha is merciful and protects all Buddhists in the world. Today, this penniless monk will use a trivial matter to let all of you understand that Buddha always protects the world. The crowd cheered when they heard that. Great! Divine Monk Dui is finally going to make his move. Finally, I can broaden my horizons. I heard that Divine Monk Dui is the reincarnation of a true Buddha. He can summon the wind and rain. His dermic powers are boundless. Really? How can it be fake? You will know if you don't believe me. Chapter 1495. Dewey handed the Buddhist staff in his hand to a little monk beside him. Then, he put his palms together and chanted a few incantations solemnly. His entire temperament instantly became sacred. People could even hear the Sanskrit chants descending from the sky. Faced with such a strange scene, the surrounding people's faces suddenly became solemn. They put their palms together and faced Dewey as if they were on a pilgrimage. Amitabha. Gods and Buddhas. Disciple Dewey respectfully invites Buddha to descend and bless the world. At this moment, Dewey suddenly used his deep and magnetic voice to speak loudly. Then he took out a golden alms bowl and asked someone to bring a bowl of clear water. He poured the clear water into the golden alms bowl. Dewey nodded to the little monk behind him. The little monk immediately took 3 incense sticks and lit them up. He inserted them into a small copper tripod. Smoke lingered around. After the people smelled the special fragrance, they felt refreshed. Dewey placed his right palm in front of his mouth and performed a Buddhist salute. Soon after, he began to murmur. In this boundless world, all the Buddhas, including Mahabodhisattva and Mahasattva, will gather. Praise Shakyamuni Buddha for being able to overcome the evil world. His chanting speed was extremely fast. At the beginning, people could still hear what he was chanting. However, towards the end they could not hear anything clearly. It only made people feel that the Buddhist scriptures were extremely obscure and profound. However, bathed in the Sanskrit chants, the people only felt that their bodies and minds were free and comfortable. In the 3,000 boundless worlds, vegetation, forests, rice, hemp, bamboo reeds, mountains, rocks, and dust, everything is counted as a Ganges river. A Ganges river sand, a realm. Within a realm, a dust is a tribulation. Within a tribulation, all the accumulated dust is a tribulation. When the flowers bloom, the Buddha nature is revealed. In the heart there is a spiritual mountain. Open. As time passed, Dewey's expression became more and more solemn. As he chanted, his voice became louder and louder. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes like an angry Arhat Vajra. He used his right hand to form a seal and pointed at the golden alms bowl that was filled with clear water. Following his last word, open, a magical scene appeared. Without any warning, an emerald green stalk grew out of the golden alms bowl. The stalk grew longer and longer, followed by a lotus leaf. Moreover, the number of lotus leaves kept increasing. When there were about 4 or 5 lotus leaves, a pink flower bud suddenly grew out of the lush greenery. Under the sunlight, the bud slowly bloomed. A moment later, a lotus flower bloomed proudly in front of everyone's eyes. Reflecting the noon sun, it looked incomparably bright. Witnessing such a spectacle with their own eyes, everyone was stunned. Lotus blooming in clear water, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the process of a lotus blooming for several months was revealed in just half an incense stick's time. If this was not the power of the gods and Buddhas, what else could it be? Lotus appeared out of thin air. The Buddha has appeared. The Buddha has appeared. Someone shouted, and the crowd knelt down in front of Dewey. They put their palms together and said, "Greetings, Buddha. May the Buddha bless our entire family so that we can be safe and sound. May the Buddha bless my mother so that she can recover quickly. May the Buddha bless me so that I can become rich. May the Buddha bless my wife so that she can give birth to a fat child for me this time." In an instant, the people had all kinds of wishes. Li Yu's eyes widened. She tugged at Li Chuanfeng's sleeve and whispered, "Wow! Priestly, this divine monk Dewey is so powerful. I clearly saw that there was nothing in the golden alms bowl except for clear water, but he could make a lotus bloom. It's so magical. Could this divine monk Dewey really be the reincarnation of a god? That's not right. Mr. told me before that there are no gods or Buddhas in this world." Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, "Although I can't tell what method Dewey used, he's definitely not the reincarnation of a god." Priestly, why are you so sure?" Li Yu asked curiously. Li Chunfeng pursed his lips and did not know what to say. He could only say, "Intuition. I think you're jealous of divine monk Dewey's supernatural powers." Li Yu curled her lips and said softly. Li Chunfeng almost vomited blood when he heard that. At this moment, Monk Hui Kong, who was opposite Du Yi, was expressionless. He held a Buddhist bow with his right hand and said, Ba, the lotus flower in the clear water is like the moon in the water. Everything in sight is illusory. Du Yi, you're so good at Buddhism, but you're using it to confuse the masses. That's ridiculous. I advise you to repent before it's too late. Hui Kong, you don't have the ability to communicate with the gods and Buddhas. Yet you're slandering me. You're being disrespectful to the Buddha. Aren't you afraid that the Buddha will punish you? Hearing this, Du Yi's gaze focused as he glared hatefully at Hui Kong and said. Abbot Hui Kong's expression did not change. He said, Ba, I have a clear conscience. Why would I be afraid of the gods and Buddhas? Du Yi sneered and said, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I asked you out today to compete in Buddhism. Now that I've used my magic, it's your turn. Let the people of Chong and be the judge and see whose Buddhism is more profound. Hui Kong closed his eyes and recited 2 lines of Buddhist scriptures. He then said, Ba, I don't know your magic. I only know how to recite Buddhist scriptures, promote Buddhism, save the world and persuade the people to be good. I'm willing to admit defeat in this kind of battle. Du Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. He then could not help but laugh and said, save the world, save the world, save the world. I'll show you what it means to save the world and save the world. Then, he held the golden bowl with the lotus and turned to look at the people who were kneeling on the ground. He was about to speak when he looked at Li Chunfeng and Li Yu. He said unhappily, Why aren't you 2 kneeling when the gods and Buddhas are descending? Because everyone around them had knelt down. Only Li Yu and Li Chunfeng were still standing. Moreover, these 2 people were standing at the front, so they were particularly conspicuous. Just now, Du Yi was debating with Hui Kong, so he had no time to observe the situation around him. Now that he turned around, he happened to see these 2 living people standing. How could he bear it? The rest of the people who were kneeling on the ground looked at Li Yu and Li Chunfeng angrily after hearing Du Yi's question. Li Yu blushed and did not know what to do for a moment. Li Chunfeng's expression did not change. He bowed and said, Master, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't respect the gods and Buddhas, but I only believe in the Jade Emperor and the 3 pristine Taoist ancestors. That's why I can't kneel. Du Yi's expression turned slightly better when he heard that. So you're a friend from Taoism? Then please stay here and observe the ceremony. Feel the holy light of Buddhism. Then Du glanced at Li Yu, who was beside Li Chunfeng. He didn't say anything, probably because he didn't want to argue with the girl. He turned to the people kneeling on the ground and said loudly, Everyone listen to me. Ba, dear benefactors, this lotus is the lotus under the Buddha. This water is the holy water of Jasper Lake. The Buddha said, When the flower blooms, one can see the nature of Buddha. There is a spiritual mountain in one's heart. If you can see the water lotus, it means that you are fated with the Buddha. The Buddha is compassionate to all living beings. So he specially gave me the holy water of the divine lotus to cure all diseases. Therefore, the holy water of the golden bowl can cure all diseases in the world. Eating the lotus leaves can prolong one's life without any pain or worry. Wow! As soon as Du Yi finished speaking, the surrounding people were in an uproar. According to Du Yi, the water in the golden alms bowl could cure all kinds of diseases, and the lotus in the clear water could prolong one's life. Wasn't this the effect of a divine object in the heavens? As a mortal, who would not want to drink the holy water and eat a lotus leaf? Therefore, the people kneeling on the ground went crazy. Divine monk, my leg hurts when it rains. Please give me a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. In the future, this old man will definitely abstain from meat and pray for the divine monk day and night. Master, my mother has been suffering from abdominal pain recently. Please do me a favor and give my mother a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. I will go to the temple tomorrow to buy some incense money. Please give me a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. I am willing to donate 100 strings of incense money. I have been suffering from headaches recently. Please give me a lotus leaf. I am willing to donate 200 strings of incense money. Oh, soon the scene almost turned into an auction. Previously, the monk Du used the ability of clear water lotus, which made everyone completely believe that he was the reincarnation of the true Buddha. So now, naturally, no one doubted that the water in his golden alms bowl could cure all kinds of diseases. There were millions of diseases in the world, and there were always some that could not be cured. For some rich people, as long as their diseases could be cured, they were willing to fork out some money. Therefore, in order to get a few drops of the holy water, the rich people began to throw money at it. Li Chunfeng, who was standing at the side, frowned imperceptibly. Seeing this, Li Yu quickly asked in a low voice, "Master, can the water and lotus really cure all diseases and prolong one's life? Should I go and ask for a piece too?" Li Chunfeng replied without hesitation, "Impossible. I am not good at medicine, but ever since I entered Yanhuang College, I have often talked with Master Sunday. There is no such thing as a miracle medicine that can cure all diseases in this world. However, your body is fine. Why do you want to ask for water and lotus like those people?" At the end of his sentence, Li Chunfeng looked at Li Yu with a puzzled expression. Li Yu said embarrassedly, "Didn't Divine Monk Dui say that the lotus can prolong one's life? I want to live for a few hundred more years." A few hundred more years? Li Chuanfeng's mind was in a mess. He decided not to talk to this mischievous girl for the time being. He felt that the generation gap was serious. Well, Li Chunfeng had to know what the generation gap meant first. Ba. Buddha will help those who are fated. I will choose a few donors who are in urgent need of treatment to come forward and drink the holy water, Dewey said loudly in the midst of the commotion. Then the crowd quieted down. Everyone looked at Dewey with eager eyes and prayed that he would choose them. "Almsgiver, come forward." Dewey pointed at the old man who said that his leg hurt and said, "Master, you called for me?" Although the old man was the first to speak, when he heard that the rich people behind him were all willing to pay a few hundred incense sticks, he suddenly felt that he had no hope. Now that Dewey chose him first, he could not believe it. "That's right. Donor, please come forward." Monk Dewey nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Master." The old man bowed respectfully, then limped out of the crowd and came to Dewey's side. Dewey asked someone to bring a teacup and poured some of the water from the golden alms bowl into the teacup. He then passed it to the old man and said, "Donor, drink it quickly. Let's see if your leg will be better." "Thank you, Master." The old man received the teacup with both hands respectfully. Then, he held the teacup to his mouth impatiently and drank it in one gulp. At this moment there were already thousands of people around. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the old man without blinking. They all wanted to see if Dewey's holy water could really cure all diseases. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. It's much better now. It's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you, Divine Monk. Thank you, Divine Monk." After the old man drank the tea, he paused for a moment and tried to walk 2 steps. Then he shouted excitedly, "Wow!" The surrounding people were in an uproar. This time, those who were sick became even crazier. "Master! Master! Master, please give me a bowl of holy water. I'm willing to pay 300 strings of incense money. Master, I'm willing to pay 400 strings of incense money. Master, please give me the Jade Lake holy water. Master, I'm willing." Seeing that the people were so crazy, Dewey revealed an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. He made a Buddhist salute and said in a loud voice, "Ba. Benefactors, please don't be impatient. Listen to this poor monk." Hearing this, the people quieted down. Dewey pointed at the old man and said, "This benefactor's leg disease has been around for a long time. Just now, half a bowl of holy water didn't completely cure it. He needs to take another bowl of holy water in half a month to completely cure it." Master, where can I get the holy water in half a month?" The old man was in a dilemma. Dewey smiled and said, "Although this poor monk is a member of Tantric Buddhism, I've already joined the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect's mission is to help those in need. If you're willing to join the Dragon Sect as a disciple, you can enjoy a bowl of holy water every half a month." "There's such a good thing? Master, this old man also wants to join the Dragon Sect. What do you think?" The old man said excitedly. The eyes of the other commoners also lit up, their faces filled with eagerness. Dewey said solemnly, "Ba. If you join the Dragon Sect, you have to obey the sect's rules and believe in Buddha. You have to abstain from meat and pray to Buddha every day. Are you willing? I'm willing. I'm willing. The old man couldn't wait to reply. Dewey nodded and said, Good. Then this poor monk will make the decision to accept you as a member of the dragon sect. In the future, you have to abstain from meat and pray to Buddha, accumulate virtue and do good deeds. Yes, Master. The old man put his palms together and bowed. Master, I want to join the dragon sect too. Master, I beg you to take me in. At this time, the surrounding people began to scramble to join the dragon sect. Each of them had a fanatical expression and the scene was very lively. Chapter 1496. Hui Kong, how is it? Are you convinced of your loss? On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, after agreeing to let a group of people join the Heavenly Dragon sect, Monk Dewey turned to look at Hui Kong and said provocatively. Hui Kong was expressionless. He was neither sad nor happy nor angry, and did not say a word. Seeing this, Dewey revealed a victorious smile and said, Amitabha Buddha is merciful. This poor monk will not compete with you for the position of the abbot of the great Xingshan temple. You should guard your temple well. There is a Buddhist temple in Xinfeng County called the Heavenly Dragon Temple. This poor monk has been there recently. If Master Hui Kong is free, you are welcome to fight with this poor monk at any time. After saying that, Dewey no longer paid attention to Hui Kong and turned to leave. But before he left, he looked at the vast number of believers in front of him and said loudly, Amitabha, benefactors, those who have passed my test and can become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, please go to the Heavenly Dragon Temple in Xinfeng County tomorrow morning. At that time, you will officially become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and I will preach to you on the spot. Okay, Master is going to preach tomorrow, then I have to go no matter what. Thank you, Master. I will definitely go to the Heavenly Dragon Temple tomorrow. Farewell, Master. Farewell, Master. In the warm farewell of the people, Dewey held the golden alms bowl in his hand and the Buddhist staff in his hand. With the attitude of a victor, he left. Let's go. Enter the palace. Li Chunfeng turned around and saw Li Yu was in a daze. He hurriedly said, Oh. Li Yu came back to her senses and responded. She followed behind Li Chunfeng and after a few steps, she could not help but ask, Taoist priest, why do I feel that this monk Du is not here to fight with Master Hui Kong today? Li Chunfeng did not confirm nor deny, but smiled faintly and asked, Why do you think so? Li Yu frowned and said, I feel that he just wants to use Master Hui Kong's fame to attract more believers, and let the people join his Heavenly Dragon sect. However, he does have some ability. He was actually able to clear the water lotus and make Great Master Hui Kong willingly admit defeat. She was not a stupid person. On the contrary, she was very smart. At the beginning, Dewey used the clear water lotus to amaze her. But later on, Dewey used the opportunity to create a Heavenly Dragon sect to entice the commoners to join the sect. In Li Yu's opinion, this was somewhat impure. Li Chunfeng was silent for a moment before he said, I'm afraid that the Dragon Sky sect's background isn't simple. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly enter the palace and meet the emperor. Yeah, Qing Shui Lian, Heavenly Dragon Church? Li Er had just finished his lunch and was about to take a nap in the Sweet Dew Hall when a servant came to report that Li Yu and Li Chunfeng were seeking an audience. Li Er did not reject the two of them and welcomed them with open arms. Naturally, Li Er did not believe the rumors about him and Li Chunfeng that were spreading among the commoners. This was because he had personally experienced the situation during the solar eclipse. He knew better than anyone what Li Chunfeng had said at that time. However, after Li Chunfeng described what he had seen and heard on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Er's interest was instantly piqued. He sat up straight and looked at Li Chunfeng. Li Shilang, in your opinion, is this divine monk Dewey really the reincarnation of a Buddha? Li Er had always been interested in the immortals. Although Li Zixuan had confidently told him that there were no immortals in the world, but what if there were? It had to be said that Li Er had always had a trace of hope in his heart. However, it was just a fluke. He would not send a large number of people to search for the illusory immortals like Qin Shi Huang. Old Li was a person who knew how to restrain himself. Hearing the trace of hope in Li Er's voice, Li Chunfeng quivered and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I dare to say that this Dewey is not the reincarnation of a Buddha. The purpose of his battle with Master Hui Kong today is probably to attract the commoners to join his heavenly dragon sect. Your Majesty, please understand. Li Er frowned and said. Then how do you explain the clear water lotus in front of everyone? Li Chunfeng cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, although I can't see the mystery behind the clear water lotus, I think it's just a slightly better illusion technique. If Dui is really the reincarnation of a Buddha, why is he unknown before? Your Majesty, please don't believe in the reincarnation of a Buddha so easily. Whether it was for the benefit of Taoism or his responsibility as a subject, Li Chunfeng had to dispel Li Er's fantasies about the immortals. Otherwise, if Li Er believed in Dui's evil, and summoned him and put him in an important position, it would be troublesome. Illusion technique? Are you saying that the clear water lotus is just an illusion technique? Li Er was curious and asked. Li Chunfeng nodded and said, Your Majesty, in Taoism, there are the 5 elements, 8 trigrams and Chimen Duanjia. In Buddhism, there are also supernatural powers and illusions. This Dui is from the Tantric sect of India. As far as I know, there are very few high monks who don't know illusions. Your Majesty, please consider it rationally. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a short pause, he said, If it's really an illusion technique, then this Dui is bewitching people. I'll send someone to investigate the origin of this heavenly dragon sect and their intentions. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Your Majesty is wise. Li Chunfeng cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, in order to save the locust plague, Mr. traveled thousands of miles to the various counties to provide relief. Now there are many unfavorable rumors about Mr. Your Majesty, please help Mr. to clear Mr.'s name. At this moment, Li Yu stood out and bowed to Li Er. Li Er nodded and said, I've heard about the rumors about the Duke of Yong'an. I've already ordered people to investigate the source of the rumors. When the time comes, I'll definitely give the Duke of Yong an explanation. I'm not a muddle-headed ruler. I won't believe in slanderous rumors. Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, Your Majesty is wise. I'm impressed. Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, You little girl, what benefits did the Duke of Yong'an give you for you to speak up for him like this? He always felt that Li Yu was very familiar. There was an indescribable feeling that was very close to him. That was why he gave Li Yu the title of a gold medal reporter. Moreover, his attitude towards Li Yu was more tolerant. If it was someone else who said this to him, he would definitely punish them for the crime of gossiping about the imperial court. However, since it was Li Yu who brought it up, he didn't have any thoughts of getting angry. Li Yu quickly said, Your Majesty, Li Yu isn't speaking up for Sir. I'm speaking up for justice. Even if I don't say anything, I'm sure Your Majesty knows what kind of person Sir is. However, the rumors about Sir are endless. Not only that, aren't there many rumors about Your Majesty among the people? Li Er's face darkened. Li Chunfeng had mentioned those rumors before, but he said it in a more tactful manner. Now that Li Yu said it again, it was the same as exposing his scars again. Looking at everything together, I feel that there must be someone with bad intentions behind this. They want to incite the people to be dissatisfied with Sir, the imperial court, and even Your Majesty. Although I'm just a little girl, Sir said that everyone has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. I hope Your Majesty can treat this matter seriously, and not let those evil people succeed. Li Er's face turned solemn. He had indeed thought about the mastermind behind this, but he didn't expect Li Yu to have such thoughts. He couldn't help but look at Li Yu with praise and said, What you said isn't without reason. I'll order the Supreme Court to investigate this matter. You don't have to worry. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Your Majesty is wise. I'll take my leave then. I'll take my leave too, Li Chunfeng said. Li Er nodded. After the two left, Li Er's face turned gloomy. The rumors that Li Chunfeng had told him earlier kept echoing in his mind. This plague of locusts is God's punishment for the emperor for killing his brother and imprisoning his father. The solar eclipse earlier represented God's warning to His Majesty. His Majesty didn't listen to Li Chunfeng's advice. He didn't practice benevolence and didn't repent sincerely. That's why this plague of locusts is caused. These rumors could be said to be a dagger dipped in poison, stabbing straight into Li Er's heart. As an emperor, Li Er knew the importance of the people's hearts more than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to Li Zishuan in prison, "The emperor is the boat, and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize the boat." He agreed greatly. It was because he knew the importance of the people's hearts that Li Er was so angry that someone was spreading rumors against him and shaking the hearts of the people. Especially at the end of last year, the 1,000-year-old Cui family was directly trampled by the angry people. Li Er deeply understood the importance of the people's hearts. Those who were spreading rumors now were similar to Li Zishuan's method of dealing with the Cui family last year. They wanted to use the power of the people and the power of public opinion to achieve their own goals. Obviously, someone wanted to destroy his roots. Naturally, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to fight back. Zhao Song. Previously, I asked the 100 Cavalry Division to investigate the rumors about Li Zishuan. How's the investigation going? After a long silence, Li Er suddenly opened his mouth and asked coldly. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty, so far we've caught 5 people who deliberately spread rumors and incited the people. However, these people are very tight-lipped and refuse to admit to their crimes." Li Er's eyes were cold as he said, "Then use torture. As long as we can confirm that they're deliberately inciting the people, then use torture regardless of life or death." Li Er could feel that in the peaceful kingdom, there was actually a huge unstable factor hidden in it. He had to do something, or else when the person in the dark finished all the arrangements, it would be too late for him to make a comeback. At this time, why would he care about the life and death of those suspects? Zhao Song shuddered. He understood that Li Er was really angry. He quickly bowed and said, "This old servant obeys." Li Er thought for a while and ordered, "This dragon sect also needs to be thoroughly investigated. Immediately send out a spy from the 100 Cavalry Division. Before tomorrow night, you must give me a result." Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Understood. Other than that, order the Wuho government to strengthen the patrols in Chang'an City, to prevent people from using this opportunity to stir up trouble. Order the Yanhuang College's Mazhou. The recent Datong Daily needs to focus on the current rumors and refute them. Do not let the people be misled by scoundrels and do illegal things." After a moment of silence, Li Er ordered again. "Understood." Zhao Song cupped his hands and said. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Send the order as soon as possible. This old servant will take his leave." Zhao Song cupped his hands and left the hall. "Dragonhead, we already have 3,000 followers in Chang'an City. With these followers, we can establish a firm foothold in Chang'an City and develop more followers." Xinfeng County, in a secret room under the Sky Dragon Temple, the monk Dui no longer had his previous arrogance. Instead, he respectfully reported to a masked man. So this man was the dragon head of the dragon sect. Previously, the rumors about Li Zishuan and Li Er in Chang'an City were spread by him. The iron masked man nodded and said, You did well. We are new here, so we need the support of a group of followers to establish ourselves in Chang'an City. But in your opinion, is it really impossible for Abbot Huikong to cooperate with us? You guys are from the same sect, and he won't even give you this bit of face?" Dui performed a Buddhist bow and said, "Dragonhead, although Huikong is a member of the Tantric sect, he has lived in the central region for decades and has long regarded himself as a Tang person. In my opinion, he will definitely not cooperate with us." Hearing this, the iron masked man sighed and said, "What a pity. Huikong has quite a reputation among the nobles in Chang'an City. If he can be used by us, our plan is at least half successful." "Haha, Dragonhead, why are you so disheartened?" Dewey smiled and said proudly, "Since Huikong is not willing to cooperate with us, then we will develop our own followers. Today, this poor monk used some means to recruit 3,000 followers for my dragon sect. In time, this poor monk's reputation and connections in Chang and will definitely surpass Huikong's." The iron masked man nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, "In that case, we will have to trouble you. There is not much time left for us. Li Zishuan is more astute than others. We must complete all the arrangements before he returns to Chang'an. Otherwise, he will definitely see through us. After everything is done, the position of Nation Master will definitely belong to you. At that time, why do you have to go back to India to suffer? Dewey said with joy. Thank you, Dragonhead. I will do my best to help Dragonhead accomplish your great task. Due to the cover of the mask, the Iron Masked Man's expression could not be seen. He continued, Your Jade Lake holy water is very good. Remember to prepare more. The followers of the dragon sect will increase. When the time is right, I will order all the followers of Qingzhou, Qizhou, Cangzhou, and Jizhou to come to Chang. Dewey narrowed his eyes and said with a somewhat evil smile, Dragonhead, don't worry. I have a lot of Jade Lake holy water here. I guarantee it will be enough. Ha ha ha. Good. Tomorrow's lecture will depend on you. The Iron Masked Man laughed loudly. Yes, sir. Dewey smiled and cupped his hands. Chapter 1497. The next morning. All right. Renbiao, you don't have to send me off. Go back quickly. Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and said in the pavilion outside Yong County in Qizhou. In more than 2 days, all the locusts in Qizhou had been wiped out by the Sky Rooster Brigade. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to leave Qizhou with the Sky Rooster Brigade and head to the next destination. As for Wang Renbiao, after this guy was nourished by love, his body was now very healthy. Didn't you see Li Jingqiu standing next to him like a little bird? Thinking back to how strong she was in the past, who would have thought that after confessing her feelings to the person she loved, she would become like a little girl? Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Women were indeed unpredictable creatures. However, he didn't know that some women's strength was just a layer of shell used to protect themselves. Once they found someone to rely on, they didn't need to disguise themselves anymore, because their other half would protect them. Send me off again. Xiao Xian, you've helped me so much this time, but I didn't treat you well. Now that you're leaving after helping me, I should send you off no matter what. Wang Renbiao said with a face full of reluctance. Li Zishuan's trip to Qizhou this time had indeed helped him a lot. First, he had helped him eliminate the locusts, and second, he had helped him solve his emotional problems. It could be said that he had untied the knot in his heart. This kind of great kindness, no matter how much he thanked him, it would not be enough. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Haha, isn't there a saying that even if you send someone off 1,000 miles, you will have to part in the end? You and I will meet again if fate wills it. Now that the locusts are here, I have to hurry to the other affected states to eliminate them as soon as possible. I can't stay in Qizhou any longer. On the other hand, Renbiao, if the eldest princess knows about the matter between you and Miss Li, she will definitely strongly oppose it. You should be mentally prepared in this regard. At the end, Li Zishuan's face became serious. Wang Renbiao's face stiffened. He had obviously thought about these problems before, but the happy life of the past 2 days had made him choose to temporarily avoid these problems. Now that Li Zishuan had brought it up in front of him, all those troublesome matters immediately floated to the surface of his mind. Little Xian, don't worry. Little Chu and I are already mentally prepared. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how many people oppose us in the future, we will advance and retreat hand in hand and walk down together. We will never leave each other, and we will follow each other in life and death. Wang Renbiao held Li Jingqiu's hand and said firmly. At this time, Li Jingqiu also said, Marquis, don't worry. I will walk down the road with Renbiao in the future. Even if the eldest princess opposes it, even if everyone says that I am a shameless bad woman, as long as Renbiao needs it, I will always stand with him. After saying that, the two of them seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. They looked at each other, their eyes full of determination and love. When Li Zishuan saw this, he suddenly felt that he was unnecessary here. In order to prevent himself from being a third wheel, he quickly said, Since it's like this, then I can be assured. Renbiao, Miss Li, if you need my help in the future, just ask. I can't manage the Wang family's internal matters, but I can still help with the Wang family's external matters. Wang Renbiao said gratefully. Many thanks. In the past, he did not need the help of others, but it was different now. Since he chose to be with a commoner girl, he had to be prepared to break off relations with his family and even be kicked out of his family. The Taiyuan Wang family's young master that everyone envied before, without the support of his family, could become a commoner. In this kind of situation, Li Zishuan was still willing to extend a helping hand to him. This meant that this was true friendship. How could Wang Runbiao not be grateful? How could he not be moved? Li Zixuan nodded and said, "All right. You guys take care of yourselves. Runbiao, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so you need to recuperate for a period of time. With Miss Li here, I definitely don't need to worry about this. Let's part ways here, see you again someday." Wang Runbiao and Li Jingchu both cupped their fists and said in unison, "Little Xian Marquis, take care, see you again someday." Li Zixuan nodded. Suddenly, he looked at Leng Yuyao and said, "Miss Leng, you take care too." Leng Yuyao, who was standing to the side, looked up at Li Zixuan and cupped her fists. "Marquis, take care. See you again someday." "Hum." Li Zixuan responded. Then he mounted Big White and turned to leave. The Sky Rooster Brigade had already left under Old Hu's lead. Their next stop was the Lan province, because he had received a letter from his father-in-law asking for help yesterday. It was a letter from Wang Changxing, the county magistrate of Yifang County, who had asked Han Tianhu to send Li Zixuan a letter. The letter said that some counties in the Lan province had also encountered a locust plague. Han Tianhu hoped that Li Zixuan could bring the Sky Rooster Brigade along. How could Li Zixuan refuse? Coincidentally, after leaving the Lan province, he could head east and bring the Sky Rooster Brigade to meet up with Li Ku and Chang Chumo. Moreover, ever since Han Liqing went to Yifang County in the Lan province at the beginning of the year to take care of the 3 villages that Li Zixuan had bought for him, he had never returned to Lantian County. Iron Egg hadn't seen Han Tianhu for almost half a year. This trip was a good opportunity for the father and son to reunite. "Your Majesty, according to our investigations, the Heavenly Dragon sect began to rise in the Qing province at the beginning of last year. Later on, it gradually began to develop followers in the Qi province, Song province, and Ji province. Because the Heavenly Dragon sect often provides porridge and treats the common people, it is deeply respected and welcomed by the people. There are even some local authorities that sometimes require the Heavenly Dragon sect's help. As for the monk Du Yi, according to Abbot Hui Kong of the Great Xingshan Temple, his Buddhist name is Shakyamuni Du Yi. He is a disciple of the Tantric Buddhism of India, and his master is the Venerable Dharmachitta of the Nalanda Temple. Nalanda Temple is the holy land of Buddhism in India, and the Venerable Dharmachitta is the most famous monk in India. It is said that he is more than 700 years old, but he has the face of a man in his 30s. The Indians call him the living Buddha. At noon, Li Junxian arrived at the Sweet Dew Palace and reported to Li Er. Due to the urgency of Li Er's order yesterday, the entire 100 Horsemen department had been mobilized in order to find out what Li Er had told them as soon as possible. Including him, he hadn't slept a wink since he received the order yesterday. However, his efforts had paid off and he had found out something. "That is Nalanda Temple Dharmachitta." Li Er frowned. "This Dharmachitta is really more than 700 years old?" Li Junxian had a troubled expression. This subordinate has no way to investigate this, but according to Abbot Hui Kong, Dharmachitta is very profound, and he is the most likely venerable to become a Buddha in the past thousands of years. In fact, this venerable Dharmachitta did indeed have a great background. Dharmachitta, also known as Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Ali, Dragon Bodhi, and so on, was born in India, now India. He was the direct disciple of Dragon Fierce Bodhisattva, and was the 4th-generation founder of Tantric Buddhism. Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva had ascended to the Holy Land, and his divine power was unimaginable. His virtue was known throughout the 5 heavens, and his name spread far and wide. It was said that when Xuanzang traveled to India to study, he met Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva at the eastern border of the Great Forest. Seeing that Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva was about 700 years old and looked like he was in his 30s, he decided to learn Buddhism from him. Thus, from a certain perspective, Tang Xuanzang could be considered Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva's disciple. In fact, in another few decades in the Kaiyuan era, Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva, who was also Dharmachitta's other disciple Shan Wuwei, would also come to Great Tang. According to the official records, Shan Wuwei was deeply favored by Tang Xuanzang, and he became the revered state teacher. At this moment, Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How many members does the Heavenly Dragon sect have now? Who is the person in charge?" Li Junxian clasped his fists. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon sect has around 3,000 members in Chang. As for how many members there are in the other 4 provinces, this general has yet to find out. According to our investigation, Shakyamuni is the venerable of the heavenly dragon sect, and he has a hall master and a dragon head. However, the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect has always been mysterious, and it is said that very few people have seen it. I heard that Shakyamuni has a holy water called the Jade Lake that can cure all illnesses. Li'er couldn't help but frown. He stood up and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. I didn't expect the heavenly dragon sect to have hidden in our great Tang for so long and have so many members. In the long run, they will be a great threat to the imperial court. Wait, if the heavenly dragon sect has risen in Qingzhou, why haven't we received any reports from the Qingzhou provincial governor? This general doesn't know. Li Junxian clasped his fists. However, according to the intelligence obtained by the 100 Horsemen Department, not only will the local officials not resist the heavenly dragon sect, they will even welcome them. This is because the heavenly dragon sect has a holy water called the Jade Lake that can cure all illnesses. Firstly, it can help the local officials treat their illnesses, and secondly, if the officials suffer from a difficult illness, they will inevitably seek help from the heavenly dragon sect. Li'er was displeased. Preposterous. The local officials should be unconditionally loyal to the imperial court. If that's the case, won't they be suppressed by the heavenly dragon sect? It's fine if the heavenly dragon sect is wholeheartedly benevolent, but if they harbor evil intentions, won't these local officials become accomplices? Li Junxian decisively shut his mouth, not daring to interrupt. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't say a word when it came to the affairs of the imperial court, because he understood what his duty was. After a few moments of silence, Li'er's anger somewhat subsided. He muttered, "Did you manage to interrogate those 5 people who were intentionally spreading rumors? Are they related to the heavenly dragon sect?" To tell the truth, Li'er really wanted to obtain evidence of the heavenly dragon sect's crimes, so that he could use this opportunity to arrest all of them. For the Great Tang, this would remove an unstable factor. Li Junxian clasped his fists. "Your Majesty, even though those 5 were tortured to the point of fainting from the pain, they were still unwilling to say anything. Now, 2 of them have been tortured to the point of death, but they would rather die than tell us why they spread the rumors." Li'er's face instantly turned so gloomy that it seemed like water would drip from it. "Preposterous. Then continue to arrest them and torture them. We don't believe that they'll all be so stubborn." Li Junxian hesitantly said, "Your Majesty, if we make such a big fuss, we might harm the innocent, and if word gets out, the court might criticize us and harm Your Majesty's reputation. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Although the cavalry were very cautious in arresting people, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any innocent among them. Moreover, if the court learned of this, they would fiercely object. Li'er's brow furrowed, and after a few moments of thought he said, "Be more cautious when arresting people and more discreet when interrogating them. We must find out as quickly as possible if these people spreading rumors have any connection to the heavenly dragon sect." Li'er felt that he could no longer be overly cautious. He had to be decisive, or else it would be too late once the mastermind behind the scenes had finished setting up. Li Junxian's heart trembled as he clasped his hands. This general obeys the decree. "Father." Lan Province, outside the gates of Yifang County. Li Zishuan and the Sky Chicken Brigade had arrived before noon. Lan Province's provincial governor Zhou Wenfang, Yifang County's county magistrate Wang Chengxing, a group of officials from the government and county offices, and Li Zishuan's father-in-law Han Qianhu, had all been waiting to welcome them. As the procession reached the gates, Iron Egg saw that extremely familiar figure and couldn't help but ride over. In the past, when Han Lijing was at his side, Iron Egg would often complain that Han Lijing was meddling too much. But after being separated for nearly half a year, Iron Egg only missed Han Lijing. Han Lijing quietly stood in front of the gates, not cheering or crying. It wasn't that he didn't want Iron Egg, but there were so many officials standing next to him that he needed to maintain his calm and self-control. Otherwise, wouldn't he make a fool of himself and cause his son-in-law to lose face? "Father, are you feeling well?" Iron Egg took the lead and rode his bicycle to Han Lijing. He quickly got off the bicycle and parked it at the side. Then he stepped forward and said excitedly, "Haha, Your father's body is fine. You don't have to worry about me. Han Lijing smiled with great relief. Then he looked at Iron Egg from head to toe and couldn't help but nod. You've become darker, thinner and taller. Iron Egg, you've done well this time. More or less, you've accumulated some merit. Also, you've gained a lot of knowledge along the way, right? Seeing Iron Egg grow from a naughty kid who only knew how to play with mud to his current state, how could Han Lijing not feel gratified? His daughter had married a kind-hearted and capable person, and his son was becoming more and more promising day by day. Han Lijing now had no regrets. He had no more desires. Haha, Brother Han, you've given birth to a good son. He'll definitely be successful in the future. Lan Province's provincial governor Zhou Wenfeng stroked his beard and laughed. Han Lijing hurriedly said, No, it's fine as long as this brat doesn't cause any trouble for me. How can he bear the provincial governor's love? Zhou Wenfeng smiled and didn't say anything because Li Zishuan had already arrived. Lan Province's provincial governor, Zhou Wenfeng, greets Marquis. Yifang County's county magistrate, Wang Qingxing, greets Marquis. Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan jumped down from his horse. Zhou Wenfeng, Wang Qingxing, and the other officials came forward to salute him. Chapter 1498. Provincial Governor Zhou, County Magistrate Wang. There's no need for such formalities. Outside Yifang County's city gate, Li Zishuan approached the group of officials and said with a smile, I came to Lan Province to exterminate locusts. You don't have to worry about me. If you have official business to attend to, go ahead. Li Zishuan was a pragmatic person and didn't like to engage in such superficial formalism. However, Zhou Wenfeng and the others had come out of the city to welcome them out of good intentions. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face, so he had no reason to blame them. Zhou Wenfeng's eyes flashed. He was surprised, but his expression returned to normal after a while. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, Marquis is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I admire you for your devotion to the public. Speaking of this, he turned to the group of officials behind him and said with a serious expression, Did you all hear that? If you have official business to attend to, go back to the Yamen immediately and don't make any mistakes. Lan Province's capital was Yifang County, so Zhou Wenfeng's words were not only directed to the subordinates of the provincial governor's office, but also to the officials of Yifang County's Yamen. Yes. The 30-odd officials standing behind couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, they cupped their hands and said in unison. Zhou Wenfeng pointed to the hundreds and thousands of people around him and said to Li Zishuan with a smile, Haha, Marquis, these people came to welcome you on their own accord after hearing the news. I didn't ask them to come. I can't chase them away. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and looked at the people around him who were looking at him with anticipation. Li Zishuan said loudly, Folks of Lan Province, I'm here, so you don't have to worry about the plague of locusts anymore. The sun is so hot. Everyone should go back and eat. This afternoon, the Sky Rooster Brigade will head to the villages to exterminate the locusts. Actually, on their way here, they had met quite a number of enthusiastic citizens. Li Zishuan was naturally aware of the pleas of the citizens. It was noon, and the scorching sun was blazing above their heads. It was as if it was going to burn people to death. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't waste any time. With just a few words, he made the citizens feel completely at ease. Thank you, Marquis. Thank you, Marquis. Li Zishuan's voice was very loud, and almost all the people around him heard it clearly. Hearing this, they couldn't help but cheer loudly and express their gratitude. Let's go back and eat, Li Zishuan said kindly. After receiving the reply they wanted from Li Zishuan, the citizens did not stay any longer and left in satisfaction. The Sky Rooster Brigade is finally here. The locusts in our county should be wiped out soon, right? Of course. It said that the Sky Rooster Brigade only took 2 days to exterminate the locusts in Chizhou. Good boy. So fast? Hey, we still have to thank Master Han. Do you know why the Sky Rooster Brigade came to Lan directly after exterminating the locusts in Chizhou? Why? Because Master Han is the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong. Willow Village, Namping Village and Kaiyang Village were originally bought by the Marquis of Yong. And for Master Han, Now that our Lan province is suffering from a locust plague, how could the Marquis of Yong'an not help? Oh, I remember now. It seems like there is such a thing. Speaking of which, the farmers in these 3 villages are close to the coal mines and iron mines. Just by working in the mines they can earn a lot of money every month. Who asked the coal mines and iron mines to belong to the Marquis of Yong'an? The Marquis of Yong'an is famous for being nice to his subordinates. Before this, although Li Zishuan had never been to Lan province, many citizens in Lan province had received Li Zishuan's kindness, especially the citizens of Yifang County. This was because Li Zishuan not only owned coal mines, but also iron and aluminum mines. Although mining would pollute the local environment, ever since Han Lijing came here, he had been using the method that Li Zishuan taught him to treat sewage. Therefore, after half a year, the local environment was not polluted much. Instead, the citizens earned a lot of money working in the mines. Marquis, this official has prepared some light wine in the residence. There are no delicacies, only some ordinary home-cooked meals. I hope that Marquis will honor me with your presence. Outside the city gates, Li Zishuan and Han Lijing exchanged a few words. At this moment, Zhou Wenfeng stepped forward and cupped his hands. Actually, this lunch banquet was not just a home-cooked meal. However, after seeing Li Zishuan's actions, Zhou Wenfeng guessed that Li Zishuan did not like their extravagance and waste. Therefore, he changed the delicacies into a home-cooked meal. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "A home-cooked meal is just right. I'll have to trouble Provincial Governor Zhou to prepare some home-cooked meals for the children as well." Regarding Zhou Wenfeng's character, Li Zishuan had heard from Han Lijing that he was a smart person who knew how to curry favor with his superiors, but would not overly curry favor with them. This kind of person could not simply be defined as a corrupt official because he was not corrupt. He only knew a little about the way to curry favor with his superiors. Compared to an upright and plain-spoken official like Wei Zheng, under normal circumstances, people like Zhou Wenfeng who knew how to curry favor with his superiors and knew how to be flexible would do better. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not have any bad feelings towards Zhou Wenfeng, but he also did not have a good impression of him. Moreover, his father-in-law Han Tianhu was still in Zhou Wenfeng's territory. He did not need to embarrass Zhou Wenfeng over such a trivial matter. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan agreed to Zhou Wenfeng's invitation. Under Li Zishuan's exemplary leadership, the lunch in the provincial governor's residence ended very quickly. It only took about half an hour from start to finish. After lunch, Li Zishuan bade farewell and led the group of children out of the county town to kill the locusts. Of course, Han Lijing followed behind them. Along the way, not only did iron eggs stick to Han Lijing, the children of the Han family manor also liked to surround Han Lijing and call him Lijing non-stop. Although Han Tianhu was no longer in the Han family manor, the children did not treat him as an outsider. Along the way, he left behind a trail of laughter. It was very lively. Looking at the noisy children around him, Han Tianhu could not help but sigh. I never thought that these little rascals who only knew how to play with mud and dig out bird nests would become heroes who saved the world after learning the art of controlling chickens from Hu Jing and Hu Guo. Haha, it's not easy for them to be heroes. At this moment, Li Zishuan interrupted. It's only been 8 days since the locust plague happened, and these children have already traveled hundreds of miles. Many of the children's backs are peeling from the sun, and they have rashes all over their bodies. They can only sleep on their stomachs at night. I've let these children down, I've made them suffer. He was also speaking from his heart. This season was the hottest season of the year, and yet he had brought these children everywhere to help with the disaster. In the eyes of others they were heroes, but the price of being a hero was too heavy for these children. In just a few days the children were all tanned by the sun. It was impossible for Li Zishuan not to feel guilty. Xiao Xian, don't say that. Han Lijing said in a low voice. These children have suffered a little, but what they have seen and learned along the way is enough for them to use for the rest of their lives. To be able to follow you to kill locusts and gain experience is their honor. When they grow up, they will be grateful to you. Li Zishuan shook his head and did not reply. Suddenly, Li Zishuan caught a glimpse of a particularly large pond in front of them. The pond's topography was lower in the south and higher in the north. The most important thing was that its shape was very strange. The part near the north was built with stone dams. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly reacted. He pointed at the pond and asked, "That pond must be the sewage treatment pond father-in-law had people repair, right?" When Han Tianhu had complained to Li Zixuan about the serious water pollution near the iron and coal mines, Li Zixuan not only bought the 3 villages near the iron and coal mines, but also taught Han Tianhu some methods to treat the sewage. One of them was the sewage treatment pond. Han Tianhu looked in the direction Li Zixuan was pointing at, then nodded and said, "That's right. That's the sewage treatment pond. There are 2 other ponds like this near the iron mines. After using this thing, the sewage has indeed decreased a lot. It's because of this that no one objected to us mining." Li Zixuan nodded and praised. That's right. We can't just bury ourselves in mining and ignore the feelings of the locals. Otherwise, we'll become a rat that everyone wants to beat up. That should be our iron mine, right? As he spoke, Li Zixuan pointed to a small hill in front of them. They could vaguely see a lot of people on the hill. Han Tianhu looked at it and then replied, "Yes, that's right. That's our iron mine. It's also the largest iron mine in the Lan province. Today, the iron mine is transporting a batch of ore to Lantian County. Fubin couldn't leave, so he didn't come. Xiaoxian, do you want to go take a look?" After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan nodded and said, Of course I have to go take a look." Now more and more iron was being used in the workshops. Carriages needed iron, bicycles needed iron, and weapons and armor needed iron. Moreover, it was an astronomical number. Now that he was in Yifang County, he could go to the mines to take a look and see if he could increase the mining capacity. "Fubin, come out quickly. Look who's here." When they arrived at the mines, Han Li directly shouted towards the inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with dark skin and a thin figure quickly walked out from the shed. "Uncle Han? Marquis, you're here." The young man first greeted Han Tianhu. Then when he saw Li Zixuan, he couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly went forward and bowed respectfully. "Marquis, I know you're going to Yifang County at noon, but I couldn't leave at that time, so this young man is Fubin." Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. "No matter. You did the right thing. Business is more important. There are so many people welcoming me. You won't make a difference, right? Hey, you're tanned and thinner than before. Looks like you've suffered a lot here. Do you want me to transfer you back to Lantian County?" Just by looking at Fubin's tanned and thin appearance, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot here. If he was now fair and fat, Li Zixuan would suspect that this young man had been eating and drinking all the time. "Marquis, I'm not suffering. I'm not suffering at all." Hearing this, Fubin shook his head like a rattledrum and quickly said. Han Tianhu laughed. This young man has taken a fancy to Registrar Zhang's daughter. Xiaoxian, if you ask him to go back now, how would he be willing? I think even if you were to chase him away with a knife, he wouldn't leave." Li Zixuan heard this and couldn't help but ask, "Oh, Fubin, you've taken a fancy to Registrar Zhang's daughter?" "Sure. You young man, do you want me to help you matchmake?" Fubin didn't even think and rejected. "No need, Marquis. How could I trouble you with such a small matter? Furthermore, she might not even like me." At the end of his sentence, Fubin's face turned red like a monkey pea. Li Zixuan was also an experienced person. How could he not see that this couple was about to become a couple? He smiled and said, "All right. Then I won't interfere. But when the both of you get married, I will be attending the wedding banquet. Oh, if you have time, go back and visit Faubert. He is getting older." A trace of shame flashed across Fubin's face when he heard that. He nodded and said, After I'm done with my work, I will make a trip back." Faubert didn't have any children and had always treated Fubin as his own son. Fubin knew this very well. Li Zixuan nodded and didn't dwell on this matter. He said seriously, "Xiaobing, how is the iron mine's production now?" When it came to serious matters, Fubin's face immediately turned serious. He quickly replied, "Marquis, this iron mine can now mine about 5,000 caddies of ore a day. Under normal circumstances, we have to send a batch of iron ore out of the warehouse every 3 days. Oh, last month I found that the quality of the ore deeper underground is better and there are more of it. I got someone to dig a mine that is 4 to 5 feet deep and plan to mine from the bottom. This way we can mine at least twice as much iron ore. The ancient people couldn't dig tens of meters deep into the ground like the modern people. At that time, due to the lack of advanced machinery and technology, most of the ore they mined was near the surface. Fubin could think of using a mine to mine directly from the bottom. This was considered a new approach. However, this method of his could easily lead to danger. What? Mine? Li Zishuan's face changed and quickly said, "Where is this mine? Bring me to take a look." Fubin saw Li Zishuan's face and had a bad feeling. But he couldn't think of what he did wrong. He could only bite the bullet and said, "Marquis, the mine is over there. Follow me." Okay. Under Fubin's lead, Li Zishuan came to a 1-meter deep bottomless pit. Above the pit, there was a rotating device similar to the one above the well. It should be used to pull people or goods. "Marquis, do you think there is anything wrong with this mine?" After a while, Fubin asked. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Xiaobing, it is good that you can think of this method. But this method is risky." Oh. Chapter 1499. Risks? Marquis, what risks are there? In ancient times, most of the mining was done close to the surface. Some of the ore was even directly exposed to the surface, so Fubin couldn't think of any risks at the moment. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then said, "Firstly, if it rains due to the terrain, the rainwater will gather in the mine, which is definitely a threat to the safety of the miners. Secondly, the deeper the mine, the less air there is, the more likely the miners will suffocate to death. Thirdly, and this is also the most serious point, if the mining route and the size of the mine are not strictly controlled, it is very likely that the mine will collapse. When that happens, no one will be able to come out, and the casualties will be disastrous. No one can bear the responsibility for this." After hearing Li Zishuan list out the risks, Fubin's face instantly turned pale. Although his skin was already tanned, it was still very obvious that his face was pale. "Marquis, then, why don't I get someone to fill up the mine?" Fubin was scared. Although he was almost half a gangster in the past, and although he was now the manager of an iron mine, and could be said to have great power in his hands, he didn't dare to get involved in a murder case. "Yeah, Xiao Xian. Since mining in this mine is so dangerous, why don't we fill it up to prevent the miners from losing their lives? Besides, this mine is so deep. What if a playful child comes here to play and accidentally falls in? The ore near the surface of this iron mine is enough for us to mine for another 2 years. There's no need to take such a risk." Han Tianhu, who was beside him, also said with concern. Li Zishuan frowned and didn't say a word. He was also weighing the pros and cons in his heart. When it came to mining, if there was a large amount of ore on the surface, then the best choice was of course to mine on the surface. Not only was it simple and convenient, but the mining efficiency was also much higher. Because the surface area was large, it was convenient for more people to mine at the same time. However, the problem was that the ore on the surface was often limited. Most of the ore was distributed below the surface. Just like this iron mine, the ore on the surface probably didn't even account for 1% of the total reserves. Should he give up eating for fear of choking, or should he face the difficulties head-on? This was a question worth pondering. After pondering for a long time, Li Zishuan said, "Don't fill it up yet. This mine is only 4 to 5 feet deep. If we can control the path and the size of the mine well, the risk is relatively low. Xiaobing, in the future when the miners are mining in the mine, the tunnel must not be more than 10 feet wide. Also, you need to plan the mining route in advance. You cannot dig through 2 tunnels. In addition, the mine could only be dug from the depth of the mine. It couldn't be dug any further. The deeper it went, the greater the risk. Before the miners entered the mine, they had to use torches or candles to check if there was enough air underground. They also had to build a drainage ditch above the mine to prevent rainwater from entering the mine. Do you remember all these? A depth of 4 to 5 feet was only about 10 meters. In fact, it wasn't that deep. Most modern mines were about a few hundred meters deep. The world's deepest mine, Bonig Mine, was more than 4,000 meters deep. Therefore, in comparison, as long as the safety measures were in place, there shouldn't be any danger in this mine. Of course, more importantly, Li Zishuan wanted to try mining underground. As Tang Dynasty's industrial base became more and more complete, the demand for all kinds of ores would increase. The ores on the surface would not be able to meet the demand. By that time they would have to mine from underground. Rather than not knowing anything at that time, it was better to start accumulating the experience and skills of mining underground. This way they could be prepared when the time came. Fu Bin was actually a little scared at this time. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, he hesitated and asked, "Marquis, is this really okay? There won't be any deaths, right?" Li Zishuan stared at Dong Xuebing, but he thought about it again. Sometimes it might not be a bad thing to be timid. Take Fu Bin for example. If he had the guts, he would have started using the mine method to mine. Also, the depth of the mine would definitely be more than 10 meters deep. If that was the case, the miners here would have already lost their lives. As long as you do as I say, everything will be fine. This is also a good opportunity for you to increase your knowledge and experience. You have to come here often to check on the mine to prevent accidents. After thinking for a while, Li Zishuan looked at Fu Bin and said. Fu Bin gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. During this time, I will keep an eye here and do everything according to Marquis's instructions." Li Zishuan nodded and suddenly remembered something. He said seriously, "Xiaobing, you can use the mine to mine the iron mines, but you cannot use this method at the coal mines. No matter how shallow the mine is, you cannot use it. Do you understand?" Fu Bin was puzzled and asked, "Marquis, why is that so?" Dong Xuebing really had this thought. Since the iron mines can be used to mine the mine, then the coal mine should be able to do it too. Mining in a mine is more efficient than mining in an open pit. After all, mining in an open pit requires the soil to be removed from the surface. Mining in an open pit can be done directly from the mine. Li Zishuan said seriously, "Don't ask why. Just do as I say. Remember, do not dig on top of a coal mine. I would rather waste more manpower digging in an open pit than dig on top of a coal mine. Or else a lot of people will die. A coal mine is different from an iron mine. If you dig a mine, there will be gas inside. This gas will explode when it comes in contact with a flame. To light up the mine, you must have special explosion-proof lamps. If not, the mines will explode. With the current conditions, explosion-proof lamps can't be manufactured in a short period of time. So, Li Zishuan asked Fu Bin to give up on the idea of digging on top of a coal mine. Hearing that a lot of people will die, Fu Bin trembled and quickly said, "Okay, Marquis, don't worry. I will remember. I will definitely not dig on top of a coal mine." Li Zishuan nodded and walked around the mine 2 more times before leaving with Han Tianhu. Then, under Han Tianhu's lead, Li Zishuan went to the other nearby mines to inspect. He felt guilty. Ever since he got these mines from Li Er last year, he hadn't seen them in person. Now that he was in Lan Province, how could he not take the opportunity to take a look? However, after looking at the mine, Li Zishuan felt a little bloated. In his previous life, people often joked, "If you charge a few thousand yuan for a game, you must have a mine at home. XXXXX, you have a mine at home." Now Li Zishuan really wanted to say, "Yes, I really do have a mine at home, and not just one." After visiting the mines, it was almost dusk. Zhou Wenfeng sent someone to invite Li Zishuan and the children to dinner, but Li Zishuan politely declined. That night, he and the children planned to stay at Willow Village where Han Tianhu lived. It was a good opportunity to understand Han Tianhu's life here. Hee, it's right in front. When the sun set, the children in the fields officially finished work. Under Han Tianhu's lead, a large group of people and chickens marched towards Willow Village. Han Tianhu said to the children as he walked, "You've all been tired for the day. Later, eat as much as you want. I see that some of you were too embarrassed to eat too much for lunch. You must be starving now, right?" As soon as Han Tianhu's voice fell, the children immediately began to chatter. Yes. I didn't dare to eat after eating 2 bowls of rice in the afternoon. I was afraid that the official would laugh at me. I didn't dare to eat after eating 5 drumsticks. Li Zheng, are there drumsticks tonight? Is there fatty meat tonight? Hearing this, Han Tianhu laughed. Yes, chicken, duck, fish and fish are all available tonight. Eat as much as you want. Whoever pretends to be polite and doesn't dare to eat too much, I'll kick that person's ass today. Although he said this, Han Tianhu's eyes were filled with kindness. He was really happy today. Many of the children in front of him grew up under his watch. Of course, some of them were even beaten up by him when they were young. After being in a foreign land for more than half a year, Han Tianhu also missed the people in the Han family manor. Now that he saw these children, he felt as if he had already returned to the Han family manor. That kind of homesickness could only be experienced by those who had been wandering around for years. Oh, I want to eat 4 bowls of rice tonight. I want to eat 10 drumsticks tonight. I want to eat 2 bowls of meat. The children instantly cheered. They were all from the same manor. These children had always treated Han Tianhu as their own uncle. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. Unlike when they had lunch at the provincial governor's residence, they had to be considerate of others. Tonight, they could eat as much as they wanted. Father-in-law, can you prepare dinner for so many of us by yourself? Why don't I send someone to the city to invite a few chefs over? Li Zishuan helplessly shook his head as he looked at the group of brats trying to eat Han Tianhu poor. Then he said worriedly, after all, Han Tianhu was alone here without any companions. Han Tianhu smiled and waved his hand. No need, no need. A few of the villagers have already prepared dinner for you at my house an hour ago. It's just right for you to go back now. From Han Tianhu's tone, the villagers here should have a good relationship with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to cook for him. Also, I have already arranged for the children's sleeping quarters. For those who have empty rooms, I will arrange one for each family. Xiaoxian, don't worry. The villagers are very easy to talk to. I have already informed them in advance. The children won't be mistreated if they sleep at their place at night. Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't say anything, Han Tianhu added on. Li Zishuan nodded and said, since father-in-law has already made arrangements, then of course I'm not worried. Han Tianhu's love for these children was no less than his. Li Zishuan naturally didn't have any reason to worry. Yo! Tianhu, you're back? This is Marquis, right? This humble one, Ma Jiang, greets Marquis. After entering Willow Village, the group came to a courtyard. A bare-chested, burly man walked out from the door. That burly man first greeted Han Tianhu, then noticed Li Zishuan and hurriedly bowed to Li Zishuan. No need to be so polite. This Marquis is here to freeload a meal. Li Zishuan nodded and joked. However, he had some doubts in his heart. This person in front of him actually called Han Lijing Tianhu. This was very rare. One must know that even in the Han family manor, when the villagers saw his father-in-law, they would only call him Lijing. Almost no one would call him by his name. This could only mean that the burly man in front of him had a close relationship with Han Tianhu. Xiaoxian Ma Jiang is my brother. During the battle in Yunzhou, he and I were both part of Duqi's personal army. After the world was peaceful, he also retired. Han Tianhu said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was startled. He then cupped his hands towards Ma Jiang and said, so that's how it is. Then this junior should be the one greeting Uncle Ma. This was not only to give face to Han Tianhu, but also out of respect for a soldier who had risked his life for the great Tang Empire. Ma Jiang originally thought that this marquis in front of him was very easygoing, witty, and not at all arrogant. However, when he saw Li Zishuan bowing to him, he was startled. He hurriedly turned his body and said in a fluster, Marquis, you can just call me Old Ma. I don't deserve to be called Uncle Ma. I really don't deserve to be called Uncle Ma. Li Zishuan said with a serious face, since you are my father-in-law's former brother on the battlefield, then you deserve to be called Uncle Ma. No, I can't. Marquis, please don't call me Uncle Ma. Ma Jiang was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He was at a loss for what to do. At this time Han Lijing said, Haha, little Xian Old Ma, let's not get entangled in this. The children are still hungry. Is the meal ready? Ma Jiang hurriedly said, It's ready. It's ready. My wife, Shanzi, and the other family's wives are all inside. They have also prepared the pheasants and hares sent by the villagers. There are 6 tables in the courtyard. They will help to serve the dishes in a while. Tianhu, I will go back and tidy up the house. Later, you can let the children sleep in my house. Han Lijing hurriedly said, What's wrong? Old Ma, you don't want to eat before going back? Ma Jiang waved his hand and said, I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I was just smelling the meat in the kitchen and I was already full. The house is very messy. I have to go back and tidy it up. The children have been tired all day. I have to let them have a good night's sleep, right? Marquis, I will go back first. After saying that, Ma Jiang cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Without waiting for Li Zixuan's reply, he hurriedly ran away. The villagers were simple and honest. If it were anyone else who had the chance to eat with Li Zixuan, they would definitely lick his face and stick to him. For example, in the afternoon at the provincial governor's office, Zhou Wenfeng and Wang Qingxing's subordinates. However, Ma Jiang was different. He would only feel uneasy when eating with Li Zixuan. Go, go, go. Let's all go in and eat. Han Lijing didn't mind. He waved his hand and called out to the group of children behind him. Oh, let's eat. The devilish brats burst into cheers and immediately swarmed into the courtyard like a swarm of bees. Chapter 1500. The banquet lasted from sunset until the moon was high above the willow tree branches. The reason why the banquet lasted so long was not only because the children could eat too much, but also because the banquet was too sumptuous. There were too many wild animals sent by the villagers. Of course, the most important reason was that the banquet was held at Han Tianhu's house. The children could eat as much as they wanted here, and they had more freedom than they did in Qizhou. Therefore, the banquet was quite lively. One could hear the laughter in the courtyard from the entrance of the village. Outside the courtyard, a group of villagers had already gathered. These villagers had come to pick up the children to sleep in their respective houses. There were a total of 49 households. Originally, 50 children would correspond to 50 households, but Iron Egg would definitely stay with his father at night, so only 49 children would sleep in the villagers' houses. The fields in Kaiyang village had all been swept by the Sky Pheasant Brigade this afternoon. Now there were almost no locusts left. The villagers naturally knew who the credit was, so in order to let the children have a good night's sleep, many villagers gave up the cleanest room and the softest bed in their house for the children from Han village and Mei village to sleep in. All right. Hurry up and wash up, then sleep. Listen carefully, don't make a fuss at night. Seeing that the children had eaten and drank to their heart's content, Han Lijing stood up and said loudly, "Don't worry, Lijing. We definitely won't make a fuss at night." Yes, we definitely won't make a fuss. Haha. Ernyo, do you wet the bed at night? Erhu, you're the one who wet the bed. The children played around for a while, then left the courtyard under Han Tianhu's lead. The villagers who had been waiting outside the door came forward one by one. Each family took one child and repeatedly promised that they would not let the children suffer in their own homes. Then they turned around and left with the children. This scene was just like a modern-day kindergarten where parents picked up their children at the school gate after school. Father-in-law, your house is quite big. After dinner, Li Zixuan took Iron Egg to visit Han Lijing's new home. After walking around for a while, Li Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim. It was a house with 3 courtyards, about the same size as the Li family's house in Chang'an City's Yongla Lane. There were pavilions, rockeries, ponds, and so on. However, many places looked as if they hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Fallen leaves, weeds, and dust were everywhere. If this house is too big, it'll be troublesome. According to my original plan, having a place to stay here would be enough. When Han Lijing heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "You know the original owner of this house, Little Xian. It's Lu Shuren and his son." Li Zixuan and Iron Egg were both stunned. "Father, is Lu Shuren also in Willow Village? And how did his house become yours?" Iron Egg said in surprise. He had a deep impression of Lu Shuren and his son. When he was young, he and Han Yushi were oppressed by Lu Shuren and his son. Last year, Lu Haojian even seriously injured him. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Regarding Lu Shuren and his son in Willow Village, Han Lijing had mentioned it in his letter to Han Yushi. However, Iron Egg was busy with his studies at the academy, and probably didn't see the letter. Han Lijing patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said, "After Lu Shuren was chased out by the villagers of Plum Village, he came to Willow Village and became the landlord here. This year I came here to buy land and coincidentally met him. Who knew that even though this guy came to Lan Province, he was still dishonest. He was rude and unreasonable in the village, oppressing people and committing all kinds of crimes. Then, he was arrested by County Magistrate Wang's men. His house in Willow Village became ownerless. The villagers didn't dare to live there because they were afraid of offending Lu Shuren. They were afraid that Lu Shuren would find trouble with them after he was released from prison. So father moved in. Speaking of this, Han Lijing said helplessly, "It's just that this house is too big. How can I take care of it alone? Usually I only take care of my own house. The other houses have been abandoned for a long time." This was also the reason why Han Tianhu didn't leave more children to live in his house. Those rooms that hadn't been cleaned for a long time would take a lot of time to clean up. It was already not easy to clean up 2 rooms for Li Zishuan and Iron Egg to live in. "Father-in-law, you can buy some servants back. First, they can help you clean up the house. Second, they can take care of your daily needs. It's so convenient." Hearing this, Li Zishuan said with a smile. Although Han Tianhu's body was quite good, he was getting older. How could there be no one to take care of him? Han Lijing waved his hand and said, No, I'm fine living alone. What's the point of buying servants? Father, just listen to master. If you don't have enough money, I still have some money here. I'll give it all to you." Iron Egg interrupted at this time. This child was starting to feel sorry for his father. "Hey, you stinking brat. Your father wants your money? I'm just used to living alone. I don't want the trouble." Hearing this, Han Lijing couldn't help but pat the back of Iron Egg's head. Although he said this, his heart felt warm. All right. That's your room. Go wash up by the well and then sleep." After pausing for a moment, Han Lijing urged Iron Egg again. "Oh, then I'll go to sleep first." "Father, master, you guys should sleep early too." Iron Egg knew that he couldn't persuade Han Tianhu. He stopped persuading him and prepared to sleep. Go." Li Zishuan nodded and replied. Iron Egg turned around and left. Li Zishuan picked up where he left off and said, "Father-in-law, you definitely have to buy a slave. Otherwise, you'll be the only one living in such a large residence. What kind of person is that?" "I'll pay for it. Tomorrow, I'll get someone to help you find a few loyal servants." This wasn't a problem of money, nor was it a problem of being used to living alone. It was just that living in such an uninhabited house for a long time would make one feel more lonely. It was also a torture to one's heart. Seeing Li Zishuan's determined face, Han Lijing thought for a moment and replied, "All right, let's just buy a few servants. Xiaoxian, you don't have to pay for it. I have more money than I can spend. After I'm done with this, I'll go buy some servants." Li Zishuan said suspiciously, "Father-in-law, don't wait until we leave and change your mind. I think you should go buy some tomorrow." Han Lijing glared at him and said angrily, "You little brat. Do I look like someone who doesn't keep his word?" "Hee. What a joke. What a joke." Li Zishuan laughed dryly and suddenly asked, "That's right. Father-in-law, how do you know that Ma Jiang? Did he used to live here?" Han Lijing thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Old Ma was originally from Willow Village. He joined the army first. I joined half a month later than him. When I first joined the army, I didn't know anything. With Old Ma's help, I didn't have to suffer a lot of beatings. Later, we were transferred to the personal guard camp and became the personal guards of Duke Yi. Back then, in the Battle of Yunzhou, we were heavily surrounded. I blocked an arrow for Duke Yi. Old Ma wasn't bad either. His martial arts were even better than mine. He killed dozens of Turkic soldiers alone. However, I had to return home early because of my leg injury. Old Ma waited until the world was at peace before he retired. He had a lot of military achievements. Logically speaking, he could use them to get an official position. However, he said that he didn't know how to be an official and didn't want to be one. He only wanted to go home to farm and accompany his wife and children. So, he went back to Willow Village in Yifang. I didn't expect that we 2 old brothers would meet again in our lifetime. It's really fate." Li Zishuan sighed and said, "That's really a coincidence. It's really a coincidence." Han Lijing nodded. Then, his face suddenly became sad. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that some people, no matter how coincidental, will never meet again." After saying that, Han Tianhu's figure became inexplicably lonely. His back also became bent, as if he had suddenly aged a few years. Li Zishuan's heart moved. He thought for a while and asked, "Father-in-law, are you thinking of your old comrades?" Han Lijing nodded and said, Yes, yes. Many of us died in that battle. We couldn't bring back the bodies of our brothers. In the end, we could only bury them near the border of Yunzhou. Now that I'm living in Yifang, it's not far from Yunzhou. Every Qingming festival I can go and pay my respects to my brothers. It's pretty good. Hearing that, Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that at the end of last year, Han Tianhu went to Yunzhou. After he came back, his temperament changed greatly. He became even more silent. Later, in order to help him deal with the sewage around the mine, Han Tianhu bought Willow Village, Namping Village, and Kaiyang Village with his sponsorship. Then he completely lived in Lanzhou. Now that he thought about it, Han Tianhu insisted on going to Yunzhou and living in Willow Village. Could it be that it was convenient for him to pay his respects to his old comrades? Father-in-law wanted to be the guardian of the heroes' graves. After comforting Han Tianhu for a while, it was almost late at night. Li Zishuan went to the well and took a simple cold shower. Then he went back to his room to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the sky was not completely bright. The children who stayed in the villagers' houses had already come to Han Lijing's courtyard to have breakfast. In this era, many people did not eat breakfast in the morning. However, because the children had to lead the Sky Chicken Brigade to kill locusts in the morning, this was very tiring work. Therefore, Han Lijing still prepared breakfast for them. Breakfast was also very simple. It was porridge and flatbread. The flatbread was made before and only needed to be heated in the morning. It was a simple breakfast, but the children ate happily. Xiaoxian, come with me to Yunzhou today. When we get there, I have something to tell you. Li Zishuan was eating porridge when Han Tianhu came over and said to him, Yunzhou? Father-in-law, why do you suddenly want to go to Yunzhou? Li Zishuan was puzzled. Through the conversation last night, Li Zishuan knew that many of Han Tianhu's old comrades were buried in Yunzhou. However, today was neither Qingming Festival nor Chongyang Festival. Why did Han Lijing want to bring him to Yunzhou? Don't ask Xiaoxian. When we get to Yunzhou, you'll know. We'll go to Yunzhou in the morning and come back in the afternoon. It won't delay your work. Han Lijing shook his head and did not explain the reason. Instead, he insisted. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and then nodded. All right then. We'll ride to Yunzhou later. After breakfast quickly, Li Zishuan led to Baiao while Han Lijing led a strong black horse. They were ready to set off for Yunzhou. As for the Sky Chicken Brigade, they had already instructed Iron Egg to make arrangements. Yesterday, Iron Egg was in charge of commanding the Sky Chicken Brigade, so there was nothing to worry about. After packing up, the two of them immediately set off. Father-in-law, your black horse is not bad. On the road, a black horse and a white horse galloped to their heart's content. Li Zishuan saw that the black horse could actually keep up with Debai's speed, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hee hee. I picked up this black horse. It's fate. Han Lijing said with a chuckle. Due to the fast speed of the horse, his hair and the corners of his clothes were blown back by the wind. He looked a little like an old man chatting with a young man. You picked it up? Where did you pick it up? Hearing this, Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. This horse that he picked up could run so fast. How could he be so lucky? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Han Lijing's expression was faintly smug. It's a coincidence. This year, I went to Yunzhou to pay respects to my brothers. On the grassland not far away, I saw a black horse being chased by 5 grassland wolves. It was already bleeding from several bites. I've been to Yunzhou before and knew that wolves would occasionally appear here. When I came, I brought a bow and arrows. I saw that the black horse was quite pitiful, so I drew my bow and shot 2 of the wolves. When the other 3 wolves saw that their companions were dead, they didn't dare to continue chasing. This black horse actually had some intelligence. It knew that I saved it, so it ran to my side and didn't leave. When I saw the wounds on its body, its hind legs and buttocks were bleeding, I hurriedly led it to a nearby county and found a doctor who could treat livestock to treat it. After a few days, its wounds were healed, but it didn't leave. It was as if it wanted to rely on me, so I took it as a mount. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This horse knows how to be grateful? It's really intelligent. And looking at the speed of this horse, it's not inferior to some of the grassland's precious horses. Father-in-law, you've picked up a treasure. Han Lijing smiled indifferently. I'm not going to the battlefield now. I only go out to ride occasionally. What's the use of a good horse? It's fine as long as it can run. Xiao Xian, if you need it, I'll give this horse to you. I heard from Wuxia a while ago that His Majesty has appointed you as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army. How can you not have a good horse in the army? You'll be looked down upon by the soldiers. Li Zishuan smiled and refused. There's no need, father-in-law. My Whitey isn't inferior to your black horse. Isn't that right, Whitey? As he spoke, Li Zishuan patted the neck of Whitey's horse. Whitey seemed to understand that a horse wanted to steal its rice bowl. Thus, it completely became a runaway wild horse. It ran at full speed and in the blink of an eye, it left the big black horse behind. Heh! Whitey can run so fast. Hiya! Han Lijing was surprised for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He quickly urged the black horse under him and chased after Li Zishuan. Chapter 1501. Yifang County could be considered a county in the northern part of Lan Province, while Yun Province was to the north of Lan Province. Further north of Yun Province was the Great Steppe, where lived a group of valiant nomads, the Great Tang's mortal enemy, the Eastern Turks. After leaving Yifang County, the father-in-law and son-in-law rushed for an hour and arrived at the boundary of Yunzhou. Cloud Province was one of the 16 provinces of Yanyun between the Great Tang and the Turks. Since ancient times, it had been an important military base on the northern border, a barrier between the Great Tang and the Turks. There were not many people here, but many soldiers were garrisoned here. According to Han Lijing, Yunzhou County had 40 to 50,000 soldiers. Cloud Province only had one county under its jurisdiction, Yunzhou County. After reaching Yunzhou, Han Lijing had no intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to gallop northward. Li Zishuan wondered, could it be that my father-in-law wants to bring me to the border of the Great Tang? After galloping for another half an hour, Han Lijing finally stopped at the base of a mountain. Little Xian, this is Mount White. Han Lijing jumped down from his horse and pointed at the mountain range as he said to Li Zishuan. In the 6th year of Han Gaozu's reign, Han Exine rebelled in the Datong region and colluded with the Xiongnu to attack Taiyuan. Liu Bang personally led an army of 320,000 soldiers to meet the Xiongnu. First, they won at the Copper Rollers, and then they pursued until they reached Lufan. It was winter and snow was falling, making the weather extremely cold. Although the Han army was 12 or 13, when they saw that the Xiongnu only had old and weak soldiers, they were even more eager to win. Ignoring the advice of the scouts, Liu Bang led the vanguard in pursuit of Mount White, but in the end they fell for the Xiongnu's trap. Mao Dun Chanyu led his 400,000 cavalry to surround the Han army. The Xiongnu besieged Mount White for 7 days and 7 nights, leaving the Han army without food or water. The strategist Chen Ping advised Liu Bang to have Mao Dun Chanyu withdraw his army through marriage. Liu Bang agreed and sent someone to the Turkic camp to relay Liu Bang's proposal. At that time, the 320,000 soldiers that Liu Bang had brought were about to arrive at White Mountain. If Mao Dun Chanyu had not agreed, he would have been attacked from both sides. In the end, the Xiongnu retreated and Liu Bang left thousands of corpses on White Mountain. However, the Great Han Dynasty also started a marriage alliance with the Xiongnu. Only during the Hanwu Dynasty did Wei Qing and Huaxubing attack the Xiongnu in the north to wash away the humiliation. Han Tianhu was originally from the Han family of the previous dynasty. His grandfather, Han Qinhu, was a pillar of the country and held a prominent position. Although Han Tianhu was only the son of Han Shai's concubine and was not favored in the family, he was much more knowledgeable than ordinary people. Therefore, he could easily recall these historical events. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but fall silent. He did not know much about the Battle of Mount Baishan of the Western Han Dynasty. After all, he was not a history major in his previous life. However, he knew about the marriage between the Han Dynasty and the Xiongnu. Didn't Zhao Jun leave the fortress at that time? When Liu Bang first established the country, the national strength was not strong. It was indeed difficult for him to resist the Xiongnu. But to use women in exchange for peace is truly despicable. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan opened his mouth to speak. Han Tianhu nodded his head vigorously and said emotionally, "Little Xian, you are right. This old man thinks the same way. Why should the good women of the Central Plains be sent to the Turks to be abused by those barbarians? Back then, when we followed the Qin king to the border, wasn't it so that the common people could live a peaceful life? Wasn't it so that our great Tang would not have to use women in exchange for peace with the Turks? Good men of the great Tang should die standing, not kneel and beg for the general interest, dragging out an ignoble existence. Therefore, thousands of good men of great Tang were buried at the foot of Mount Baishan. At this moment, the two of them led their horses around a bend and followed the direction that Han Lijing was pointing at. When Li Zishuan took a closer look, he was stunned. Thousands of mounds of different sizes were neatly arranged at the foot of the mountain. In front of each mound was a small wooden plaque that was about a foot long. He could vaguely make out the words carved on the wooden plaque. Clearly, this was a graveyard for thousands of people. In front of the thousands of mounds was a huge mound. It was so huge that even 20 people holding hands would not be able to encircle it. In front of the mound was a tombstone that was about 1 zhang tall. On it were the words Heroes of Great Tang. Inexplicably, Li Zishuan felt like crying. The tomb at the front is full of soldiers whose bodies were incomplete, and whose identities could not be identified. Back then we didn't know their names, so we could only bury them here. Looking at the huge tomb in front of him, Han Lijing said faintly. When Han Tianhu was young, he was looked down upon by the Han family's matriarch and was forced to wander the Jianghu. He did not have much affection for the Sui dynasty. Later, Li Yuan raised his army from Taiyuan and broke through Chang, and with the momentum of wind and thunder, establishing the Great Tang Empire. In the following war, he was unstoppable and showed signs of pacifying the entire country. Suddenly, the Turks invaded the borders. It was also at that time that Han Tianhu officially joined the army and slowly became Qin Qiong's personal guard. In the war between Great Tang and the Turks, Han Lijing had experienced life and death. His feelings for his comrades and for his country had deepened. It was because of this that he volunteered to come to Lan province to guard the tombs of these heroes. Influenced by Han Tianhu, Li Zishuan also felt a little sad, especially when he thought of the people buried under this huge tomb. They had risked their lives for this country, but in the end their corpses were not even pieced together. They did not even have a tomb of their own. Li Zishuan did not feel good about it. What he didn't know was that this was already considered good. In many dynasties, soldiers would bury their fallen soldiers in a mass grave after the battle. Like this, every soldier had a grave and a tombstone. This was already very humane. As for those incomplete corpses being buried in a mass grave, there was nothing that could be done about it. Li Zishuan walked up to the massive tomb and took a deep breath. Then, he respectfully bowed to the tombstone. You can go in peace. I will protect this great Tang for you. Little Xian, come with me. At this moment, Han Lijing sighed and walked up the mountain. He said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not know what was going on, but he could only follow. Mount White was a mountain range that included many peaks. The peaks here were not steep, and the two could easily reach the top with their horses. Little Xian, look over there. When they reached the top of the mountain, Han Lijing pointed to the north and said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan looked in the direction of Han Lijing's finger, and saw flocks of sheep on the grassland to the north of the mountain range. Near each flock of sheep, there were 2 people following them. They must be the shepherds who looked after the flock. The Turks are actually herding sheep here? Aren't they afraid that the imperial court soldiers will rob their sheep? Li Zishuan frowned. These flocks of sheep were not far from the border between Great Tang and the Turks. In Li Zishuan's view, these people dared to herding sheep here. Han Lijing shook his head and said, No, they are not Turks, they are Han. Han? Li Zishuan could not help but ask in surprise. Since they are Han, why would they be herding sheep on the grassland? Aren't they afraid of being robbed by the Turks? Han Lijing closed his eyes in pain and sighed. He replied, To be precise, they are Han who were enslaved by the Turks. They are all shackled on their feet and tied with ropes around their necks. The Turks raised them like livestock and forced them to work for them. After so many years they can't escape, nor do they want to escape. If we send soldiers to rescue them, the Turks behind them will immediately shoot them down and then escape. Li Zishuan widened his eyes in shock. Hearing Han Lijing's words, He could not help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. He could not help but emit a thick killing intent. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He then asked, "Father-in-law, why would the Han work for the Turks on the grassland? Were they captured by the Turks?" Han Lijing shook his head and said, "Some of them were captured by the Turks from the border counties. Most of them were captured by the Turks during the end of the Sui dynasty when the people of the Central Plains escaped from the chaos of war. These people, no one knows how many there are in total. It could be hundreds of thousands or it could be 1,000,000. But no matter what, most of the Han people on the grassland were controlled by the Turks. They either became slaves, worked like cattle or horses, or were sent to the Turks' army. When there was a war, they were usually arranged to be at the front as human shields." Li Zishuan was shocked. 1,000,000? There are really so many Han people who fled to the Turks? Han Tianhu nodded and said, "Of course. Now Sheli Khan claims to have 1,000,000 control bowstring warriors. So many people, where do you think they came from?" Li Zishuan was speechless. He did not expect that among the 1,000,000 control bowstring warriors of the Turks, there were actually many Han people. Sheli was really vicious to use Han people to attack Han people. In truth, Han Tianhu wasn't exaggerating at all. The Great Tang had just been founded, and its national strength was weak, but it had encountered the Eastern Turks, whose national strength was at the peak. This was a peak that had never been seen in the history of the Turks. In the Book of Sui Biography of the Turks it was written, "At the end of the Sui dynasty, there were many people returning to China. Then the Turks became strong and prosperous, and their power surpassed the Middle Xia." Their power surpassed the Middle Xia. These 4 words vividly demonstrated the strength of the Eastern Turks at that time. The Book of Old Tang Biography of the Turks also wrote, "Shibi Khan is an auspicious person, the son of the Khan who enlightens the people. When Sui Dai succeeded the throne, the world was in chaos, and the people of China were running for it. His tribe was strong and prosperous from Khitan and Shirwei in the east, to Tuyuhun and Gaochang in the west. They were all subordinates. More than 1,000,000 control bowstring warriors, the prosperity of North D was unprecedented. They looked down on Yin Mountain and had the ambition to belittle the Middle Xia." These were all descriptions of the strength of the Turks when Shibi Khan was at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty. In stark contrast, the strength of the Turks during Ishbar-yu Khagan's reign was a completely different picture. In the Book of Sui Biography of the Turks it was written, "Ishbar-yu Khagan's bravery won the hearts of the people, and the northern barbarians all submitted to him, all of them became bandits, and he had 400,000 control bowstring warriors." From 400,000 control bowstring warriors to 1,000,000 control bowstring warriors, how long had it taken? 30 years, yes, only 30 years. In 30 years, the Eastern Turks could mobilize an army from 400,000 to 1,000,000. This meant that the number of people needed to mobilize an army had increased by 1.5 times. But the harsh environment of the steppe made it impossible to rely on natural population growth. Moreover, the 400,000 control bowstring warriors of Ishbar-yu Khagan's reign was a grand occasion, before the Turks were divided into the eastern and western tribes. If one were to take into account the loss of population and army caused by the civil war of the Turks, as well as the sudden decrease in population and army caused by the division of the Turks into the east and west, as well as the loss of population and army caused by the several fierce attacks of the Sui dynasty against the Turks, then before the civil war of the Central Plains, when Shibi Khagan had just become the Khagan of the Turks, the number of soldiers in his army could not have exceeded 200,000. But after the internal strife of the Central Plains, countless Han sought refuge in Turkic lands, and the Eastern Turks rapidly expanded their army from 200,000 to 1,000,000. This meant that at least 800,000 Han elites of the Central Plains had joined the Eastern Turkic army. This sort of expansion speed could only be described as frenzied. Of course, not all Han were sent into the army, as the logistical support of 1,000,000 control bowstring warriors was an astronomical number. The Turks alone would not have been able to support such a large army. Thus, even more Han were enslaved by the Turks. This was the result of countless Han of the Central Plains entering the Great Wall during the chaos of the Sui dynasty. As a result, the national strength of the Eastern Turks became unprecedentedly strong. Father-in-law, since there are so many Han in the Turks' territory, can you think of a way to have them work together to resist Sheli? When the time comes, the Great Tang can take advantage of the situation to send out troops, coordinating from the inside and outside. Even if the Turks have 1 million control bowstring warriors, what can they do? After a long silence, Li Zishuan suddenly asked, Little Xian, the human heart is a complicated thing. It's definitely not as simple as you think. Han Lijing shook his head and earnestly said, Those Great Tang civilians who were captured by the Turks, perhaps many of them still want to return to the Great Tang, but those Han who took the initiative to join the steppe might not necessarily have their hearts on the Great Tang's side. In the million-strong army of the Turks, there are at most 200,000 to 300,000 Turks, but how can 200,000 to 300,000 Turks control 700,000 to 800,000 Han? Have you ever thought about this question? Li Zishuan frowned, his face turning unsightly. Without waiting for his reply, Han Lijing expressionlessly said, Although the Turks' control over the Han is very strict, if they want to rely on this to control 700,000 to 800,000 Han, it's no different from wishful thinking. For so many years, the reason why the Han of the steppe did not cause any trouble is because some of them do not want to return to the Great Tang. They are willing to serve the Turks, and in their bones, they have already forgotten that they are Han. Chapter 1502. Some of them did not want to return to the Great Tang, and were willing to serve the Turks. They had already forgotten that they were Han Chinese. Hearing those words, Li Zishuan felt his hands and feet turn cold. No, to be more precise, his heart turned cold. This was an expression of extreme heartache. At first, when he heard Han Lijing say that the Turks were using the Han people as the vanguard, he was angry. But when he heard that the Han people were willing to be the dogs of the Turks, his heart was immediately filled with anger. Extreme anger. Why? He really wanted to ask those who betrayed their ancestors why. Did they really forget that they were descendants of the Yellow Emperor? Don't you feel that it's a little inconceivable? But this is the human heart. Seeing Li Zishuan's face turn green and white, Han Lijing sighed softly and said, Especially in troubled times, the human heart is even harsher and more realistic. Why did those people choose to serve the Turks during the war at the end of the Sui dynasty? Wasn't it to obtain the protection of the strong? That's right, at that time, the Turks were fully deserving of the title of the strong in the eyes of the people. Even now, many people still think so. During the chaos of the Sui dynasty, the heroes of the Central Plains rose together. 18 rebellious kings fought for supremacy, but which of the rebellious kings did not curry favor with the Turks? There were even Turk soldiers who joined the armies of some kings to fight. So, who dared to say that the Turks were not strong? For the sake of this expert's protection, some of the Han people were willing to become the dogs of the Turks, even selling their lives for them. Little Xian, this is human nature. Those Han Chinese who were kidnapped by the Turks to the Central Plains as slaves are lamentable, but those who were willing to become the lackeys of the Turks and betray their ancestors are even more hateful. Because in order to obtain the favor of their masters, they would also brandish their butcher's knife when necessary and viciously cut down their former compatriots. If you meet such people in the future, you must not show mercy. At this point, Han Lijing patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with a complicated expression and sighed deeply. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. At this time he had already calmed down. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, he knew the complexity of the human heart. Throughout history, similar situations could be said to be common. For example, the most typical example was the million-strong Ming army that surrendered to the Manchus at the end of the Ming dynasty. After Li Zicheng conquered Beijing, the Ming army, which was originally serving the Ming dynasty, saw that Li Zicheng was strong, so they flocked to him. However, Li Zicheng was overconfident. Unexpectedly, he used 50,000–60,000 troops to deal with Wu Sanguwei. Wu Sanguwei's 50,000–60,000 men were not dealt with. On the contrary, they were besieged and defeated by more than 100,000 Qing troops and Wu Sanguwei's combined forces. Furthermore, because Li Zicheng's torture in various regions was an enormous threat to the corrupt officials, landlords and tyrants, it triggered their fierce counterattack. In order to suppress these rebellions and prevent new rebellions, he had no choice but to station a large number of troops in various regions. It was to the extent that after the defeat of the First Rock, he was unable to quickly mobilize a large number of troops to counterattack. In the end, he was forced to retreat step by step. At this time, the surrendered Ming army thought that the 8 banners of Manchuria were the strongest of the strong, So they all submitted to the 8 banners of Manchuria and fiercely chopped at Li Zicheng several times. In order to obtain the protection of the 8 banners of Manchuria, their counterattack against Li Zicheng's rebel army was extremely cruel, but also extremely tenacious. That brave and fierce fighting spirit was who knows how many times stronger than the 8 banners of Manchuria. Even Yongjing later said, when Taizugao Emperor first established the Ming dynasty, there were only 13 soldiers. Later, the 9 surnames master defeated the Ming dynasty's 4 roads. When Taizu Zhonghuangdi entered the capital, there were only 100,000 soldiers. With 100,000 soldiers, he subdued 15 provinces. How could a single person be strong enough? At that time, the one who led the soldiers was the Ming dynasty's general, and the one who wore the armor was the Ming dynasty's soldier. What he meant was that when the Manchurian Qing invaded the Ming dynasty, the 8 banners of Manchuria played a negligible role. Furthermore, because the Manchurian descendants from White Mountain and Blackwater had almost zero resistance to the smallpox virus wreaking havoc in the Central Plains and Jiangnan, in the war south of the Huai River and Qinling Mountains, there were no real Manchurian soldiers at all. Whether it was the 10 days in Yangzhou or the 3 massacres in Jiading, whether it was sweeping through the remnants of the peasant army or attacking the remnants of the former Ming dynasty, the ones who swung the butcher's knife were all the former Ming dynasty soldiers who had shaved their heads and changed their clothes. There was no sign of the 8 banners of Manchuria soldiers at all. Speaking of which, what was the difference between the Han of the Central Plains who entered the Turkic lands to seek protection and the surrendered soldiers of the late Ming dynasty? Perhaps they were originally wolves, but now they had been tamed into dogs. They were exceptionally friendly to their new masters, but exceptionally cruel to their former brethren. Father-in-law didn't bring this son-in-law here today just to show me these things, right? After seeing through the nature of those people, Li Zishuan felt a little tired. However, thinking that Han Liqing had specially brought him here, it probably wasn't just for this matter. Thus he turned around and asked Han Tianhu. Han Tianhu pondered for a moment before saying, at the end of the 4th month, the Great Tang destroyed Liangshidu and pacified the Shua side in one fell swoop. During this time the Turks failed to rescue Liangshidu, and were defeated by the Great Tang army. From then on, the Great Tang and the Turks were already in a state of full preparation for war. As for when the war would begin, it would depend on His Majesty and Xieli's intentions. Little Xian, you're now an officer in the Black Armored Army. In the future war between the Great Tang and the Turks you might even participate in it. The reason this old man brought you here today is to let you have a clear understanding of the current Turks. In the future, when you meet those people who have forgotten their ancestors on the battlefield, don't be merciful. In addition, this old man has a vague feeling that the war between the Great Tang and the Turks is coming soon. Because 5 days ago in the afternoon I saw a few Turks on White Mountain. They went straight south from the Nyopi Pass, and I don't know where they went. Turks? Li Zishuan's heart suddenly jumped. He hurriedly asked, Father-in-law, are they really Turks and not Han? Han Lijing said with certainty, they're definitely Turks. Those few people's riding skills are superb. And the way they ride is different from the people of the Central Plains. This old man has fought with Turks before. On this point I'm definitely not wrong. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown deeply. He whispered to himself, why did these Turks come to our Great Tang? The Turks sneaking into the Great Tang could be a big or small matter. If they came to spy on the military it would be slightly better. However, if they came with some conspiracy it would be difficult to deal with them. After all, the enemy was in the dark while the Great Tang was in the light. It would be easy for them to be ambushed. Han Tianhu said, generally speaking, this kind of small-scale Turk sneaking into the Great Tang is mostly to spy on intelligence. Chang'an City catches at least a few dozen spies every year, if not hundreds, so it's not surprising. However, the leader of the Turks seems to be a little unusual. Li Zishuan curiously asked, why do you say so? Han Tianhu shook his head and said, this old man doesn't know either. It's just my intuition. After that, he closed his eyes and recalled twice. Then he said, the leader of the Turks was wearing a black robe. It's obviously hot in this season, but he was wrapped in a black robe. It's really strange. Moreover, the black horse he was riding was definitely a 1 in a million good horse. I think his identity must be extraordinary. Black robe a steed. Li Zishuan frowned. He had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. All right, don't think about it anymore. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. It's time for us to go back. Han Lijing let out a sigh and said, Li Zixuan nodded. The father-in-law and son-in-law led their horses down the mountain and galloped towards Lan Province, Chang'an City. Ah, Madam Wang, why do you look so good today? A lady looked at another lady in surprise. Haha, do I? Why didn't I feel it? The lady touched her face and said in disbelief. Although she said this, the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Of course. Madam Wang, did you buy some new rouge? Which store is it? I'll go back and ask someone to buy some. Haha, what new rouge? I guess it's because I went to Xinfeng County to listen to Master Du Yi's lecture yesterday. What? Listening to someone's lecture can make one's complexion better? Is that true? That depends on who's lecturing. Master Du Yi's Buddhist teachings are profound. I can understand everything he lectured. After listening to it, I felt very comfortable and slept very well at night. That's why my complexion looks better than before. Isn't that too magical? Then, when is Master Du Yi going to lecture again? I want to go and listen too. Master Du Yi will lecture again the day after tomorrow. But only people from the dragon sect can go. Sister Chun, I'm afraid you can't go. People from the dragon sect? Sister Wang, so you've joined the dragon sect? Yes. Not only me, but my husband has also joined the dragon sect. With the holy water given by the divine monk, my husband's injured leg no longer hurts. I think this Master Du Yi is the reincarnation of a Buddha. When I listened to his lecture yesterday, I faintly saw a 5-colored Buddha light around him. If he's not the reincarnation of a Buddha, what else can he be? Ah, this dragon sect is really powerful. I want to join it too. After 2 days of fermenting, the reputation of the dragon sect in Chang'an City and the surrounding counties could be said to be like the sun in the sky. In the marketplace, tea houses, taverns, shops, and even on the streets, there were people everywhere talking about the dragon sect and Sakya Du Yi's magical magic. Of course, this also reflected how many people had joined the dragon sect in these 2 days. Dragonhead, we already have 8,000 followers near Chang'an City. I think we should be able to reach 10,000 before tomorrow. In a secret room, Sakya Du Yi respectfully said to the iron-masked man. Yes, very good. The iron-masked man nodded slightly and then said, give the name list of all the followers to Zhang Liang and ask him to pick out those who have official positions or prominent family backgrounds from the list as soon as possible. Then focus on training these people. Your next task is to make these people completely convinced by you and obey your orders. Yes. Dragonhead, don't worry. I have ways to make those people obedient. Dewey cupped his hands and said proudly. Yes. The iron-masked man nodded with satisfaction. Sakya Du Yi suddenly thought of something and said, oh right. Dragonhead. I've already found out the information you asked me to find out. Jin Wanfu is imprisoned in cell B8 of the Supreme Court. Did he confess anything? The iron-masked man said in a deep voice. Sakya Du Yi bowed and said, not at the moment, but it's hard to say in the future. In addition, the few disciples that we sent to spread the rumors never came back after they were captured. I've investigated and found that they are not in the capital office, the Supreme Court, or the Ministry of Justice. It's really strange. The iron-masked man was silent for a moment and muttered to himself. It seems that Li Shimin is beginning to be vigilant. I think our people are either captured by the Imperial Army or the 100 Cavalry. There is no one in the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, or the capital office. Sakya Du Yi said in surprise. Dragonhead, what should we do? Will those followers betray us? The iron-masked man let out a hoarse laugh. Do you think they will dare to? I don't think so. Sakya Du Yi was stunned for a moment. Then he said, Dragonhead, Jin Wanfu's family is not in our hands. If he betrays us, won't Dragon Sect be in danger? The iron-masked man was silent for a moment and then said coldly, then let him never open his mouth. I'll leave this matter to you. Do it cleanly and don't give yourself away. Sakya Du Yi bowed and said, yes, Dragonhead. Also stop spreading rumors. Now that Li Shimin is vigilant, we should be more careful. The iron-masked man said after thinking for a moment. Yes. Dragon head. Your Majesty, the 5 suspects have all committed suicide by biting their tongues. This subordinate has failed in his duty. Please punish me. In the afternoon, Li Junxian came to the Sweet Dew Hall and bowed to Li Er. What? The 5 of them committed suicide by biting their tongues? How preposterous. Li Er slammed the table and said in shock and anger. Investigate. Continue investigating. These people would rather die than confess. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Capture a few more suspicious people for interrogation. If you let them commit suicide by biting their tongues again, I'll settle all my debts with you. At this point, Li Er was more and more convinced that those who spread the rumors must have a powerful force behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to die rather than confess. Li Juanxian's heart trembled and he quickly clasped his fist and said, "This general obeys." After hesitating for a moment, Li Junxian said, "Your Majesty, more and more people have joined the dragon sect in the past 2 days. Even some officials have secretly joined." Li Er's face turned ugly. After pondering for a long time, Li Er said, "Li Chunfeng said that Dewey is good at using illusions, but it won't be easy to make the people believe that it's an illusion. I heard that Dewey has a kind of holy water that can cure all kinds of diseases in the world. Find a way to get some and send it to the Great Tang Alliance Medical Center to Divine Dr. Sun." Oh. Chapter 1503. In the Sweet Dew Hall. After hearing Li Er's wonderful idea, Li Junxian felt troubled. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of the Jade Lake holy water of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, but only the members of the Heavenly Dragon Sect could obtain it. But why would the members of the Heavenly Dragon Sect give him the Jade Lake holy water? After all, this was something that could cure all kinds of illnesses. Speaking of which, was he supposed to join the Heavenly Dragon Sect as a spy? The prerequisite was that he knew what being a spy meant. Why? Is there any problem? Seeing Li Junxian standing there with his brows furrowed, Li Er couldn't help but ask, "There's no problem. This general obeys the decree." Li Junxian came back to his senses and replied subconsciously, "If there's a problem, then I'll overcome it," Li Junxian thought to himself. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that old Li had no further instructions, Li Junxian bid farewell and left. The hall was silent for a while. Suddenly Li Er asked, "Where is Li Zishuan now?" At present, although Chang'an City seemed calm, it was actually full of treacherous waves and layers of fog, making it difficult for people to grasp. At this time Li Er suddenly missed Li Zishuan. He thought that with that kid's intelligence and wisdom, he should be able to solve all the mysteries of the dragon sect, right? Zhao Song stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, 4 days ago, His Highness King of Wei received a telegram from the Marquis of Yong'an. The contents of the telegram were for Datong Daily to publish a notice for the Sky Rooster Brigade to stop collecting chickens." At that time the Marquis of Yong'an had already reached Qizhou. According to the plan, the Sky Rooster Brigade would split into 2 groups in Xianying. The other group would be led by His Highness King of Shu. After the Marquis of Yong'an exterminated all the locusts in the western provinces, he would head east to meet up with His Highness King of Shu. Qizhou. Li Er nodded. After a moment of silence he said, "If I remember correctly, the governor of Qizhou should be Wang Renbiao, right?" Zhao Song smiled. "Your Majesty is wise. The Qizhou provincial governor was Wang Renbiao. The reason why Marquis Yong'an ordered Datong Daily to publish the announcement that the Sky Pheasant Brigade has stopped collecting chickens is because Marquis Yong'an received 100,000 chickens from Provincial Governor Wang as reinforcements. The Sky Pheasant Brigade has now exceeded 600,000. 600,000. It was twice as much as when they left Chang'an. Great. Good. I finally heard some good news." Li Er sighed. Night in the Supreme Court's prison. "You two go take a look at Cell A. There are a few dishonest prisoners over there. Give them a good beating." Inside the cell, a slightly plump middle-aged man with a mole on the bridge of his nose and wearing a jailer's uniform walked to the vicinity of Cell B and ordered the jailers guarding there. Obviously this guy was the head of the prison. "Yes, boss." The prison guards didn't suspect anything. They cupped their fists and headed towards the cell area. "Venerable one, quick. Go in quickly. There's only half an incense's time. Please hurry." After the jailers left, The head of the prison turned around and said respectfully to the man who was also wearing a jailer's uniform behind him, half an incense's time is enough. Don't worry. The man patted the jailer's shoulder, took the key and walked towards cell B8. Ding-ling ding-ling. With the sound of iron chains, the iron door of cell B8 was opened. I've told you everything I wanted to tell you. What else do you want to ask? In the cell, a slightly plump man with disheveled hair and a dirty face was sitting on the ground. When he heard the cell door open and someone walk in, he said impatiently, "Oh, you've told me everything? Then what did you tell me?" The jailer said faintly. The man who was sitting on the ground suddenly quivered when he heard the voice. He raised his head and pushed the hair in front of his face to the side. When he saw the jailer's face clearly, he quickly crawled over excitedly and said, Venerable one, you've come to save me. I didn't say anything that I shouldn't say. Please save me quickly." The jailer squatted down and looked down at the man on the ground. He asked faintly, "Oh? You really didn't say anything that you shouldn't say?" "Really? More real than real gold. Venerable one, please save me quickly. The people in the imperial court don't know that I'm from the dragon sect." The man on the ground quickly said, "Haha. Since you didn't say anything, I'm relieved. All right. Quickly send me out." A moment later, a jailer walked out of cell B8. The jailer calmly walked to the side of the head of the prison and said faintly, "So fast? Venerable one, how is Jin Wanfu?" The head of the prison trembled and quickly asked in a low voice, "Haha. Don't worry. He choked to death while eating. No one will be able to trace it back to you." The jailer said with a chuckle, I'll take Venerable one out right away." The head of the prison heaved a sigh of relief. Then, one in front and one behind, the two of them walked toward the exit of the cell with calm expressions. "Boss, the dishonest prisoners in cell A have already behaved themselves. Do you want to go take a look?" Halfway there, they happened to run into the jailers who had been sent away earlier. Hearing this, the head of the prison shook his head with a dignified expression. No need. Do you think I'm worried about the few of you? Go back to cell B and keep an eye on it. I'll go take a look elsewhere." "Yes, boss." The jailers obeyed and left. The head of the prison exchanged glances with the venerable one, then hurriedly continued walking toward the exit. Who's that brother following behind boss? Why does he look so unfamiliar? In cell B, when the jailers saw that their head of the prison wasn't nearby, they began to whisper among themselves. "Isn't that Wang Ming? Isn't he always by boss's side? Bah, what's with that look? How can that be Wang Ming? He's much taller than Wang Ming. Oh, then I don't know. Maybe he's a newcomer?" "A newcomer? Why haven't I heard of any newcomers here recently?" "Hey, who cares? Sleep. Before boss comes back, we can still sleep for a while. Jin Wanfu, I'm calling you. Get up and eat." What did I say about you being an old bastard? Do you still want to eat?" The next day, at the door of cell B8, a jailer carrying a rice bucket walked over and shouted at Jin Wanfu, who was opposite him. He shouted once, but no one responded. He shouted twice, but still no one responded. Gradually, the jailer realized that something wasn't right. He hurriedly put down the rice bucket, opened the cell door and walked in quickly. At this moment, Jin Wanfu was lying on his back on the straw bed. His eyes were wide open, and the whites of his eyes were rolling up. His mouth was slightly open, and the rice inside could be faintly seen. His hand was on his neck, and it looked like he had choked on his food. The jailer panicked and hurriedly stretched out his hand to check Jin Wanfu's breathing. This test caused his heart to turn cold. Someone. The prisoner in cell B8 choked to death. Reporting to Shaoqing, the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, who was escorted back to the capital from Xinfeng County a few days ago, died last night. Dai Zhou had just returned to the Supreme Court after the morning court when a bailiff hurriedly ran over and bowed with cupped fists. Jin Wanfu died in the cell last night? How did he die? Hearing this, Dai Zhou was horrified and hurriedly asked. Regarding Jin Wanfu's case, it could have been closed early for accepting bribes and illegal loans, but Dai Zhou had asked the Ministry of Revenue's experts to check accounts. Anti-piracy chapter unlocking after half an hour. 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 Chapter 1504. Zhonglu, what is the cause of Jin Wanfu's death? In the Supreme Court's mortuary, a middle-aged man was packing up his tools and covering Jin Wanfu's corpse with a white cloth. At this moment, Dai Zhou frowned and quickly asked. That middle-aged man quickly cupped his hands and said, Shaoqing, Jin Wanfu's body didn't have any wounds, not even a needle-sized wound. Furthermore, Jin Wanfu's complexion, lips, tongue, and fingernails were all normal. This Zong also used the silver token to check his mouth. The silver token didn't change color, which proves that he didn't die from poison. There were no external injuries or poison. Furthermore, when he was found, there was a lot of food in his mouth. It seems that he really choked to death. Ancient coroners often used a thin silver token the size of a pinky finger to check if the deceased had died from poison. Usually, they would dip a cloth in water and first wipe the silver token until it was shiny. Then, they would pinch the chin of the deceased and open the corpse's mouth to insert the silver token before closing the mouth again. After an hour, the silver token would be taken out. If it turned black, it could be concluded that the deceased had died from poison. The coroner in front of them obviously used this method to check. When Dai Zhou heard this, his old face couldn't help but turn black. He angrily said, Nonsense! How could a person choke to death while eating? Is the food in the Supreme Court's prison that delicious? This Coroner Zhonglu was choked by Dai Zhou's words and was speechless. If possible, he didn't want to say that Jin Wanfu choked to death. However, all the signs and expressions showed that Jin Wanfu choked to death and wasn't killed. Alright. Zhonglu is just stating facts. Xianin, don't vent your anger on him. Dai Zhou courtesy named Xianin. At this moment, Lu Dui spoke up. He had also rushed over after hearing that Jin Wanfu had died in prison. After stabilizing Dai Zhou, Lu Dui looked at Zhonglu and said, Zhonglu, Jin Wanfu was the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County when he was alive. It could be said that he lived a luxurious life. What kind of delicacies had he not eaten? How could he possibly choke himself to death just because of a prison meal? Therefore, before you come to a conclusion, you must be extremely careful, unless you are absolutely certain that he choked to death. After hearing Lu Dui's words, Zhonglu couldn't help but hesitate. After hesitating for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Minister Lu, people who choke to death are usually choked to death by lumps of food in the upper part of the esophagus. They would open up the esophagus and compress the airway, or even completely compress the airway, resulting in death by suffocation. It's simple to determine if Jin Wanfu was choked to death. We just need to cut open his throat and take a look. But if we do that, we will have to destroy the body of the deceased. Speaking to the end, Zhonglu started to feel awkward again. After all, the dead were more important than the dead, especially in this era where most people believed in ghosts and gods. Unless it was someone who had committed a heinous crime, under normal circumstances, when a person died, all debts would be erased. Very few people would deliberately destroy the corpse of the dead. Lu Dui frowned and raised his head to look at Dai Zhou. Seeing Dai Zhou secretly nodding at him, he muttered to himself for a moment and waved his hand. This case is of great importance. Immediately perform an autopsy. There are too many mysteries surrounding Jin Wanfu. Now that he died without knowing the cause of his death, we must find out the cause of his death. You don't need to have too many misgivings. Zhongli's expression turned solemn as he cupped his hands and said, "Yes, my lord." After saying that, he hurriedly picked up the toolbox on the table and prepared to perform an autopsy. Time slowly passed and Zhonglu was sweating profusely. Fortunately, Jin Wanfu had died not long ago. Otherwise, the stench of the corpse in the room would be unbearable. About half an hour later, Zhonglu stood up. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, Daizhou asked, "How is it? Did this Jin Wanfu choke to death?" Lu Dui also looked over with an inquiring expression. Zhonglu cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to the two sirs after this Zhong's examination, the food in Jin Wanfu's mouth didn't completely enter the esophagus, let alone compress the airway. Therefore, this Jin Wanfu definitely wasn't choked to death. The food in his mouth looked like it was forcefully stuffed in after he died." As expected, Daizhou's expression changed slightly and said, "Then how did Jin Wanfu die?" Zhonglu shook his head and said, "At present, we can only confirm that Jin Wanfu didn't choke to death. As for the specific cause of death, it still needs to be investigated. Although there was some food in his esophagus, it definitely wouldn't cause death. Previously, this Zhong said that there were no external injuries on his body, and that he didn't die from poisoning. Therefore, this Zhong suspects that he should have died from internal injuries. This subordinate needs to perform a full autopsy on Jin Wanfu's body. Sirs, please leave." He was worried that the scene would be too bloody and frighten or disgusting Lu Dui and Daizhou. Do as you wish. You must investigate the cause of Jin Wanfu's death thoroughly," Lu Dui said earnestly to Zhonglu, and then left the mortuary with Daizhou. "Minister Lu, since Jin Wanfu didn't choke to death, then he must have been killed. However, the Supreme Court's prison has always been heavily guarded. It's almost impossible for outsiders to enter without making a sound. Therefore, this subordinate suspects that this matter must have been done by people from the Supreme Court." After leaving the mortuary, Daizhou cupped his hands and said to Lu Dui. Hearing that, Lu Dui pondered for a moment, then nodded with a serious face and said, "Xianyin's words are very reasonable. This official orders you to immediately interrogate the prison guard who was on duty last night." Understood. Daizhou's spirits were lifted, and he hurriedly cupped his hands and accepted the order. "Are you sure that the Supreme Court's people won't be able to find out that it was you? I heard that Daizhou of the Supreme Court is impartial and resolves cases like a god. Ever since he took office, he has never been wronged. Can your methods really hide from his eyes?" Outside Xinfeng County in a secret room, the iron-masked man had his hands behind his back and was facing Shijia Dai as he asked lightly, "Don't worry, Dragonhead. Jin Wanfu has no injuries on his body, and there are 5 poisons in his body. The Supreme Court's people will definitely not be able to find out the cause of Jin Wanfu's death. Unless they completely dissect Jin Wanfu's body, Jin Wanfu can only be choked to death." Shijia Dai smiled confidently. "If the Supreme Court's people really dissect Jin Wanfu's body, what should we do?" The iron-masked man was somewhat displeased. Shijia Dai's face froze. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Even if they dissect the body, it will be difficult for them to find any clues because they won't be able to find the murder weapon this poor monk used to kill." The iron-masked man nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Shijia Dai's answer. After a moment, he said coldly, "This Jin Wanfu could have left to do more for the Heavenly Dragon sect, but because of his greed for women, he exposed himself and almost ruined my plans. And that Zhongliang, these 2 idiots deserve to die. Your Majesty, the Supreme Court has news that the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, who was first arrested and brought to justice, suddenly died in prison last night. At this moment, the Supreme Court's coroner is investigating the cause of his death." After the morning court, Li Er read for a while in the Sweet Dew Hall. Seeing that noon was approaching, he was about to go to the West Court of the Imperial Palace to have lunch with Empress Zhang's son. At this moment, Zhao Song rushed in from outside and cupped his hands. "Jin Wanfu?" Li Er frowned and then asked, "A while ago, Daizhou reported to me that this Jin Wanfu had an account deficit of 30,000 strings of coins. Now that this person suddenly died in prison, Could it be that his accomplice sneaked into the Supreme Court to silence him? Li Er was just guessing subconsciously, but his guess was not far from the truth. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, it is said that Jin Wanfu did not have any external injuries, nor was his body poisoned. At first, the Supreme Court's people thought that he choked to death, but after the coroner dissected the body, they found that the food in his mouth was forced in after he died, and he did not choke to death. At this moment, the Supreme Court's coroner is fully dissecting the body to determine the real cause of Jin Wanfu's death." Hearing this, Li Er could not help but rub his eyebrows. Recently, too many things had happened in Chang'an City, which gave him a headache. After a moment of silence, Li Er said solemnly, "Let the Supreme Court investigate thoroughly. They must find the cause of Jin Wanfu's death and the mastermind behind it." "Yes. Xianyin, how's the interrogation?" In the afternoon, Lu Dui came to the prison cell and saw Daizhou sitting in front of a few tables with a tired face. Hearing this, Daizhou quickly stood up and cupped his hands at Lu Dui. "I have interrogated the prison head, Yi Hong, and all the prison guards on duty last night. They said that no one entered cell B8 last night, and no outsider broke into the Supreme Court's prison last night." Lu Dui frowned. "Then who killed Jin Wanfu? How did they kill him?" Daizhou shook his head. No matter how smart he was and how good he was at solving cases, he had no idea where to start when faced with such an unsolved case. Seeing Daizhou frowning and thinking hard, Lu Dui knew that he did not know the answer either. He could not help but sigh. "His Majesty already knows about Jin Wanfu's death, and he ordered us to find the cause of Jin Wanfu's death as soon as possible and find the murderer. We have to hurry." Daizhou cupped his hands and said, "I will do my best. I am not worried about your ability." Lu Dui nodded and cheered Daizhou on. "Officer Lu, Officer Dai. Coroner Zhong Lu has found the cause of Jin Wanfu's death." At this moment, a Yamen runner rushed in and cupped his hands at Lu Dui and Daizhou. The two of them looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. Lu Dui quickly said, "Let's go. Let's go to the mortuary immediately." A moment later, the two of them arrived at the mortuary. Before they even entered the room, a very strong smell of blood rushed to their faces. Daizhou and Lu Dui were eager to find the answer and did not care about this at all. The two of them directly pushed the door open and entered. "Yes. No need to be so polite. Quickly tell us the real cause of Jin Wanfu's death." Zhong Lu was about to salute but was interrupted by Lu Dui. "Yes, sir." Lu Dui nodded and said, "I found 2 deep holes in Jin Wanfu's throat that went straight to the back of his head. This is the fatal wound. Jin Wanfu should have died suddenly because of this reason." 2 deep holes that went straight to the back of his head? Daizhou's face was full of shock. He then said in a low voice, "Could it be that someone used a sharp object like a needle to enter Jin Wanfu's mouth in the form of a hidden weapon, causing his death?" Zhong Lu shook his head and said, "No. I did not find any murder weapon in Jin Wanfu's body. The thin needle that Officer Dai mentioned was also not there." Lu Dui could not help but ask, "Since there was no murder weapon, then how did the deep holes in Jin Wanfu's throat form?" Zhong Lu said, "I don't know. In addition, these 2 deep holes did not go through the back of his head. The murderer's control of strength is very good. If I'm not wrong, the murderer should be someone who practices martial arts, and his martial arts are not low." Daizhou seemed to have thought of something and his face turned ugly. He cupped his hands at Lu Dui and said, "Officer Lu, those jailers are definitely not telling the truth. I will go to the prison and interrogate them again." Lu Dui nodded and said, Go. If necessary, you can use torture." In order to solve the case as soon as possible, old Lu could be considered to be going all out. Daizhou cupped his hands and left. Chapter 1505. "Father, you don't have to worry about my homework. Why don't you tell me what case you're investigating first? Who knows, maybe I can even help." In the main hall of the Sun residence, Sun Zifan couldn't help but say when he heard Sun Fujia's reprimanding words. Sun Fujia swallowed the food in his mouth and glanced at his son indifferently. Then he said angrily, "You're always ignorant and incompetent. It's fine as long as you don't help. Who dares to expect you to help?" Pa. Without waiting for Sun Zifan to refute, Mrs. Sun was unhappy. She knocked on the bowl with her chopsticks and said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Our family's Ziffin is also a student of Yanhuang College. His grades aren't among the best, but he's still above average. He's not bad compared to the other officials' children. How can he be ignorant and incompetent in your eyes?" Sun Fujia was stunned by the question. In order to eat as soon as possible, he quickly begged for mercy. Okay. Madam, you're right. My family's Ziffin isn't ignorant and incompetent. He's a pillar of the country. Can this old man eat now? If you want to eat, then eat. Who's holding your hand and not letting you eat? Mrs. Sun rolled her eyes in annoyance and said softly. Sun Fujia suddenly choked. However, he had worked overtime at the yamen for so long. At this moment, his stomach was growling with hunger. He didn't have time to talk back. He could only turn his grievances into appetite. Sun Ziffin, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but secretly give his mother a thumbs up. He thought to himself that his mother still loved him. After Sun Fujia ate a few mouthfuls of food, he didn't feel as hungry as before. At this moment, Sun Ziffin said, "Father, can you tell me what happened in the Supreme Court?" Sun Fujia thought for a moment. Although under normal circumstances, the Supreme Court's cases couldn't be revealed to outsiders, that was only to prevent people related to the case from knowing the news in advance. Sun Ziffin was obviously not one of them. So, after hesitating for a moment, Sun Fujia said, "Speaking of this case, it has something to do with the Yamacho." "Oh? It has something to do with the Yamacho?" Hearing this, Sun Ziffin immediately became alert. Sun Fujia nodded and said, "A few days ago, your Yamacho brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfeng County and discovered that the manager of Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, had violated the rules by accepting bribes and lending money to local grain merchants. Hence, Jin Wanfu was arrested by the Xinfeng County magistrate and escorted back to the capital. Originally, Dai Xiaoqing thought that Jin Wanfu was only guilty of this one crime. However, when Dai Xiaoqing asked an expert from the Ministry of Revenue to investigate, he discovered that Jin Wanfu's account book actually had 30,000 Tang Yuan missing. With such a huge sum of money, the whereabouts of it had to be investigated thoroughly. Thus, Dai Xiaoqing reinterrogated Jin Wanfu. However, Jin Wanfu refused to reveal the whereabouts of the 30,000 Tang Yuan. Dai Xiaoqing could only lock him up in the Supreme Court's prison and slowly interrogate him. But who would have thought that last night, Jin Wanfu would suddenly die in his cell? Sudden death? Father, how did he die? Could it be that his accomplice went to the Supreme Court's prison last night to silence him? Sun Ziffin hurriedly asked. Sun Fujia ate another mouthful of food and continued. At first, we all thought that Jin Wanfu had choked to death. But then, Xinfeng County Tianlong Temple. Speaking of which, this temple was originally not called Tianlong Temple. It used to be called Tianfo Temple. It was a temple that had been abandoned for a long time. However, ever since the people of Tianlong sect came over, this temple had been tidied up and became livable again. Furthermore, it had changed its appearance and became Tianlong Temple. It was considered a small stronghold of Tianlong sect in Chang'an City. Venerable One, someone has sent a letter saying that it's for you. A man wearing a red shirt and a red headscarf came to the room where Sakya and Dewey were. He took out a letter from his bosom and bowed. Dewey, who was meditating, opened his eyes and said lightly, "Put it on the table." "Yes, Venerable One." The disciple respectfully placed the letter on the table next to him and then retreated quietly. Dewey returned to his meditative state. After reciting a round of Buddhist scriptures, he finally opened his eyes. At this time he got up and walked to the table. He picked up the letter and opened the envelope. Sakya held the letter in his hand with a calm face and began to read it carefully. However, the calmness on his face instantly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by surprise and panic. The Supreme Court's people found out the cause of Jin Wanfu's death. How is this possible? Sakya's face was filled with disbelief. This Venerable One had already told you to be careful and not leave any evidence. Now it was really found out by the Supreme Court's people. You caused this disaster yourself, so clean it up yourself. At this moment, a man wearing an iron mask walked in from outside the house and said coldly without mercy, "Who else could this man be other than the dragon head of the dragon sect?" Sakya's expression froze, and his face no longer had the confidence and indifference from before. He bowed slightly and said, "Dragon Head, this poor monk really didn't expect the Supreme Court's coroner to be so meticulous in his autopsy. He could even find 2 needle-sized wounds in Jin Wanfu's body. Dragon Head, please calm down." "Calm down? Humph. How do you want this venerable one to calm down?" The Iron Mask Man snorted angrily and said, "You are the venerable one of my dragon sect, and you represent the dragon sect. If this matter is found out by the imperial court, the dragon sect will suffer a disaster. Now this venerable one's layout has not been completed yet, but you have caused such a big mess. Humph. This venerable one did not kill you, which is already extremely benevolent to you." Sakya's body trembled and he cupped his hands and said, "Dragon Head, this matter may not have reached the point of no return. First of all, the Supreme Court only found 2 needle-shaped wounds in Jin Wanfu's body, but they don't know who killed Jin Wanfu or what weapon killed him. In addition, this letter was sent to this venerable one by the Supreme Court's warden Yi Hong, proving that he has not betrayed the dragon sect, and the only one who knows this venerable one's identity is him, so..." Hearing this, the Iron Mask Man turned to Sakya and asked, "So you want to silence him again?" "Dragon Head, this Yi Hong is extremely loyal to the dragon sect. If this venerable one asks him out of the city, he will definitely come out. At that time this venerable one will kill him. Then no matter how smart the Supreme Court is, they won't be able to trace it back to us." Sakya hurriedly said. It was hard to imagine that such bloodthirsty and ruthless words came from the mouth of the venerable monk in the hearts of the people. If the dragon sect members were present, their faith would have collapsed immediately. The Iron Mask Man stood with his hands behind his back, frowning silently. After a moment he said, "Although Yi Hong is loyal to the dragon sect, his sacrifice is worth it for the sake of the dragon sect's success. This matter will be handled according to your plan, but as long as you ask him out, this venerable one will arrange for the assassins of the Earth Fiend group to do the rest. You don't have to worry about it." Sakya knew that the Iron Mask Man did not trust his ability to do things, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But at this moment he could not refute. He could only bow slightly and said, "This venerable one obeys the Dragon Head's order. Ziffin, you brat, it's the weekend. Why don't you go out to have fun and stay at home? Let's go out and have some fun with our brothers." The next day, Di Jixuan, Li Tai, and Yuchi Baolin came to the backyard of the Sun residence and said to Sun Ziffin, who was lying on the armchair. This armchair was originally created by Li Zixuan. Later, after people close to Li Zixuan experienced the comfort of the armchair in the Li residence, they all found craftsmen to imitate it. In fact, they also wanted to buy it directly, but there was no place to sell it, so they could only encroach on Li Zixuan's intellectual property. Li Zixuan did not intend to use these things to make money. After learning about the situation, most of them just laughed it off and did not take it to heart. "Jixuan, Qingke, Baolin, why are you all here?" Hearing this, Sun Ziffin hurriedly stood up and looked at the people in front of him and asked, "Of course we're here to have fun with you." Li Tai closed the folding fan in his hand very showily and then found an armchair nearby. After sitting down, he said, "Ziffin, Chang'an City has been very lively recently. I heard that a divine monk called Du Yi, who is the reincarnation of God and Buddha, has come here. He can use all kinds of magic. The people are talking about him like a god." Sun Ziffin said with a look of disbelief, "Qingke, Yamacho said that there are no immortals in this world. This divine monk Dewey must be a liar. The reason why so many people believe him is that his deception skills are better. Qingke Jixuan, do you still believe this?" Li Tai said carelessly, "It's not about whether we believe it or not, but the people have already talked about this divine monk Dewey like a god. Isn't it a pity if we don't go and see for ourselves? Besides, if Dewey is really a liar who fooled the people, we can expose him on the spot. Let's see if he dares to pretend to be a god and fool the people in the future." Di Jixuan nodded and said, "Qingke is right. We are all disciples of engineering. Naturally, we don't believe in the reincarnation of God and Buddha. This Dewey either wants to use this trick to cheat money, or he wants to use the identity of the reincarnation of God and Buddha to bewitch the people for his use. No matter what the situation is, We can't sit by and let him continue to pretend to be a god. Sun Zifan frowned and said, If you want to expose Du Yi's deception, you can go. Why do you have to drag me into it? Li Tai and Di Jixuan looked at each other and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Yuqi Baolin was more straightforward. He scratched his head and said, Zifan, we are here to find your father. Lord Sun is the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court and is very good at judging cases. He can definitely see what kind of trick Du Yi is playing at a glance. As it turned out, these people were not here for him, but for his father Sun Fujia. At most, he could be considered as a dispensable accessory. When Sun Zifan heard this, he immediately received a critical hit of 10,000 points. Hey, you are bad friends. I, Sun Zifan, am really careless in making friends. Sun Zifan pointed at Li Tai and Di Jixuan. Then he changed the topic and said, But if you want to find my father, maybe it's not the right time. An important case happened in the Supreme Court yesterday. My father is so busy investigating the case that his feet don't touch the ground. How can he have time to care about that monk Du Yi? An important case happened in the Supreme Court? What important case? Di Jixuan was stunned and asked subconsciously. Li Tai said in a deep voice, It should be the case of Jin Wanfu's sudden death in prison, right? Sun Zifan asked curiously, Qingke, how did you know? This was the information he had asked his father with great difficulty yesterday. But where did Li Tai find out about it? Li Tai shook his head and said softly, This morning, I went to the palace to pay my respects to Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother told me. She said that Imperial Father has been worried about this matter since yesterday. Di Jixuan was speechless. What are you talking about? Why do Baolin and I not know anything? Can't you tell us more clearly? Li Tai looked at Sun Zifan and said, Zifan should know more about the situation. It's better for Zifan to tell us. Sun Zifan thought for a while and then nodded. Okay, I'll tell you about it, but you mustn't tell anyone else about it. Di Jixuan and Li Tai couldn't help but frown as Sun Zifan spoke. Yuqi Baolin, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. His expression was still normal. There were no external injuries and 5 internal poisons. Only a needle-sized hole was found in Jin Wanfu's throat. Moreover, the hole didn't completely penetrate the back of his head, so no wound could be seen from the outside. More importantly, the wound was found in the body, but the murder weapon was not found. This case is really strange. Di Jixuan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Li Tai had only learned from Empress Zhang's son that Jin Wanfu had suddenly died in the Supreme Court's prison, but he didn't know the details. After listening to Sun Zifan's story, he was also very shocked. After a moment of silence, he said, The murderer's method is really strange. If it weren't for Dai Shaoqing's keen observation and the Supreme Court's coroner's autopsy, I'm afraid Jin Wanfu would have really choked to death. Di Jixuan's eyes lit up as if he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Li Tai and hurriedly said, Qingke, don't you feel that the murderer doesn't seem human? Li Tai was inexplicably stunned. He was also a smart person. After a moment's thought, he nodded and said, Indeed, he doesn't seem human. He killed without leaving a trace, and there was no murder weapon. He didn't make a sound and treated the Supreme Court's prison guards as if they didn't exist. Such methods and abilities are really inhuman. Clap. Di Jixuan clapped his hands excitedly and said, Haha, that's right. Sun Zifan was confused. He couldn't help but jump up and down and said, What do you mean, right? What's right? You just said that you don't believe in ghosts and gods in the world. Why are you saying that the murderer doesn't seem human now? Di Jixuan laughed and said, Haha, Zifan, there's no contradiction between what you said and what you said. We only said that the murderer doesn't seem human, but we didn't say that he's not human but a god. Also, think about it carefully. What kind of person doesn't seem human? Sun Zifan's face was full of black lines. He said angrily, I say, Jixuan, just say what you want to say. Don't keep me in suspense. All right then. I won't keep you in suspense. Seeing that Sun Zifan was about to go berserk, Di Jixuan smiled and explained, What I mean is that the murderer's modus operandi is strange and doesn't seem like something a mortal can do. Isn't there a person who doesn't seem human near Chang'an City right now? There might be some connection between the two. You mean that monk Dewey? Sun Zifen thought for a moment and understood. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 1506. That's right. The murderer of Jin Wanfu, in order to conceal his identity, deliberately mystified and made the case unpredictable and confusing. This action was somewhat similar to that of Du Yi, who pretended to be mysterious and mystifying. Of course, this is just our initial suspicion. There is no evidence, but it may not be impossible. It just so happens that we are going to meet Du Yi. If we can really find evidence that he is related to the case, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? In the backyard of the Sun Mansion, seeing Sun Zifen's shocked expression, Di Jixuan nodded slightly and explained. Hearing this, Sun Zifen couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. He wanted to investigate the case with Li Tai and Di Jixuan. If Dewey was really related to Jin Wanfu's murder, he would be helping his father, right? He wanted to see if his father would still say that he was ignorant and incompetent in the future. Once this idea was born, it spread and grew crazily in Sun Zifen's heart like weeds. Therefore, Sun Zifen looked at Di Jixuan and said, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's go and see if Dewey is playing tricks on us. Di Jixuan was speechless. Are you interested in investigating the case? They didn't come to the Sun Mansion to look for Sun Zifen. They wanted to ask Sun Fujia for help. Now that Sun Zifen wanted to take the initiative to join them, to be honest, they were a little disgusted. After all, they were going to investigate the case, not go out for a meal. Sun Zifen heard the disdain in Di Jixuan's tone. He couldn't help but raise his head and say proudly, What? It is said that a son inherits his father's work. Like father, like son. My father is the deputy minister of the Supreme Court. He can solve cases like a god. I am his son. In this aspect I am much better than you, right? Haha. So, Zifen, you also want to be the deputy minister of the Supreme Court in the future? Hearing this, Di Jixuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and said, Jixuan, don't tease me with these words. I say, are you going to find Du Yi or not? If you want to go, hurry up. Li Tai smiled and said, What's the hurry? We've received news that Du Yi will hold a lecture in front of the Daxing Shan Temple at 9 in the morning today. At that time, he will perform the immortal technique on the spot. It's still early now. We can make it in time. Sun Zifen nodded and said, All right then. I'll get someone to prepare the horses. Let's go to Daxing Shan Temple together later. Di Jixuan laughed and said, What horse? Just ride a bike there. The three of us came here by bike. Bicycles, second-generation bicycles? Jixuan, you also got a second-generation bicycle? Sun Zifen was stunned and a little surprised. Yuqi Baolin had a second-generation bicycle because Li Zixuan gave one to Yuqi Jingda. As for Li Tai, Li Zixuan didn't let Li Tai go out to help with the disaster this time. Instead, he stayed behind to send and receive telegrams. In addition, Li Tai was the absolute main force of the two killer projects launched by the Academy. Therefore, Li Zixuan also gave Li Tai a variable speed bicycle before leaving. But where did Di Jixuan get it? Sun Zifen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Di Jixuan said proudly, Hey, 2 days ago, the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce launched another batch of second-generation bicycles. I asked all the servants to line up in the shops of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce and finally got one. But it's not as good as Qingchua's variable speed bicycle. Sun Zifen was speechless and said, You should be grateful. I still don't have one. Di Jixuan laughed and said, There will definitely be one after a while. According to the situation of the first-generation bicycles, the production of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop will definitely increase soon. Then, Zifen, you should be able to get one easily. When the first generation of bicycles was first introduced, the demand could not meet the demand. However, as the factory bicycle production line opened up, the production capacity quickly increased. Families who could afford bicycles could basically buy them later on. Now, with the second generation of bicycles, the production capacity would definitely increase greatly in the future. Li Tai waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this first. Zifen, quickly pack up. We should go. Sun Zifen was speechless and said, Pack my ass. Qingke, your variable speed bicycle can carry people. You can carry me. Li Tai's little face darkened and said unhappily, "No, no. You're so heavy. How can I carry you? Go find Bao Lin." Sun Zifen was furious. "Damn it. Qing, touch your conscience and tell me, which one of us is heavier?" "Of course you're heavier. I can't feel it if I'm heavy." Divine Monk Dewey actually came to Chang'an to preach. That's great. Yes, last time Master Dewey preached in Xinfeng County, I had something to do and missed it. What a pity. Today's scripture conference can also be attended by ordinary people. It's not like last time when only the members of the Sky Dragon Society could attend. After this scripture conference, I want to join the Sky Dragon Society. My neighbor Old Wang got a bowl of Jasper Lake holy water from the Sky Dragon Society. After drinking it, I heard that his legs and feet no longer hurt. That's amazing. I also want to join the Sky Dragon Society, but I don't know if Master Dewey will accept me. Outside of the temple, there was a temporary altar with a big red curtain on top of it. It actually blocked the entrance of the temple. If an ordinary shop encountered someone causing trouble in front of their door, they would have directly torn down the platform because this was simply destroying the business. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, the Daxing Shan Temple was a Buddhist temple. The monks inside were all from the Tantric sect and were of the same origin as Sakya Dui. Although it was excessive for Sakya Dui to set up an altar and preach in front of other people's temples, the monks of the Daxing Shan Temple did not come out to tear down the platform. Wow! It's still more than half an hour before 9, and there are already so many people here? When Li Tai and the others came to the Daxing Shan Temple from the Sun Mansion, they saw that the altar was surrounded by people. Di Jixuan could not help but be surprised. Li Tai said in a deep voice, "This shows that Dewey is good at bewitching people. I heard that in just a few days, tens of thousands of people have joined the Sky Dragon Society. It's enough to see how terrifying the expansion of the Sky Dragon Society is." The rapid expansion of the Sky Dragon Society is not good news for the Imperial Court. Based on the current situation, Dewey is only a venerable of the Sky Dragon Society. There is also a mysterious dragon head behind him. If this person has bad intentions and incites these people to revolt, it will be troublesome. Di Jixuan's eyes darkened as he analyzed. Li Tai nodded and said, "Jixuan, what you said is not without reason. These days, my imperial father has been troubled by this matter. It's fine if the dragon head of the Sky Dragon Society is wholeheartedly kind. If he has other intentions, we must expose his true face as soon as possible to prevent more people from being deceived. I think we should squeeze to the front first. Otherwise, we won't be able to see how Dewey uses the immortal art." Sun Zifen said at this time. Yes. That's right. Zifen, you have a strong physique. You take the lead." Di Jixuan joked. Sun Zifen said angrily, "Nonsense. If we want to take the lead, it should be Bao Lin. Who among us is stronger than Bao Lin?" Then I'll take the lead." Yuchi Bao Lin gave a simple and honest smile and went to lead the way. He was such an honest person. As long as his friends treated him sincerely, he did not mind taking a small loss for them. With Yuchi Bao Lin the human tank opening the way, they finally squeezed to the front. "Hey, look at the arrangement of the immortal art altar. It really looks like it. I wonder what kind of immortal art Dewey will perform today." After seeing the arrangement of the immortal art altar, Di Jixuan could not help but sigh. Before Li Tai and the others could say anything, a big man beside them could not help but say angrily, "Kid, you don't know how to be polite. How dare you call the Master's Dharma name directly? Be careful that the heavens punish you." "That's right. How can you call the Master's Dharma name directly? I wonder which family this kid is from. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." It was Di Jixuan's unintentional words that had aroused the anger of the surrounding Heavenly Dragon Sect disciples. They were all glaring at Di Jixuan as if they were going to beat him up if he didn't admit his mistake. Seeing this, Di Jixuan shrunk his neck and decisively admitted defeat. "I just came from another place and have only just heard of the Master's reputation. Please don't blame me." Hearing this, the believers finally let Di Jixuan go. Phew! Di Jixuan heaved a sigh of relief. For a moment he felt like a little lamb that had fallen into a pack of wolves. It was too frightening. Haha. Jishuan, the people here only know the divine monk. No one knows you. You must be careful with your words and actions. Li Tai said softly. Di Jishuan said softly. Chinga, these believers are too crazy. Once the dragon head of the Sky Dragon Society has evil intentions, with these crazy believers, the destructive power they bring to the Tang Empire is too great. Li Tai said worriedly. Indeed. I guess my father is also worried about this. Let's keep our eyes open and see if we can find any flaws in Dui's plan. Di Jishuan, Sun Zifan, and Yuchi Baolin all nodded seriously. Dong! Creak! After waiting for more than 15 minutes, a dull sound suddenly came from the altar, followed by the creaking sound of a door opening. Yes, it was the sound of a door opening, but it wasn't an ordinary door. The wooden planks in the middle of the altar suddenly opened to both sides, and a monk in a red and golden cassock rose from the ground to the surface. Moreover, he was still rising slowly. The monk held a staff in his left hand, and his legs remained in a cross-legged position. Just like that, he rose from the ground and rose higher and higher. Finally, the wooden planks in the center of the altar closed again, and the monk sat cross-legged in midair, holding a Buddhist staff in his left hand and a Buddhist salute in his right hand. It looked like he was chanting sutras, and he had the demeanor of a deity in heaven. Whoosh! The onlookers were in an uproar. After all, in their eyes, only the deities in heaven had the ability to rise in the air. The divine monk is here. The master is indeed the reincarnation of a deity in heaven. It's amazing that he can rise in the air directly. Greetings, divine monk. Without anyone leading them, the onlookers almost spontaneously knelt and saluted Dui, who was sitting cross-legged in the air. Chinga, this Dui is really a deity. He can actually float in the air. Sun Zifan widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. Li Tai frowned and said. Dui's move looks amazing, but I don't believe that this is his true ability. He might have done something behind the scenes. Qingke, are we kneeling or not? Yuchi Baolin, who was standing beside Li Tai, asked a more realistic question. Everyone looked at each other, but after feeling the angry gazes of many believers around them, Li Tai gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Kneel. The big picture is more important. After saying that, the little fatty actually took the lead and knelt down. In his life, he had only knelt to Li Er and had never knelt to an outsider. It had to be said that Sakya and Dui had profited greatly this time. To be ruthless to others and to himself, this was the nature of King Wei. Since Li Tai had knelt, Sun Zifan, Di Jishuan, and Yuchi Baolin had no reason to not kneel. The three of them followed behind Li Tai and knelt down as well. Ba. Benefactors, please rise. This poor monk is just a monk, and I can't accept your great bow. At this moment, Sakya, who was floating in the air, spoke in a booming voice. Thank you, master. The surrounding people stood up and said in unison with a respectful expression. F***CK. If you can't accept our great bow, you should have said so earlier. You made me kneel for nothing. Li Tai cursed in his heart. Ba. Last night, this poor monk dreamt of Buddha. Buddha passed down the levitation technique to this poor monk. After this poor monk woke up today, this poor monk tried to use the levitation technique taught by Buddha in the dream. I didn't expect that I would really float in the air. Ba. This disciple thanks Buddha for your blessings. Sakya looked at the surrounding believers with a benevolent expression, and then spoke in a booming voice. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but be surprised. Master is actually a personal disciple of Buddha? Doesn't that mean that Master is a personal disciple of Buddha? First, there is the clear water lotus technique, and now there is the levitation technique. Master is indeed the reincarnation of Buddha. I am willing to become Master's disciple and seek Master's guidance on Buddhism. Sakya's words directly made the surrounding people even more fanatical. They believed that if Sakya asked these people to kill people now, these people probably wouldn't even hesitate. This was the power of faith. Did Sakya really dream of Buddha? Sun Zifan swallowed his saliva and said with a look of surprise. Li Tai and Di Jishuan were silent. Obviously, they were also shocked by Sakya's move. Although they didn't believe that there were gods and Buddhas in this world, they really couldn't explain why Sakya could sit cross-legged in the air when there was nothing below him. If it wasn't an immortal spell, there was really no other explanation. Humph, I can even play this levitation trick. This monk is really boasting shamelessly. Unexpectedly, just when they were shocked and speechless, a little girl next to them whispered at this time. Chapter 1507. Little girl, you said you know how to levitate? Is that true? In Chang'an City, at the altar in front of the Daxing Shan temple, Di Jixuan's eyes lit up. He quickly found the little girl who had spoken arrogantly, squatted down, and asked in a low voice, "Of course it's true. I knew how to levitate when I was 7 years old." The little girl was wearing patched clothes made of coarse cloth. She was not shy, but she still looked at Di Jixuan warily. After a moment of hesitation, she said in a clear voice, "Haha, that's great." Hearing this, Di Jixuan could no longer hide the excitement on his face. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and Yuchi Baolin also hurriedly squeezed over. Di Jixuan then asked, "Little girl, can you tell me how to levitate?" This guy was like a strange uncle. If it were modern times, he would probably be arrested by the people and sent to the police station. "I won't. Why should I tell you?" The little girl rolled her eyes, then pouted, and said arrogantly. Di Jixuan was instantly choked. He thought to himself, why are children nowadays so difficult to talk to? "Little girl, if you tell us the secret of levitate, I will buy you a lot of delicious food." Li Tai also bent down and whispered at this time. The little girl's height was less than Li Tai's armpit. In order to ensure that his voice could be heard by the little girl and not by the people around him, he could only bend down. "Are you rich?" The little girl looked at Li Tai with her big watery eyes and then asked weakly. Li Tai's face froze when he heard this. After a moment he laughed dryly and said, "You can say that." The little girl supported her chin with her hand and thought seriously. Then she raised her head and said, "Then I don't want delicious food. I want money. How much can you give me?" This was a difficult question for Li Tai. If he said too little, the little girl might turn around and leave. If he said too much, wouldn't he be a fool who would be slaughtered? After pondering for a moment, Li Tai stretched out a finger and asked, "How about money?" He saw that the little girl in front of him was dressed shabbily, and was only about 8 or 9 years old. Money should be a huge sum of money to her, so he said that. The little girl wrinkled her nose and snorted. She did not say anything, but it was obvious that she was not satisfied with the price. Li Tai couldn't help but be speechless. He thought that this little girl's appetite was really big. After a pause he said, "How about 10 strings of cash?" The little girl's eyes lit up slightly, but she was not in a hurry to agree. Instead she sized up Li Tai seriously and said, You are so insincere. Just based on the jade pendant on your body, it's more than 10 strings of cash." Li Tai couldn't help but look at the green jade pendant on his waist. He thought to himself that this little girl had some eyesight. She actually knew that this jade pendant was expensive. As the king of Wei, all the accessories on his body were expensive, and this jade pendant was no exception. "Then how much do you want? Name a price." After being rejected one after another, Li Tai became impatient. He simply asked the other party to name a price. The little girl thought for a moment. After a moment she also stretched out a finger. There was some hesitation in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. She said, I want 100 strings of cash. Is that okay?" It was obvious that she did not have much confidence in this 100 strings of cash, but for some reason she still named this price. 100 strings of cash? Li Tai couldn't help but frown. With his status and wealth, he naturally wouldn't take a mere 100 strings of cash to heart. However, this little girl in front of him wanted 100 strings of cash just for a piece of information. Wasn't she asking for too much? Furthermore, it gave people the feeling that she was insatiable. Li Tai couldn't help but have a bad impression of the little girl. Yes, 100 strings of cash. Can you give it to me? As long as you give me 100 strings of cash, I'll tell you everything." The little girl hurriedly said. Her eyes were filled with emotions. There was nervousness, uneasiness, excitement, and agitation. There was so much more. "Even if I give you 100 strings of cash, aren't you afraid of encountering bad people with so much money?" Li Tai frowned. A trace of fear flashed in the little girl's eyes, but she immediately insisted. You don't have to worry about that. You just have to give me the money. Li Tai was helpless. He could only take out 100 Tang Yuan from his sleeve and hand it over. This is 100 Tang Yuan. It can be exchanged for copper coins in the Yanhuang Bank of the Tang Dynasty. If you want to get this 100 strings of cash, you have to first tell me the secret of the levitation technique. Previously, he had planned to ask the little girl's name, but after this conversation, he couldn't even be bothered to ask her name. This was because in his opinion, this little girl was too greedy and not worth his asking. Li Tai only wanted to quickly understand the levitation technique and send her away. The little girl blinked and shook her head. That won't do. If I tell you the secret of the levitation technique and you don't give me the money, then what should I do? You have to give me the money first. Li Tai was speechless. Then if you don't even know the secret of the levitation technique and run away after getting the money, wouldn't I be the one at a disadvantage? The little girl frowned. There are 4 of you and only 1 of me. If I run, how can I outrun all of you? Big brother, can you use your brain when you speak? Can you use your brain when you speak? Hearing this, Li Tai almost vomited blood on the spot. However, to a certain extent, he had to admit that the little girl's words did make some sense. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, All right. I'll believe you this time. Here. This is 100 strings of cash. Keep it safe. After that, he handed the 100 strings of cash in his hand to the little girl. Swoosh! The little girl quickly snatched the string of cash from Li Tai's hand, and then carefully examined it in front of her eyes. She was probably trying to determine if the string of cash was real or fake. Seeing this, Li Tai found it funny. Can you tell if the string of cash is real or fake? Why don't I help you? The little girl ignored Li Tai and looked at the string of cash for a while. Then she carefully put the 100 string of cash into her pocket. Seeing Li Tai looking at her with a burning gaze, she put her guard up and said softly, Since you're so straightforward, I'll teach you the secret of the levitation technique. All of you come closer. I'll only say it once. If anyone doesn't hear it clearly, then I won't care. Hearing this, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Di Jixuan and Yuchi Baolin quickly bent down and moved their heads closer. The little girl said softly, Actually, that monk Di isn't floating. He's sitting on a piece of metal. Do you see the monk's staff in his hand? The bottom of the monk's staff is fixed to the platform of the altar. The top of the monk's staff is also connected to the chair. However, the iron rods that are connected to the chair are hidden in his sleeves and clothes. The piece of metal that he's sitting on is connected to the monk's staff through these hidden iron rods. Because he's wearing a very loose monk's robe and kasaya, with these things blocking the view, others would think that he's floating in the sky. But this is just a smokescreen that can only deceive young masters like you who are inexperienced in worldly affairs. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be enlightened. However, when they heard the little girl's last sentence, It can only fool you inexperienced young masters, the 4 of them were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They, the young masters of the capital, had actually been collectively ridiculed by an unknown little girl. If this were to spread out, many people would definitely laugh their heads off. I see. I didn't expect this dude to be so cunning. Just by using this little trick, he's able to make the people believe that he's the reincarnation of a Buddha. He even almost tricked the 4 of us. How hateful. Di Jixuan couldn't help but sigh at this time. Li Tai nodded and said, Now, it seems that the clear water lotus technique that Du used before must be a lie. I just don't know how he did it. Haha. Wouldn't it be easier to just ask this little lass? Where's that little girl? Di Jixuan was just about to say, Just ask this little girl, but when he looked down there was no trace of the little girl around. Hey! This little girl actually took the money and ran away. What a little money grubber. Di Jixuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Obviously, he had heard the conversation between the little girl and Li Tai just now. Humph! Who are you calling a little money grubber? As soon as Di Jixuan's voice fell, he suddenly felt a small fist hitting his back, followed by the crisp voice of a little girl. Who else could it be but the little girl from before? Yo! Little girl, you didn't leave? Di Jixuan turned around and laughed in a low voice. The little girl curled her lips and said, I wanted to leave but I couldn't. Who would want to stay with you idiots? Idiots? Di Jixuan had a strange look on his face when he heard this. The four of them were students of Yanhuang Academy, and Li Tai and he were both ranked in the top 50 of the academy. No matter how he looked at it, they were not idiots at all. Humph! You can't even see through such a simple trick. What else can you be if you're not idiots? The little girl pouted and said matter-of-factly. Everyone was speechless. If it weren't for the occasion, Sun Zifan even wanted to stuff the little girl's mouth with a rag and ask her fiercely, "What kind of education did you receive? Why are your words so hurtful?" Buzz! The master is going to perform the celestial magic again. Great! We're really going to feast our eyes today. We can actually see two celestial magic. At this moment, the onlookers suddenly cheered loudly, which woke up Li Tai and the others instantly and turned their attention to the spiritual altar. Dewey put his palms together and said loudly like an eminent monk, "Ba, the Buddha not only taught me the levitation skill, but also the skill of turning water into ice. It's just right to bring some coolness to all of you in this hot summer." Heh, is Dewey trying to make ice with water? What kind of celestial magic is that? The Yamacho has long known how to make ice with water. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. There was no ice cellar in the Drunken Immortal Inn, but there was always ice and warmth. Therefore, Li Zishuan's ability to make ice in summer had long been an open secret. Let's see what tricks Dewey is going to play this time. Let's play it by ear. Di Jixuan said thoughtfully, "Dear benefactors, please take a look. I'm holding a bottle of water in my hand. A bottle of water that can flow. Next, I'll use the skill of turning water into ice. Dear benefactors, please take a look." At this moment, Dewey took out a bottle of water from somewhere on the stage. It was a glass bottle, and the freely flowing water could be seen through the glass bottle. Then Dewey opened the bottle and held the bottle in his left hand and a transparent glass cup in his right hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dewey slowly tilted the bottle of water, and the crystal clear water immediately flowed down and hit the transparent glass cup. The expected scene of water splashing didn't happen. Instead, a shocking scene appeared. The flowing water on the glazed cup quickly turned into dark gray ice cubes. As more and more water flowed down, more and more ice cubes appeared in the glazed cup. Under the sunlight, people who were close to the glazed cup could even see the cold air coming out of it. Obviously, it was really ice cubes. Buzz! It really turned into ice cubes. This is amazing. The water actually turned into ice cubes on such a hot day. This is really amazing. The reincarnation of a Buddha. Master is the reincarnation of a Buddha. It's really the work of a god. I'm really lucky to be able to see it. Shakyamuni grinned when he heard the compliments that came from all directions, and then he passed the plate of ice fragments to a young monk and asked him to distribute it to his followers. In an instant, the plate of ice fragments was fought over by the crowd. Chinkei, this time Dewey shouldn't be lying, right? He turned water into ice in front of everyone's eyes. Sun Zifan's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "It's not a lie, but it's definitely not a god's skill. I'm guessing that Yamacho must know the principle behind it," Li Tai said faintly. Sun Zifan frowned and said, "Although Yamacho knows how to turn water into ice, it's impossible for them to turn flowing water into ice in an instant like Dewey, right?" Li Tai said with a serious face, "I believe that Yamacho must know. When we go back later, I'll send a telegram to ask him." Sun Zifan nodded and said, "Well, that's for the best. Chinkei, I have an idea." All of a sudden, Di Jixuan said this without any reason, which gave them a great shock. Then he realized that his words could easily cause misunderstandings, so he hurriedly added, "As for the murderer, I have an answer in my heart." Chapter 1508. What? Jixuan, do you know who the murderer is? Hearing Di Jixuan say, "I'm pregnant," Sun Zifan was both surprised and excited. He had always wanted to help his father solve the case. It was just that this guy was too agitated, causing his voice to be a little too loud, causing the surrounding people to hear him and cast angry gazes in his direction. "Damn it! Kid, keep your voice down." Feeling the malicious gazes of the surrounding people, Li Tai panicked and hurriedly covered Sun Zifan's mouth. Suddenly, Li Tai caught a glimpse of Dewey, who was sitting high up on the spell altar. At this moment, he suddenly turned his gaze towards them. Li Tai was instantly alarmed. He hurriedly lowered his head and whispered to the few people around him, "Let's go quickly. That monk Dewey seems to have noticed us." "No way. He's so far away from us. How could he have heard us?" Di Jixuan's heart tightened. He subconsciously wanted to look up at the altar, but Li Tai stopped him. "Don't look up. Let's get out of the crowd." Seeing Li Tai's solemn expression, they all nodded. Then, with Yuchi Baolin taking the lead, the four of them finally squeezed out of the crowd after much effort. Phew. Fortunately, that Dewey didn't force us to stay. When they arrived at a herbal tea stall on the east side of the Daxing Shan Temple, Li Tai panted and rejoiced. "And you're the king of Wei. Are you afraid of a monk?" Sun Zifen felt that Li Tai was making a fuss over nothing and couldn't help but complain. Li Tai said faintly, "Kid, don't you see how fanatical those people are looking at Dewey? If Dewey wanted to keep us here, he only needed to give the order. Those people wouldn't care whether I'm the king of Wei or not. They would definitely tie us up directly." "You're the king of Wei?" At this moment, the surprised voice of a young girl came from behind them. Li Tai and the others turned to look. Who else could it be but the little girl who had exposed the scam of the calamity-avoiding levitation technique? "Little girl, I've already given you the money. We should be considered even now, right? Why are you here again?" Li Tai frowned and said with an ugly expression. The young lady was not frightened by the ferocious look on Li Tai's face. Instead, she asked seriously, "Are you really Prince Wei?" Li Tai said exasperatedly, "No, they're just talking nonsense." "Oh." The little girl was a little disappointed. Then she said unhappily, "I knew it. How could you be the king of Wei? Legend has it that the king of Wei is much fatter than you." After saying that, the little girl turned around and left. Li Tai opened his mouth. At this moment he really did not know whether to cry or laugh. On the one hand, the little girl's words proved that his weight loss during last year's military training was very effective. On the other hand, the little girl's subtext was saying that he was fat in the past. He was still himself in the past. How could he be happy when others said that? "Little girl, what's your name?" Suddenly, Li Tai shouted at the little girl's back. The little girl stopped in her tracks. She stood there and thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because Li Tai had given her 100 strings of coins. Finally, she replied, "My name is Chan Shuazhen. Remember to call me if there's such a good thing next time." After saying that, she waved the 100 Tang Yuan in her hand and said to Li Tai behind her, "Chun Shuazhen." Li Tai muttered these 3 words under his breath. Di Jixuan could not help but laugh evilly. "Hey, Qing, you're not interested in this little girl, are you?" In ancient times, people got married early. They got engaged at the age of 7 or 8 and got married at the age of 11 or 12. That was why Di Jixuan was joking like this. Get lost. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Li Tai's little face darkened. He could not help but say angrily, "You just said that you know who the murderer is. Why don't you tell us now?" "That's right. Jixuan, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly." Sun Zifen could not wait to echo. Di Jixuan put away his smile and said seriously, "There are too many people in this place. If someone overhears us, we'll be in trouble. Qingke Zifen, I want to go to the Supreme Court and check Jin Wanfu's body to confirm my guess. Then I'll tell you who the murderer is." Although Sun Zifen was anxious to know the result, he knew that Di Jixuan was right. So he suppressed his curiosity and nodded. "I'm familiar with the Supreme Court. I'll take you to my father. As for whether he'll let you check the body, it's hard to say. Don't worry. I'll persuade Sun Shaoqing." Di Jixuan said confidently. "Good. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Supreme Court now." Sun Zifen nodded and said. Then he led the crowd to the Supreme Court in the west. "What? You know Jin Wanfu's murderer?" In the Supreme Court, Sun Fujia, Daizhou, and Lu Dui had just returned to the Supreme Court after the morning court when they saw 4 young men standing at the door. They stepped forward and saw that they were all familiar faces, a group of second-generation officials. After asking the purpose of their visit, Sun Fujia frowned and said suspiciously, "I'm 90% sure that I know the real murderer. The remaining 10% can only be confirmed after I check Jin Wanfu's body. So I hope that Minister Lu and the 2 Shaoqing can make it convenient for me to check the body." Di Jixuan cupped his hands and said with a serious face. Lu Dui, Daizhou, and Sun Fujiao were shocked speechless. Jin Wanfu's case had been bothering them recently. But now a group of teenagers suddenly came to the Supreme Court and claimed that they knew who the murderer was. If Di Jixuan didn't look serious and didn't seem to be joking, Lu Dui would have asked the Yamen runners to drive them away. You're Minister Di's son, aren't you? Lu Dui didn't agree or disagree. He stepped forward and looked into Di Jixuan's eyes with a smile. Di Jixuan's father, Di Xiaoxiu, was a minister in the imperial court. Yes, but today I just want to solve this case for the Supreme Court with my own ability. It has nothing to do with my father. Di Jixuan didn't avoid Lu Dui's eyes and said, Haha, good. Upright and courageous, brave and resourceful. Like father, like son. Minister Di gave birth to a good son. After a moment of silence, Lu Dui suddenly laughed. Then he looked at Di Jixuan with appreciation and said, Guards, take Prince Wei, young Master Di, and the others to examine Jin Wanfu's body. Yes. The two Yamen runners at the door immediately bowed and received the order. Thank you, Minister Lu. Di Jixuan cupped his hands and then followed the Yamen runners with Li Tai and the others. Minister Lu. Daizhou couldn't help but want to dissuade them. He was proud and arrogant, so he naturally didn't think that the unresolved case that had troubled the Supreme Court for so many days could be solved by a few kids. But before he could voice his doubts, Lu Dui reached out and interrupted. There's no need to say more. Sometimes, us old fellows should give these young people some chances. Daizhou frowned and didn't say anything. After a while he was still worried and said to Lu Dui, I'll go and take a look. I'll also go and take a look. Sun Fujiao also cupped her hands and said, Oh, what's that smell? It's so smelly. When they arrived at the mortuary, the stench hit them in the face. Everyone couldn't help but cover their noses and step back. Jin Wanfu has been dead for 2 days, and the weather is hot now. It's normal to smell like a corpse. If you can't stand the smell, you can wait for me outside. Di Jixuan took out a handkerchief from his bosom and covered his nose. Then he calmly said to Li Tai and the other two. Li Tai thought about it and felt that it would be disloyal to him if he left like this. So he insisted, No, we're here to investigate this case together. What's this little stench to us? That's right. You're right. Yes. Jixuan, stop talking nonsense. Let's go in together. Sun Zifan pinched his nose and shouted. After that, the three of them followed Di Jixuan into the mortuary without hesitation. However, when they saw Jin Wanfu's fragmented corpse on the corpse bed, they couldn't help but vomit. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Jixuan, I'm going out to get some fresh air. Li Tai covered his mouth and ran out of the door in a sorry state. He was the Prince of Wei. He had lived a life of luxury since he was young. When had he ever seen such a horrible and disgusting scene? It was already a miracle that he didn't wet himself on the spot. Sun Zifan ran even faster than Li Tai. When he reached the mortuary, he couldn't help but vomit. Yuchi Baolin was the last of the three to come out. He didn't look any different. Qingke Zifan, are you okay? The honest Baolin came forward and asked with concern. Ugh, how can I be okay? Ugh, it's too disgusting in there. I can't take it anymore. Let me vomit for a while more. Li Tai rolled his eyes and started vomiting again. Prince of Wei, how can you come to a place like the mortuary? You'd better rest in the side hall. At that moment, Daizhou walked over and looked at Li Tai with concern. Although he said that he was concerned, he was actually looking down on them. In his opinion, how could these 4 brats who had never investigated a case solve this case? Li Tai was someone like him. How could he not hear the slight contempt in Daizhou's voice? He resisted the urge to vomit and stood up straight. He looked at Daizhou and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Dai, but my friends are still inside. I'm not going anywhere. We will definitely solve this unsolved case of the Supreme Court. Daizhou's expression changed slightly. Then he smiled and cupped his hands. Prince of Wei, you are so bold. Let's see if young Master Di can find the real murderer today. Let's wait and see. Li Tai raised his chin and said without backing down. Sun Fujiao secretly shook his head. Although he didn't believe that Li Tai, Di Jixuan, and the others could solve this case, he didn't agree with Daizhou's personality from the bottom of his heart. Daizhou was too competitive. Sun Fujia believed that Daizhou would suffer a great loss sooner or later. They stood outside the mortuary and waited for Di Jixuan to come out. After about 15 minutes, Di Jixuan finally came out of the mortuary. Sun Zifan hurried over and asked, "Jixuan, how is it? Did you find anything?" Both Li Tai and Daizhou shifted their gazes to Di Jixuan at this moment. Di Jixuan nodded and said, "Now I can basically confirm how Jin Wanfu died and who killed him." Hearing this, Daizhou and Sun Fujia's expressions changed slightly. Lu Dui walked over and asked, "Oh? Young Master Di, can you tell us how Jin Wanfu died?" Di Jixuan cupped his hands towards Lu Dui and then said, "Jin Wanfu's fatal injuries are the 2 needle-sized wounds on his throat. I'm sure the coroner of the Supreme Court has already informed the 3 of you. However, the Supreme Court hasn't found the murder weapon. So we haven't come to a conclusion about the way the murderer killed Jin Wanfu. Actually, what I want to say is that the murderer's way of killing Jin Wanfu was very simple. He just used 2 thin needles and injected them with powerful genuine qi. He pierced them through Jin Wanfu's mouth and pierced the back of Jin Wanfu's head, killing him instantly." Daizhou couldn't help but refute. Since the murderer used thin needles, why didn't we see any needles in the body or at the scene of the crime? Could it be that the murderer took the needles out of the body after killing Jin Wanfu? Lu Dui nodded, obviously agreeing with Daizhou's point of view. Di Jixuan smiled and said, "Of course not. I just checked the 2 wounds on Jin Wanfu's throat. The flesh on the inner walls of the wounds were all facing inwards, which proves that the murderer didn't take the murder weapon out of the wounds. Therefore, Minister Dai's hypothesis is not valid." Daizhou was speechless and said, "Then why did the murder weapon in the body disappear?" Di Jixuan said in a low voice, "Because the murderer didn't use thin needles made of ordinary materials, but ice needles. Ice needles hurt people, and after the victim died, the ice turned into water. Naturally, you can't find the murder weapon." Ice needles? Where did the murderer get ice on such a hot day? Besides, even if the murderer had an ice cellar in his house, the ice needles would have turned into water by the time he brought them to the Supreme Court. How did he kill Jin Wanfu? Daizhou couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Dui's face, but he didn't say anything to refute. Li Tai couldn't help but interrupt at noon. "Minister Dai, you're wrong. Who said that the ice in summer can only be obtained from an ice cellar? Even if some people don't have an ice cellar, they can still make ice cubes and ice needles at any time and place." When he heard Di Jixuan say that the murderer killed people with ice needles, Li Tai suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder they couldn't find the murder weapon in the murderer's body, or outside of his body. No wonder Di Jixuan suddenly shouted excitedly, "I know who the murderer is." When he saw Dui perform the ice-turning water immortal technique, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "I know who the murderer is." With so many coincidences, they were getting closer to the truth of the case step by step. "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I won't believe that you can make ice on a hot summer day." Daizhou thought that Li Tai was teasing him. His face couldn't help but fall as he said unhappily. Li Tai smiled and said, "Minister Dai, please wait a moment. After I ask someone to get the telegraph, I'll ask Yamacho to tell us how to make ice on a whim." Chapter 1509. Provincial Governor Zhou, County Magistrate Wang, and father-in-law, you don't have to see me off anymore. Go back. Lan Province. In less than 3 days, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had wiped out all the locusts. After breakfast, Li Zixuan set off with the children again, intending to meet up with Li Ku and Cheng Chumo's team in the east. Zhou Wenfang, Wang Chengxing, and the other officials who had rushed over after hearing the news personally saw them off. They walked all the way to a pavilion 5 kilometers away from Yifang County. At this moment, Li Zixuan turned around and cupped his hands to the crowd. To be honest, he didn't like others to send him off, because it would affect their journey too much. If no one sent them off, he and the children would have at least ridden a horse or a bicycle. They would probably have already left Yifang County by now. If that's the case, please take care of yourself, Marquis. On behalf of the 360,000 people of Lan Province, I thank Marquis for saving our lives. When Marquis comes to Lan province again in the future, the people of the province will definitely line the streets to welcome him. The provincial governor of Lan province, Zhou Wenfeng, bowed deeply to Li Zishuan. Thank you, Marquis, for saving our lives. We welcome Marquis to Lan province again. Someone among the people on the roadside shouted, and the rest followed suit. Thank you, Marquis, for saving our lives. We welcome Marquis to Lan province again. Those who came to see Li Zishuan off today weren't only the officials of the provincial government, but also the people of Lan province. In the past few days, the children that Li Zishuan had brought with him led the Sky Pheasant Brigade in the fields, sweating profusely as they exterminated the locusts. The people had all seen it and remembered it in their hearts. Now that Li Zishuan and the children were leaving, how could they not come to see them off? As a result, both sides of the pipeline from Yifang County to Jingle County in the east were densely packed with people who came to see them off. It was a mighty and endless parade. There were at least 100,000 people. With over 100,000 people shouting at the same time, how majestic would that sound be? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the earth was shaking and the sky was shaking. Li Zishuan originally wanted to say a few words of farewell to his father-in-law, but the surroundings were so noisy that it was impossible to say goodbye. He could only wave his hand, not taking away a single piece of cloud. Then he mounted the horse and led the children towards the east. Beep beep beep. After nearly an hour, Li Zishuan finally led the large group out of the Lan province. At this moment, a series of beep 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 sounds suddenly came from a wooden box carried by a child not far from him. Young master, the telegram is here. When the child heard the sudden beeping sound, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly jumped off the bicycle and ran towards Li Zishuan with the box on his back. At the very beginning, the telegraph machine was managed by Li Zishuan. However, ever since they split up in Xianyang, Li Zishuan handed the telegraph machine over to the children in his group. He picked 16 strong children and each of them took turns to manage the telegraph machine for half a day. The children only needed to inform him when the telegraph machine rang. Go and tell Uncle Hu that everyone should find a shady place to rest. We will set off in half an hour. Li Zishuan got off the horse and took the telegraph machine from the child's hands. He casually gave an order. Then he saw that there was a huge rock by the side. He placed the wooden box on the huge rock and took out the telegraph machine and placed it on top of the box. Yes, young master. The naughty brat answered and then ran off into the distance. Li Zishuan focused on listening to the telegram. As the Academy's telegram technology became more and more mature, a set of standards for telegram communication gradually formed. At the beginning, the code was just a test code. There wasn't much substantive content. It was just to wait for the other party to reply and confirm the other party's identity. Then, the sender on the other side would send the official message. This way, 1, it could prevent the receiver from missing the first message. 2, it could more or less increase the safety of the telegram transmission. Got it. Yinhuang 001. After putting down the telegraph machine, Li Zishuan quickly sent out a message. Yinhuang 001 was his temporary code name. Also, he didn't need to refer to the code book when sending telegrams. This was because he had already memorized the code. After about half a cup of tea's time, the telegraph finally beeped again. Li Zishuan closed his eyes. Those messages of different lengths were quickly converted into Chinese characters after passing through his ears. Di-di-da-da. Di-da-da-da. Yamacho Jin Wanfu falsified the accounts, causing 30,000 strings of cash to go missing from Xinfeng County's Yanhuang Bank. During the Supreme Court's interrogation, Jin Wanfu suddenly died in prison 2 nights ago. His body was unharmed, and there was no poison in his body. His death was bizarre. Now Tai has some clues. He suspects that Jin Wanfu was stabbed in the back of his head with an ice needle. However, he doesn't know where the culprit got the ice needle from, so he can't conclude the case. Tai knows that Yamacho definitely knows the art of making ice in the summer. I hope that Yamacho can teach me. It's urgent. In the message, Li Tai explained Jin Wanfu's case to Li Zishuan in a few words. After summarizing the information in his mind, Li Zishuan was shocked speechless. He never thought that behind Jin Wanfu's case, there was actually a transfer of 30,000 Tang Yuan's assets. He also didn't expect Jin Wanfu to suddenly die in prison. From Li Tai's explanation, it was obvious that Jin Wanfu was killed to silence him. Who was the culprit? Why would they take such a huge risk to kill a Yanhuang Bank's shopkeeper? What kind of interests and schemes were behind this? In this short moment, Li Zishuan's mind was filled with many questions and a strong sense of vigilance. His intuition told him that this matter was unusual. However, he had too little information and couldn't verify it further. However, when he saw the word urgent at the end of the message, Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. This was because he couldn't help but think of some of the urgent waiting online memes on the internet in his previous life. After recovering from his thoughts, Li Zishuan began to send a telegram. Saltpeter soaked in water absorbs heat and lowers temperature. Water can be turned into ice. After that, Li Zishuan added, "Have you found the real culprit who killed Jin Wanfu?" Regarding the method of making ice with saltpeter, he didn't intend to hide it forever. This thing couldn't be hidden forever. In any case, he had entrusted it to his family last year. His father had bought a few saltpeter mines. When the time came, even if others knew that saltpeter could be used to make ice, he would still have the saltpeter mines in his hands. Chang'an City Supreme Court. After translating the message sent by Li Zishuan into words, Li Tai was wild with joy. "Guards, quickly go to the nearest medicine shop and help this prince buy some saltpeter." "Yes, Your Highness." A Yamen runner looked at Lu Dui and saw him nod slightly. He quickly cupped his fist and accepted the order. "What does Wei Wang want to do with saltpeter?" Dai Zhou frowned and couldn't help but ask. "Xiaoqing Dai, please wait a moment." Li Tai didn't have time to answer Dai Zhou's question at this moment, because he had to reply to Li Zishuan's telegram. As for the identity of the murderer, Zhishuan and I have already obtained some evidence. This person's identity is special. It's a long story. After the Supreme Court of the Tai Gang has solved the case, I will tell the Yamacho in detail. At that time, I will also have to consult the Yamacho on some matters. Beep beep beep, beep beep. Seeing that Li Tai was skillfully operating the telegram machine but didn't answer his question, Dai Zhou didn't get angry. Instead, he became interested in the telegram machine in front of Li Tai. Li Zishuan was currently in the northwest of the empire doing disaster relief. This matter was known to everyone, but it was amazing that he could transmit information in real time across such a long distance. Dai Zhou had heard of telegrams before, but as the saying goes, seeing is better than hearing. Only when he saw it with his own eyes could he feel the shock. Di Zhishuan? Is Di Zhishuan helping Li Tai solve the case? On the other end of the telegram, Li Zishuan couldn't help but mutter to himself after receiving the news. Everyone knew about Di Renjia. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had watched countless movies and TV shows called Detective Di Renjia. He never expected that Di Renjia's father, Di Zhishuan, also had a talent for investigating cases. Old Di's family had maxed out the talent for investigating cases. Supreme Court. After sending the telegram, Li Tai was finally free. He stood up and looked at Dai Zhou, saying, "Xiaoqing Dai, please don't be impatient. When the Yamen runners return, this prince will show everyone how to make ice in summer. This humble official will wait and see." Dai Zhou retracted his gaze from the telegram machine and cupped his hands. Time slowly passed. After a while, the Yamen runners returned with a small bag of saltpeter and handed it to Li Tai, saying, "Your Highness, the saltpeter you wanted." "Yes, all of you are dismissed. Without this prince's orders, no one is allowed to enter this courtyard." Li Tai took the saltpeter and said to the Yamen runners in a deep voice. Lu Dui was old and shrewd. He knew that Li Tai didn't want the method of making ice to be leaked. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, "Listen to His Highness. All of you are dismissed." "Yes, sir." The dozen or so Yamen runners in the courtyard hurriedly retreated out of the courtyard. Dai Zhou, Lu Dui, Sun Fujia, Sun Zifan, Di Zhishuan, and Yuchi Baolin all looked at Li Tai. They wanted to see how he would make ice in summer. They saw Li Tai get a basin of water and a wooden bowl. The wooden bowl was half filled with water. When the wooden bowl was placed in the basin of water, it floated on the surface of the water. At this time, Li Tai took out the saltpeter and gently threw it into the basin of water. The saltpeter quickly released bubbles. Gradually, a shocking scene appeared. The water in the basin began to condense into ice. As time passed, the layer of ice became thicker and thicker. In the end, the water in the wooden bowl also condensed into ice. Dai Zhou and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't say a word. Li Tai was also shocked. After all, this was his first time using saltpeter to make ice. He didn't have much confidence in his heart. Now that the ice was successfully made, he was relieved. At the same time, his admiration for Li Zishuan increased by several points. Dai Xiaoqing, how is it? Is this prince making ice in summer? Li Tai took out the water from the wooden bowl and handed it to Dai Zhou with a smile. Gulp. Feeling the cold air above the wooden bowl, Dai Zhou couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He then cupped his hands and said, Yes, of course. Your Highness is a genius and can do what others can't. This official admires you. Li Tai smiled with satisfaction and said, This method of making ice wasn't thought of by me. It was taught to me by Yamacho. To be honest, this method is Yamacho's unique secret. Now that the Yamacho has offered it to us because of the murder case, Minister Liu and the 2 ministers are all virtuous people. I don't think you will spread the secret method, right? This was a reminder and a warning. Li Tai was not only a student of Yanhuang College, but also the king of Wei. Lu Dui cupped his hands and said solemnly, Your Highness, don't worry. The 3 of us will not mention today's matter to anyone. Yes. Sun Fujia and Dai Zhou nodded. Li Tai smiled and continued, Since you all believe that ice can be made in summer, then this case can be closed. Dai Zhou hurriedly said, Your Highness, you're wrong. Even if the murderer can make ice with saltpeter and kill Jin Wanfu with ice needles, we still don't know who the murderer is. How can this case be closed? Di Jixuan took over and said, This junior might know who the murderer is. You know? Dai Zhou frowned and didn't believe it. Di Jixuan said in a deep voice, The murderer is the venerable of Dragon Sect, Divine Monk Du Yi. Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Lu Dui, Sun Fujia, and Dai Zhou were all shocked. Dai Zhou widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, Dui? Young Master Di, we need evidence to solve the case. The Dragon Sect has been making waves in Chang'an recently, and has attracted a lot of people. If Dewey is really the murderer, the government will have to spend a lot of trouble to catch him. Of course I have evidence. Di Jixuan said seriously. Just recently, Monk Du Yi preached Buddhism in front of Chang'an's Daxing Shan temple and used his magic. He turned a bottle of flowing water into ice in an instant in front of all the people. This shows that Dewey is proficient in making ice, and Jin Wanfu was killed by ice needles. Isn't this coincidence enough to prove that Du Yi is the murderer? Turning a bottle of flowing water into ice in an instant? How did he do it? Sun Fujia was puzzled. Li Tai replied, We don't know yet. But anyway, the facts prove that it is possible to make ice in summer. Jin Wanfu was killed by ice needles, and Du Yi happened to be very good at making ice. The Supreme Court can use this evidence to arrest Du Yi directly. Lu Dui, Sun Fujia, and Dai Zhou all looked solemn and fell into deep thought. After a while, Lu Dui raised his head and said, After what you said, this Du Yi is indeed very suspicious. But this alone can't prove that Jin Wanfu was killed by him. If we want to arrest him, we need more evidence. Di Jixuan smiled and said, It's easy to get more direct and more sufficient evidence. The Supreme Court's prison was heavily guarded. If the murderer wanted to sneak in alone, it was no different from wishful thinking. Someone must be covering for him. As long as we find out the traitor, we can have enough evidence to arrest Du Yi. Chapter 15:10. Xian Yin. Did the jailers on duty interrogate Jin Wanfu on the night of his sudden death? After listening to Di Jixuan's analysis, Lu Dui looked at Dai Zhou and asked in a low voice. Dai Zhou's face turned solemn. He cupped his hands and replied, I have interrogated all the jailers on duty for the past 2 days. They all said that no outsider entered the prison that night. Lu Dui frowned and couldn't help but say, That's strange. If no outsider entered, how could Jin Wanfu be killed by the ice needle? If I remember correctly, there should be someone with profound internal strength among the jailers of the Supreme Court. Dai Zhou shook his head and said, No jailers have such a profound kung fu. Moreover, there are only a few people in the world who know the method of making ice in summer. How could a jailer know? Di Jixuan stepped forward and said, I would like to ask Minister Dai if there is a possibility that the murderer put on the uniform of a jailer of the Supreme Court that night and entered the prison to assassinate Jin Wanfu under the guidance of a real jailer. The light in the prison is dim at night. If one doesn't look carefully, it shouldn't be easy to detect that the murderer disguised himself as a jailer and sneaked into the prison. Hearing this, Daizhou couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. There is indeed such a possibility." However, although there were less than 100 jailers on duty that night, there were still 60 to 70 of them. It's impossible that none of them noticed the murderer, right? Now that things had developed to this point, Daizhou didn't have any contempt for Di Jixuan. He was a little arrogant usually, but he wasn't arrogant. When he met someone with real ability, he was very willing to humbly ask for advice. And Di Jixuan was a person with real ability. At this moment, Di Jixuan frowned and thought for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and replied, "Is there such a possibility? The jailer who sneaked the murderer into the Supreme Court has a relatively high status. Even if some other jailers noticed something unusual, they didn't dare to tell you the truth because of this person's power. So, the traitor hasn't been exposed until now." Daizhou's face suddenly became serious. He snorted and said, "I'll go and interrogate all the jailers again." "Dai Xiaoqing, please wait." Di Jixuan hurriedly stopped him and said, "It's meaningless to use the same method again. The result will definitely be the same, and it will make the traitor more vigilant." Dairen paused and asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" Di Jixuan thought for a while and said, "Reward. With great rewards, brave men are bound to emerge." He gathered all the prison guards on duty that night and gave each of them a pen and paper. He asked them to write down some clues that they thought were valuable, and told them that the Supreme Court would reward the prison guards who provided valuable clues. This way, not only will I be able to hide my identity, I won't be retaliated against, and I will also be able to obtain a generous reward. I believe that the prison guards who know about this will definitely be willing to report the truth. Hearing this, Sun Fujia couldn't help but nod and praise. Using benefits to divide, and letting the person providing the clues have no worries. This method was feasible. As long as there's a traitor in the Supreme Court, we can use this method to find the traitor. Lu Dui couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good. Xianyin will act according to this method. We must capture the Supreme Court spy as soon as possible. This subordinate obeys. Dairen solemnly cupped his hands and said. Then he nodded slightly to Di Jixuan and turned to leave. Lu Dui looked at Di Jixuan and said, "Haha, Secretary Di really has a good son. Jixuan, are you interested in being on duty in the Supreme Court in the future?" The old man was eager for talent, and was planning to poach Li Zishuan's corner. Li Zishuan, who was far away in the Lan state, couldn't help but sneeze. He put away the telegraph and frowned. "Damn it, who's scolding me?" Li Zishuan, who thought that he hadn't done anything immoral, was puzzled. In the end, he could only shake his head and say to Hu Hanyun, "Uncle Hu, tell the children to set off. We'll try to get to Shurong County before noon." Earlier, Li Tai had said that after they solved the case in the Supreme Court, they would send the details of the situation in Chang'an via telegram. He had to find a place to stay in advance. "Yes, young master." Hu Hanyun nodded, then turned around and shouted to the naughty children who were sitting on the ground, "Get up, all of you. Let's go." The effect of today's sermon was good. Our dragon sect has an additional 3,000 followers. The next step of the plan can begin. In a secret room in the Dragon Temple in Xinfeng County, the dragon head of the dragon sect stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. Standing behind him was Sakya Di. The next step of the plan? Dragon head, have the connections in Chang'an been opened? Hearing the iron-masked man talk about the next step of the plan, Dui's face showed a look of surprise and hurriedly asked. "Yes." The iron-masked man nodded and said lightly, "The dragon sect has more than 10,000 followers in Chang'an. Among them, there are more than 200 officials. In addition, there are many old friends of mine in Chang'an. Wouldn't it be easy to get through those joints? Our great cause is about to be completed." At the end, the iron-masked man's body couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, he was still very excited. "Ba. Congratulations to the dragon head for your great cause." Sakya Dewey bowed with a face of joy. Ha ha ha. The iron-masked man heard and let out a burst of wild laughter. After laughing for 2 or 3 breaths, he finally calmed down and said in a deep voice, "But before that, we still can't expose ourselves. The trouble you caused before must be solved today. How is it? Have you asked Yi Hong to come out?" Yi Hong was the jailer who helped Dewey sneak into the Supreme Court. At this time Dewey hurriedly replied, "Reporting to the Dragon Head after the sermon, I met Yi Hong and asked him to wait for me at the 10-mile slope outside Chang'an City before noon. I will bring him to meet the Dragon Head and use the Jade Lake holy water to help him to never rise again. He has already agreed." Humph. The world is indeed greedy. 10-mile slope good. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will arrange for the Earth Fiend group to get rid of him, the iron-masked man said in a deep voice. Yes. Sakya Dewey knew that he was in the wrong and hurriedly bowed. Why is one person missing? Where did Yi Hong go? In the Supreme Court, when Daizhou gathered all the guards who were on duty the night before and found that one person was missing, he couldn't help but frown and ask. The jailers couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After a while, one of them walked out and cautiously cupped his hands. Reporting to Dai Xiaoqing, Bossy said that her mother suddenly fell seriously ill and left the Supreme Court an hour ago and went home. His mother suddenly fell seriously ill? Daizhou couldn't help but frown. Inexplicably, he thought of Di Jixuan's hypothesis that the traitor had a very high status among the prison guards, so the others didn't dare to expose him. Daizhou shook his head and threw away these thoughts. Then he said in a deep voice, "I've already told you what I need to say. Anyone who can provide valuable clues will be heavily rewarded. Now everyone start writing." Yes. The jailers answered, lowered their heads and began to write. "Old Wu, do you think the person brought by Yi Hong that night is the murderer?" At the back, a jailer couldn't help but whisper to another jailer beside him. "How would I know? That person didn't look like Wang Ming, but I didn't see clearly at the time. If we were wrong and offend boss, we won't be able to survive in the Supreme Court. You have to think carefully." AI. That's true. But since we wrote it on a piece of paper, bossy shouldn't know that we wrote it, right? Besides, Yi Hong isn't here today. Should we write it? We'll be rewarded handsomely if we do. Right. Then write. Silence. I told you to write clues. What are you whispering about in private? At that moment Daizhou, who was standing in front of everyone like an invigilator, couldn't help berating them. The jailers who had been whispering immediately quieted down and started to write at a high speed. Half an hour later, all the jailers had thrown their written notes into the wooden box that Daizhou had prepared earlier. After one note was thrown in, another left. A moment later, Daizhou was the only one left in the room in the Supreme Court. Daizhou picked up the wooden box and went out. When he arrived at the back office of the Supreme Court, Lu Dui and Sun Fujia were already waiting for him. Of course, Li Tai, Di Jixuan and the others were also present. These 4 people had brought about a turnaround in Jin Wanfu's case, so Lu Dui didn't object to them staying behind to witness the progress of the case. "It's all here. Hurry up and look through it," Daizhou said to the people around him as he turned the wooden box upside down on the table, and several dozen pieces of paper instantly poured out. Thus, the group of people gathered around the table and started to look for valuable clues in the vast pile of paper. "I don't see anything unusual." As far as they could see, the paper was filled with similar words. However, they were not discouraged and continued to search through the paper one by one. "I've got it." Suddenly, Di Jixuan shouted again. "I've got it." This made Sun Zifan want to burst into laughter. Di Jixuan stood up with a note in his hand and said, "Everyone, please take a look." A jailer named Wu Mengshan claimed that on the night of Jin Wanfu's sudden death, he saw the jailer, Yi Hong, enter the B-cell area with an unfamiliar, tall man in jailer's uniform. He even deliberately sent them away for a period of time. After reading the contents of the note, Lu Dui's expression turned ugly as he said, "Yi Hong? I was the one who promoted this person back then. How could he be an accomplice to the murder? Men, summon Yi Hong to see me immediately." "Minister Lu, there's no need to summon him." Daizhou shook his head and sighed softly. Yi Hong must have absconded by now for fear of punishment. Earlier, when I summoned all the jailers on duty that night, he was the only one who wasn't present. It said that his mother suddenly fell seriously ill. From the looks of it now, he must have sensed that something was wrong in advance and fled immediately. Bam! Lu Dui slammed the table angrily and stood up. Outrageous! Xianin! Send out all 3 teams of Yamen runners from the Supreme Court. They must capture Yi Hong and bring him back to me. Yes, sir. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Dai Zhou cupped his hands and left immediately to carry out the order. Son, where are you taking your mother to? On the official road outside Chang'an City, a carriage was speeding south. In the carriage, an elderly woman shouted to a middle-aged man who was driving a horse outside the carriage. Mother, didn't I say earlier? I'm taking you to a new place. There's Jade Lake holy water to drink every day. Your body will get better and better, and your son will also live to a ripe old age and never die. The middle-aged man turned his head and smiled at the old woman in the carriage as he steered the carriage. Son, then what about your job in Chang'an City? Mother remembers that Minister Lu treated you well. How can you face Minister Lu if you go? The old woman in the carriage said again. Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. After a moment, the hesitation in his eyes turned into determination. He said in a deep voice, Mother, after we drink enough Jade Lake holy water, it won't be too late for me to repay Minister Lu. Hiya! The speed of the carriage was very fast, and it had the momentum of leaving the dust in the dust. In addition, at noon there were not many people on the official road. Therefore, after about half an hour, the carriage arrived at the Tenli slope north of Mount Zhongnan. Hush! Mother, let's wait here for a while. Master Du Yi will soon come to take us to the sacred ground of Dragon Sect to meet the dragon head. After driving the carriage to a shady place, the middle-aged man jumped off the carriage and said to the old woman in the carriage, Mother feels that this matter is a bit inappropriate. How can there be an immortal in this world? Mother just wants to see my son have a promising future, and not go down the wrong path. Mother doesn't care whether you live to a ripe old age or not. The old woman walked down the carriage with Yi Hong's help and couldn't help but say, Mother, you can't not trust others, but you can't not trust Master Du Yi. He is the reincarnation of the Buddha in heaven. He can purify water lotuses and turn water into ice. He is very capable. If we follow him, we are following the Buddha. We will definitely live to a ripe old age. Yi Hong frowned and said impatiently, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 6 black-clothed masked men wielding blades suddenly came down from the side of the hill. Due to their speed being too fast, by the time Yi Hong heard the whooshing sounds, the 6 black-clothed men had already surrounded the small carriage. Who are you? Seeing these masked men in black holding swords, Yi Hong panicked and subconsciously took 2 steps back and said, We are the people who will kill you. The leader of the masked men in black snorted coldly, and was about to go forward and chop Yi Hong. Hearing this, Yi Hong was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He quickly said, Don't kill me. I have money, I can give you money. I can also give you Jade Lake holy water. Drinking it can cure hundreds of diseases, and you may even live to a ripe old age. This guy thought that he was a bandit who robbed him. You can keep those things to drink in hell. The masked man sneered and didn't talk nonsense. He directly held his long sword and pounced on Yi Hong and his mother. Chapter 15:11. The suspect Yi Hong is heading towards the Tenli Hill. Chase. He's right in front. At noon at the entrance of Chang'an City, a group of elite cavalry galloped out, with Dai Zhou leading the charge, shouting loudly. This group of elite cavalry naturally did not come from the Supreme Court, but from the right Wu Marquis government. After discovering the traitor and realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lu Dui made a prompt decision to let Dai Zhou request for Yuqi Jingda's right Wu Marquis government to send troops for assistance, while he himself personally entered the palace to report this matter to Li Heir. Bang bang bang. The cavalry whistled past, stirring up a trail of dust. The passers-by on the roadside could not help but discuss. Where did this happen again? It's the Wu Marquis government's cavalry. Hi, who knows? Could it be that there are bandits again somewhere? How is this possible? Today the world is peaceful. Where would there be so many bandits? I heard the leading official say something about a suspect. Looks like they're going to catch some criminal. Ah, What kind of criminal can make the Wu Marquis government send out cavalry to catch him? Maybe it's someone who has committed a heinous crime. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. Let's go home and eat. Oh, Your Majesty, this is what happened. Dai Xiaoqing, Wei Wang and a few other students are now following the right Wu Marquis government's cavalry to investigate the whereabouts of the criminal Yi Hong. Wei Wang insisted on following. I did not stop him. May Your Majesty punish him. In the Suite Du Hall, Li Er, who was about to go for lunch, was asked to stay by Lu Dui. Lu Dui told Li Er about the investigation results of Jin Wanfu's sudden death case. Old Li's brows instantly furrowed. In your opinion, what are the chances of the culprit being Sakya Du-yi? Li Er frowned and asked. Regarding Li Tai's safety, Li Er was not worried. This trip was just to catch a small old man from the Supreme Court, not to raid the nest of the Heavenly Dragon sect. There were so many Wu Marquis accompanying him, Li Tai would not be in trouble, so Li Er did not blame Lu Dui. In comparison, Li Er was more concerned about the mastermind and the Heavenly Dragon sect. The fact that the culprit behind the scenes might be related to the Heavenly Dragon sect was a pleasant surprise for Li Er. He had long wanted to deal with the Heavenly Dragon sect, but he didn't have a proper way to do so. Now that the case of Jin Wanfu's sudden death involved the venerable Shijiadi of the Heavenly Dragon sect, how could Li Er not be pleasantly surprised? Hearing Li Er's question, Lu Dui looked solemn and bowed. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that His Highness King Wei and Di Jishuan's speculation is highly credible. According to the report of the Supreme Court's bailiffs, Yi Hong had recently become a believer of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Whenever the Heavenly Dragon sect's divine monk Dui gave a lecture, Yi Hong would definitely be there. There is no enmity between Jin Wanfu and Yi Hong. This time Yi Hong brought people to assassinate Jin Wanfu. It doesn't make sense. The only possibility is that Dui wants to kill Jin Wanfu, and Yi Hong has no choice but to be his accomplice. Li Er pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, why would Dui take such a huge risk to kill Jin Wanfu? Is it because of his personal grudge, or for the benefit of the entire Heavenly Dragon sect? And if I remember correctly, Jin Wanfu is also involved in a 30,000 tang private bank case. Is there a connection between these two cases? Lu Dui's brows instantly furrowed. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty suspects that the 30,000 tang yuan that Jin Wanfu got from the private bank ended up in the Heavenly Dragon sect? That's right. The Heavenly Dragon sect first gave out porridge and cured diseases in various places to win over the people, so how could it not be supported by a huge amount of money? I even suspect that there are many Jin Wanfu secretly sending money to the Heavenly Dragon sect. Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice. Lu Dui was silent for a moment, before he solemnly cupped his hands and said, After Yi Hong is brought to justice, this old subject will definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. Li Er waved his hand and said, Capture Yi Hong first. If you want to capture him alive, I will mobilize a team of Imperial Guards for you. Minister Lu, you will personally keep an eye on him to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Lu Dui cupped his hands and accepted the order. This old subject obeys. After that he turned and left the main hall. The main hall suddenly fell into silence. Haha, I didn't expect Li Zishuan's student to be so proficient in investigating cases. Interesting. Li Er leaned on the dragon couch and was silent for a long time before he chuckled and sighed. Zhao Song couldn't help but interject at this time. Di Jishuan secretly ran away from home to participate in the Yanhuang College's entrance exam, which provoked Secretary Di to personally climb Yunshan and find Ma Qiyong, and to ask for him. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but recall that when he went to Yanhuang College to observe the entrance exam last year, he happened to bump into Di Xiaoshu who blocked the door. He couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Di Jishuan is so outstanding now. I guess Secretary Di is secretly happy at home. He really took advantage of the situation and still acted innocent. Ah? Don't kill me. I'm a guest invited by Master Du-yi. Are you from the Heavenly Dragon sect? You can't kill me. On the 10-mile slope, seeing 6 masked men with swords rushing towards him, he hurriedly shouted in horror. The masked men opposite him didn't want to talk nonsense and directly slashed at Yi Hong with their swords. Don't harm my Honger. My Honger is an officer of the Supreme Court. If you harm my Honger, don't even think about running away. The old woman who came here with Yi Hong stood out at this time and opened her arms to stop the assassins, and said in a trembling voice, "Humph! Old thing, you're courting death." The masked men in black didn't know what it meant to respect the old and cherish the young. They only knew that if someone blocked them, they would kill them. Therefore, the masked men opposite the old woman mercilessly pierced the old woman's body with their swords. Poochie! The long swords were pulled out and blood gushed out. The old woman fell straight to the ground with her eyes wide open. She died with grievances. Mother! Yi Hong, who saw this scene, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. He was a filial person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken his mother out of the city this time to escape from Chang'an. Seeing the old woman fall, Yi Hong rushed up to her and held her in his arms. He cried bitterly, "Mother, wake up! Wake up! Your son was wrong. Your son shouldn't have brought you here." At this moment, Yi Hong was suddenly remorseful. His heart was full of regret. He seemed to understand the situation in front of him. This was a killing trap set up by Dewey to silence him. He regretted his greed, and regretted his ignorance. "Humph! You should tell these words to the king of hell." The leader of the assassins raised the long swords in his hands and was about to chop Yi Hong's neck. Yi Hong closed his eyes and didn't dodge because he knew that he couldn't avoid it. He might as well follow his mother to the netherworld to reunite with her. Feeling a gust of wind near the back of his head, Yi Hong knew that he was going to die. He lamented, "Mother, your son is coming to accompany you. Stop." At this moment, a loud roar came from not far away. Then, everyone heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves. "Everyone, put down your weapons and surrender." When Dai Zhou saw Yi Hong kneeling on the ground, as well as the masked man in black holding a sword behind him, he was instantly enraged and roared loudly. At this point, Yi Hong was the most crucial and effective breakthrough point in the entire case. If this lead was broken, then the whole case would return to square one. Dai Zhou would never allow it. "Humph! Kill Yi Hong and run." Seeing the mighty imperial court army, the leader of the assassins didn't show any fear. Instead, the speed of his sword swinging down became even faster. "How dare you, brat!" Seeing this, Dai Zhou's eyes widened. He wanted to order the soldiers behind him to shoot, but he was afraid that the arrows would be inaccurate on the bumpy ride and accidentally hurt Yi Hong. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to give orders. "They want to silence him." Baolin quickly stopped them. Di Jixuan roared and said. Yuchi Baolin didn't have as many scruples as Dai Zhou. When he heard that, he directly snatched a horse lance from a right marquis soldier beside him and threw it fiercely at the assassin raising the sword. Whoosh! One had to know that Yuchi Baolin's other abilities might not be outstanding, but in terms of strength, there were very few people of his age who were stronger than him. This throw of his with all his might caused the lance to make a whistling sound in the air. One could only imagine how fast it was. At this speed, the horse lance would have already pierced through the assassin's body by the time he chopped off Yi Hong's head. If the assassin wanted to avoid this attack, he would have to give up on killing Yi Hong. Beautiful! Li Tai couldn't help but praise when he saw Yuchi Baolin throw the horse lance. However, what he expected didn't happen. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across the assassin's eyes. He still didn't dodge. Instead, he held his sword with both hands and slashed at Yi Hong's neck as fast as he could. Thud! Thud! The sound of the long sword piercing flesh and the horse lance piercing the body rang out one after the other. Right after that, Yi Hong's head fell to the ground and rolled forward for some distance. As for the assassin in black, he was sent flying by the powerful momentum of the horse lance. Then he landed heavily on the ground and didn't move at all. Evidently, he had been killed in one blow. It was probably a life for a life. Dai Zhou gasped when he saw how ruthless and decisive the assassin was, willing to kill Yi Hong even at the cost of his own life. He was both shocked and furious. He shouted loudly, "Capture all of them! Don't let any of them escape!" Now that Yi Hong was dead, Dai Zhou could only place his hopes on these assassins in front of him. Capture them alive and interrogate them. Perhaps he might be able to find out what he wanted to know. Understood. The cavalry behind Dai Zhou shouted loudly. Then the cavalry automatically split into two groups and quickly rushed forward, intending to surround the remaining assassins and capture them all in one go. Naturally, those with 2 legs couldn't outrun those with 4 legs. Even if the assassins wanted to escape, they were surrounded by the cavalry before they could even take a few steps. Capture all of them. Keep them alive. Daizhou had already rushed over on his horse. He waved his hand and ordered. Understood. The soldiers obeyed and began to wave their lances to reduce the encirclement. The 5 assassins stood back to back. Seeing that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, the 5 of them looked at each other with a trace of determination in their eyes. Then, the 5 of them raised their long swords at the same time and slashed at their own necks. Quick! Don't let them kill themselves. When the assassins raised their long swords, Di Jixuan had already realized that something was wrong. He quickly shouted. Yuchi Baolin used the same trick again. He took a horse lance from the soldier beside him and threw it at the long sword in an assassin's hand. However, he could stop 1 person, but he couldn't stop 5 people at the same time. Therefore, although Yuchi Baolin's horse lance knocked away the long sword in an assassin's hand, the other 4 assassins had already cut their own throats. Their decisiveness in committing suicide sent chills down one's spine. Quick! Capture him. Don't let him kill himself. Seeing that only one of the 6 assassins was left, Daizhou was both anxious and angry. He hurriedly ordered the soldiers to pin the remaining assassin to the ground. Unexpectedly, the tied-up assassin gave Daizhou a devilish smile. Then the assassin closed his eyes, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was dead. Dai Shaoqing, this person has a poison sac in his mouth. Once you bite it open, he will die instantly. A martial marquis stepped forward to check the breath of the assassin, and then looked at the mouth of the assassin seriously. Finally, he stepped forward and cupped his hands at Daizhou. This is outrageous. It was not easy to find a clue, but because they were too late, the key person was killed. Moreover, the assassins had decisively killed themselves. As a result, the clues of the case were cut off. How could Daizhou not be angry and furious? Bring all the corpses back to the Supreme Court. Check if there is anything on them that can prove their identities. Daizhou's face was gloomy as he ordered the martial marquis. Yes, sir. Sigh. We were too late. This murderer is so cunning. He actually predicted that we would find out about Yi Hong. Then, he killed him 1 step ahead of us. This way no one will know his identity at all. Di Jixuan said dispiritedly. They had worked so hard to solve the case, but in the end it was all for naught. Jixuan, it's my fault. It's my fault for not being strong enough and for not throwing the lance fast enough. Otherwise Yi Hong wouldn't have died. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and said apologetically. Hearing that, Di Jixuan quickly patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and said, Baolin, you have done very well. Don't blame yourself. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to Chang'an first. I don't believe that the murderer will be able to get away with it. After adjusting his mood, Daizhou said in a low voice. The group of people carried the corpses back to the city. On a hillside not far away, 2 middle-aged men dressed like farmers walked out from the bushes. They whispered a few words to each other, then mounted their horses and galloped toward Xinfeng County in the northwest. Chapter 15:12. The imperial court actually mobilized the army for a small prison head. It seems that Li Shimin has noticed something. Xinfeng County Tianlong Temple. The iron-masked man stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, Dragon Chief, you mean Li Shimin knows that I killed Jin Wanfu? Dewey stood behind the iron-masked man and couldn't help but ask. It's all because of you. The iron-masked man snorted and turned around. Tianlong Temple is no longer safe. Let the core disciples withdraw with me first. When everything is ready, I'll give Li Shimin a big surprise. Yes. Dewey's face froze and he quickly bowed to accept the order. Shoo. Xianin, what's going on? Where's Yi Hong? On an official road not far from Chang'an, Lu Dewey led a group of imperial guards and just so happened to run into the right marquis army led by Daizhou. Lu Dewey hurriedly reined in his warhorse, but when he saw that Yi Hong was not in the group, Lu Dewey's heart sank and he asked. Replying to the temple head, Yi Hong encountered a group of unknown black-clothed men at the Shirley Slope. We were a step too late and he was killed. Those men in black all chose to commit suicide after being surrounded by us. Daizhou quickly jumped down from his horse, stepped forward, and bowed to Lu Dui with an ashamed expression. What? Yihong is dead? The assassins who killed him all committed suicide? Lu Dui's eyes widened in shock, and his face instantly sank. Previously, when he was in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had told him that Yihong was a key figure in whether or not they could get rid of the Heavenly Dragon sect, but in less than half an hour this key figure was actually killed. The case that was supposed to be solved suddenly became confusing again. How could he explain this to Li Er? I'm willing to be punished for my carelessness in the pursuit. Daizhou bowed and cupped his fists. Now is not the time to discuss who's right and who's wrong. Lu Dui waved his hand and said, Are the bodies of those assassins still here? Daizhou replied, Sir, the bodies of Yihong, his mother, and the 6 assassins have all been brought back. Lu Dui waved his hand and made a prompt decision. Return to the Supreme Court immediately and examine the corpses to find out the identities of these assassins. Here. Daizhou cupped his hands and accepted the order. Then he led the group toward Chang'an City. Lu Dui then looked at Li Tai, Di Jixuan, and the others and said, Jin Wanfu's case, it is all thanks to your highness and these young friends. As for whether the real culprit behind this case is Du Yi or not, this official will definitely investigate it clearly. Now that the Supreme Court has something important to do, this old man will hold a banquet to thank your highness and these young friends another day. If it weren't for Di Jixuan's quick-wittedness in solving the case, the spy would still be lurking in the Supreme Court. In the future, there might be an even bigger case. If that really happened, Lu Dui would have no choice but to resign. He was almost 50 years old this year, and was about to retire and return to his hometown. If he were to resign, then his reputation would be ruined. Therefore, old Lu was truly grateful to Di Jixuan, Li Tai, and the others. Li Tai smiled and said, Official Lu, you are too polite. Every one of us is responsible for getting rid of the traitors for the country. Di Jixuan also smiled and said, Qin Ke is right. Lord Lu, you are too polite. Your official business is more important. You don't have to worry about us. That's good. This old man will take his leave. Lu Dui took a deep look at Di Jixuan. Then he cupped his hands and turned to leave. Alas! I didn't expect that after we finally found the accomplice, we couldn't find the real culprit. Now that Yihong is dead, even if we suspect Du Yi, we can't find any evidence. After saying goodbye to Lu Dui, Di Jixuan and the others returned to Chang'an City unhappily. Walking on the main street, Di Jixuan sighed with regret. Thinking back to his journey this morning, he had painstakingly unraveled the cocoon layer by layer, and finally found the real culprit. How wonderful was his reasoning! In the end he fell at the last step. How could he not feel that it was a pity? Li Tai frowned and said, Jixuan, don't you think that those assassins are very strange? Not only did they kill themselves when they were surrounded, they even killed themselves by swallowing poison after they were captured. They seem to be ready to commit suicide at any time. It's really strange. Di Jixuan's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, These people want to kill Yihong. It's very likely that Du Yi ordered them to do so. Moreover, from the way they act, it's very likely that they are death warriors trained by the Dragon Sect. But how could the Dragon Sect have death warriors? What kind of ulterior motive do they have? Qin Ke, I think these problems must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Dragon Sect will be a disaster for the Tang Empire sooner or later. Li Tai agreed and said, Jixuan, you are right. The Dragon Sect doesn't seem to be good people. I believe that my father will definitely send people to investigate this matter. With my father around, no one can overturn this country. At the end, Li Tai's face was full of confidence. If it had been in the past, he might have only felt that Li Er was a good father to him. However, after studying outside the palace for over a year, what he had heard, seen, and learned gradually made him understand that Li Er was also a skilled and iron-blooded emperor. No one was a match for Li Er in terms of power and strategy, in terms of stabilizing the country and maintaining peace. Di Jixuan didn't answer. After a moment of silence, Sun Zifan, who was following behind them, suddenly said, Qin Ke Jixuan, what's the deal with the magic that monk Dui used to turn water into ice? Have you figured it out? Everyone was speechless. It turned out that the reason this guy didn't speak for a long time was not because he was thinking about the case, but because he was thinking about those tricks. After a long silence, Li Tai shook his head and said, I don't know. Sun Zifen stared and said, Then aren't you curious? Didn't you say you wanted to ask the Yamacho? Now that the case has been solved and the traitor has been caught, why don't you go and ask the Yamacho? Li Tai thought for a moment. He had promised Li Zishuan that he would send the details of Jin Wanfu's case in the form of a telegram once the case was solved. Now that he was free, it was indeed time to send the telegram. I left the telegram machine in the Supreme Judiciary. I have to get it back. After sending the telegram to the Yamacho, I have to go back to the workshop. After a moment of silence, Li Tai opened his mouth. He was now the deputy director of the Trump Card Project. Even if it was the weekend of the academy, he still had to work overtime in the workshop's research base. This morning, he just went back to the palace to greet Zhang Sun. As for the investigation, it was just a coincidence. Beep 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 beep. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Prince Wei's mansion, the little fatty began to send a telegram to Li Zishuan in the study, while Sun Zifen, Di Jishuan, Yuqi Baolin, and the others waited expectantly for Li Zishuan's reply. Young master, there's a telegram. Shurong County. Li Zishuan, who had just settled down in the county's inn, suddenly heard a beeping sound and a young man's shout outside the door. He pushed the door open and saw that it was Erniu. Give it to me. Li Zishuan took the telegram machine and turned back into the room. After placing the telegram machine on the desk, he calmed himself down and began to send the telegram. Got it, Yanhuang 001. After confirming his identity, the telegram machine rang again. Li Zishuan's strong spiritual power turned his brain into a powerful and responsive code translation machine. Yamacho, the real murderer of Jin Wanfu. We suspect that it's the venerable Shajidu of the Dragon Sect. This person is very good at illusions. After investigating that Yi Hong was the accomplice who brought the murderer into the Supreme Court's prison, Dai Zhou immediately led people to arrest Yi Hong. But in the end we were still a step too late. Yi Hong was surrounded by a group of unknown black-clothed men on a slope 10 miles outside Chang'an City. In the end, Yi Hong was beheaded, and the assassins all committed suicide on the spot. After listening to Li Tai's narration, Li Zishuan learned that in less than half a month, so many things had happened in Chang'an City, especially the new sect, the Dragon Sect, which aroused Li Zishuan's great vigilance. They used illusions and superstitions to confuse the people and recruit them into the sect, gradually increasing its power and prestige. Wasn't this a cult in modern times? Moreover, the Dragon Sect was very similar to the White Lotus Sect of the late Ming Dynasty. The White Lotus Sect had some White Lotus mother, but he didn't expect the Dragon Sect to create a venerable. If this wasn't a high imitation of the White Lotus Sect, then what was it? What did the White Lotus Sect do? They rebelled against the imperial court. Then the hidden intention of the Dragon Sect in front of him was obvious. Li Zishuan dared to conclude that the Dragon Sect absolutely wanted to rebel against the imperial court. Besides, this morning Di Jishuan solved the case. After listening to Li Tai's description, Li Zishuan had to admire Di Jishuan's observation and reasoning skills. Di Jishuan was able to analyze such a hidden method of killing people with ice needles. It seemed that Di Renjia, who solved cases like a god in history, was likely to have inherited the talent from Di Jishuan. Yamacho, this morning in Chang'an City, Monk Du performed the levitation skill and the water-to-ice technique. The levitation skill has been cracked by a little girl we met named Chan Shuazhen. But as for the water-to-ice technique, we have pondered for a long time, but we still can't figure out the essence of it. I hope Yamacho can give us some hints. In the end, Li Tai still asked this question. After all, he was also very curious and wanted to know the answer. Li Zishuan, who was in the inn, was shocked after receiving the telegram. This was because he heard a familiar and extraordinary name. Chan Shuazhen? Qingke, are you saying that the little girl who cracked the levitation skill is named Chan Shuazhen? Are you sure it's these 3 words? Li Zishuan's right hand tapped lightly, and a series of messages were sent out in an instant. On the other side, Li Tai, Di Jishuan, Sun Zifen, and the others who were guarding the telegram originally wanted to listen to how Li Zishuan cracked Dui's water-to-ice technique. They didn't expect that after the code was translated, It would be such an inexplicable question. Yamacho, what does this mean? It's obviously talking about the water to ice technique. Why did it mention the little girl we met this morning? Sun Zifan couldn't help but complain after reading the translated code. Could it be that Yamacho used to know that little girl? Li Tai frowned and guessed. As he spoke, he had already begun to reply to Li Zishuan's telegram. Yamacho, her name is indeed Chan Shuazhen. As for whether it's these 3 words, Tai isn't sure. The girl just said her name, but didn't say which 3 words it was. Li Zishuan, who was at the other end of the telegram, was silent. After a while he frowned and muttered to himself. It can't be so coincidental, right? The first female emperor in Chinese history has entered Chang'an City just like that? Shouldn't she be from Jiangsu and Zhujiang? The Chan Shuazhen that Li Zishuan thought of was also known as Chan Shuazhen in history. She was from the Zitong Yuantian manor in Muzhou, and the female leader of the peasant uprising in Zhujiang during the Tang dynasty. Around the first year of Yonghui, a rare flood occurred in Qingxi County. Not only did the imperial court not open the granary to provide relief, but they also imposed all kinds of taxes. As a result, the people had no way to make a living. They had to sell their children homeless and starving. When Chan Shuazhen saw the suffering of the villagers, she remembered that she had received help from the villagers. Therefore, she ignored her own safety and secretly opened the granary of her employer to provide relief to the victims. In the end, she was discovered by her employer, tied up and beaten black and blue. The villagers saw this and were anxious. That night, many villagers spontaneously organized themselves and rushed into the woodshed where Chan Shuazhen was locked up to rescue her. In order to escape the search of the soldiers, Chan Shuazhen escaped to the junction of the 3 counties. While Chen Shuazhen was recuperating, she felt that only by overthrowing the imperial court could she let everyone live a good life. Chan Shuazhen decided to use Taoism and secret religions to develop believers as a force for future uprisings. Later on, when the number of believers was about to increase, Chan Shuazhen officially announced an uprising at the beginning of the 10th month of the 4th year of Yonghui to fight against the government. She imitated the official system of the Tang dynasty and established a political regime. She appointed Zhang Xuyin as her servant and was in charge of various affairs. She was called the Emperor of Wuxia. In the history of China, countless women participated in peasant uprisings. However, there were very few women who were leaders. Chan Shuazhen was the only woman who was a leader, and also called the Emperor. She was called the Emperor even earlier than Wu Zetian. Therefore, many historians called her the first female emperor in the history of China. Li Zishuan did not understand why such a demonic woman would appear in Chang'an so early. Could it be that because of his appearance, the lives of the people in the Zhujiang region became better? Was that why Chan Shuazhen was able to travel to Chang'an? Beep, 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 Yamacho. What is the meaning of the art of turning water into ice? At this moment the telegraph rang again. It was Li Tai on the other end of the telegraph. After waiting for a long time, Li Zishuan did not reply, so he sent another telegram to urge him again. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and replied, "The water in the Dujie bottle is probably distilled pure water. Because there are no impurities attached to it, it lacks the coagulants needed to freeze. Pure water will remain in a liquid state at a low temperature below the freezing point of water. However, once it comes into contact with the outside world, it will quickly freeze into ice particles. Qingke, you can do an experiment to verify this point." Chapter 15:13. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had encountered such a phenomenon. Sometimes in summer, the water in the freezer would not freeze for a long time, but when it was placed on the table or shaken by hand, it would freeze in 1 or 2 seconds. It was very magical. Later, Li Zishuan searched on the internet and found out that this kind of water was called supercooled water. It was because the water was too pure and lacked the required coagulants or other reasons that the water would not freeze when it was below 0 degrees Celsius. The state of supercooled water was very unstable. It would freeze instantly if it was disturbed slightly. This unstable state was called metastable state. If a small amount of solid matter was added, or the water was shaken gently, or the surrounding temperature was raised, the water would immediately crystallize and solidify. The purer the water, the more obvious the supercooled phenomenon. If it was high-purity water, It would only freeze when it was minus 40 degrees Celsius. In the same year as Li Zixuan, there was a cartoon called The Higher Brothers. In it, there was a segment about supercooled water. The two brothers came across a pond that did not freeze when it was below 0 degrees Celsius. The elder brother threw a stone into the water, and the whole pond quickly froze. Of course, this was only a theoretical situation. It was impossible in reality because the water quality of the pond was not that good. There would definitely be all kinds of impurities and plankton in the pond, which could be used as coagulants. Thus, the supercooled phenomenon would not appear. Therefore, when Li Tai asked this question today, Li Zixuan could answer it so quickly. On the other side of the telegraph, after the code sent by Li Zixuan was translated into Chinese, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Di Zhishuan, and the others all widened their eyes in astonishment. Today, not only did they know the secret of making ice in summer, but they also knew how to turn water into ice. If this had happened in the past, it would have been the means of immortals in the eyes of the world. I knew that Dewey was bluffing again. Now it seems that he was right. Li Tai shouted as he slapped his thigh. Di Zhishuan frowned and said, "Now we can be absolutely sure that Dewey is not the reincarnation of some deity or Buddha. His so-called immortal arts are just some kind of clever magic tricks that can be explained with engineering knowledge. Although we didn't catch Yi Hong alive this time, and we don't have sufficient evidence to prove that Dewey is the real murderer of Jin Wanfu, we can expose the immortal arts that Dewey showed to the world before, so that he can no longer deceive the world with the identity of the reincarnation of gods and Buddhas." One had to know that the Heavenly Dragon faction's members were spread all over the world. Some were businessmen, some were servants, and some were officials in the imperial court. The more members there were, the greater their ability to wreak havoc. This time Du Yi took advantage of Yi Hongda's identity as the chief jailer of the Supreme Judiciary to sneak into the prison and kill people. Who knew whether or not he would enter the palace and assassinate under the lead of some palace attendants in the future. Therefore, the power of the Heavenly Dragon faction must be weakened. Otherwise, if we let it continue to develop, the influence of the Heavenly Dragon faction will spread all over the world, even to the various departments of the imperial court. That would be too terrifying. Hearing this, Li Tai's expression turned serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "Zhishuan, you are right. Whether or not Du Yi is the real murderer of Jin Wanfu, we can't let the Heavenly Dragon faction continue to grow. I will report this matter to Father later and let him make a decision." Beep beep beep. Li Tai's voice fell, and the telegraph suddenly rang again. Sun Zifan quickly said, "Qing Yamacho is calling again. Quickly record the code." Without Sun Zifan saying anything, Li Tai had already picked up a pen and began to record the code that Li Zixuan sent over. The Heavenly Dragon faction sent out Sakyamuni Du Yi to use clumsy tricks to mislead the world. They are definitely not good people. Qingke, you must report this to His Majesty and let him be more vigilant. Jin Wanfu's case is likely just a wedge. The Heavenly Dragon faction must have a bigger conspiracy in the dark. 1,000 Li Dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. The followers of the Heavenly Dragon faction are like thousands of ants, infiltrating every corner of the empire. No one knows when, where, and how they will attack. The dangers hidden in the dark are the scariest. The most important thing for the imperial court now is to guard against Heavenly Dragon faction spies like Yi Hong. If any ministers or palace attendants join the Heavenly Dragon faction and work for them, His Majesty's safety will be threatened. Qingke, you must remind His Majesty to be fully prepared. On the other end of the telegraph, Li Zixuan sent a telegram worriedly. At this point, whether Jin Wanfu was killed by Sakyamuni Du Yi or where the 30,000 Tang Yuan Jin Wanfu swallowed went, these questions were no longer important. Through the murderer's method of killing, Li Zixuan saw an even greater danger hidden in the dark of the empire. The Heavenly Dragon faction made Sakyamuni Du Yi into a mortal Buddha to attract followers from all walks of life. If they wanted to launch a coup, there might be countless followers and soldiers in Chang, and to open the city gates for them. This was what Li Zixuan was most worried about. But at the same time, he had some doubts in his heart because according to the original history, there was no such thing as the Dragon God sect in the Tang dynasty. Why would there be such a powerful Dragon God sect popping up now? Could it be that his appearance had caused a change in history that he could not control? Could this be the legendary butterfly effect? Jixuan, it seems that Yamacho has the same idea as you. You wait here for a moment, I'll go to the palace. After translating the telegram and reading the contents, Li Tai stood up and said to Di Jixuan and the others, "Well, let's get down to business, Qing." Di Jixuan and Sun Zifan said in unison. Li Tai made an obeisance and turned to leave. "Oh, Your Majesty, we did not find anything that could prove their identity. I asked the shopkeepers of the 108 workshops in Chang, and to identify the bodies, but none of the assassins were from Chang'an. But according to the shopkeeper of the Chen's carriage company, Yi Hong went to the Chen's carriage company to hire a carriage at 4:45 in the morning. At that time Yi Hong looked very excited and kept murmuring, 'I'm going to become an immortal and live forever.' So I suspect that Yi Hong must have been lured by someone to go to the Shirley Slope." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er sat on the main seat with a gloomy face. Lu Dui stood below the hall and carefully reported the case to Li Er. Li Er said coldly, "A small prison guard actually made the other party send men of sacrifice to kill him. How much strength does the mastermind have?" Lu Dui quickly made an obeisance and said, "I've failed in my governance and did not maintain the security of the capital, allowing the mastermind to go unpunished. Your Majesty, please punish me." Li Er's eyes flashed and said, "Men of sacrifice actually appeared outside Chang'an, right under the Emperor's feet. As the Minister of the Supreme Court, of course you can't avoid the responsibility. But the most important thing now is to find the mastermind behind this, and wipe out this hidden force in one fell swoop. I'll give you 5 days. You must give me a result within 5 days. I'll send a team of Imperial Guards to the Supreme Court for you to command." Lu Dui heard this and could not help but complain in his heart. Because with Yi Hong's death, all the clues had been cut off. He really did not have the confidence to find the mastermind within 5 days. But he could not disobey the Emperor's order. Even if he knew it would be difficult, he had to agree. "I, Lu Dui, obey the Emperor's order." Lu Dui bowed and said, "Well." Li Er nodded. At this moment a chamberlain ran in and bowed. "Your Majesty, King Wei requests an audience." Qing Ke. Why did he return to the palace? Quickly. Li Er frowned and was puzzled because Li Tai had just entered the palace to greet Empress Zhangsun in the morning. But thinking of Lu Dui saying that Li Tai, Di Jixuan, and the rest were involved in solving the case, Li Er suddenly realized something and hurriedly said to the chamberlain, "Yes." The chamberlain received the order and left. After a while, Li Tai walked into the main hall. "Your son greets Imperial Father." Li Tai walked to Lu Dui's side and bowed to Li Er. "No need for formalities." Li Er waved his hand and asked directly, "Qing Ke, for you to enter the palace again, do you have something important to report?" Li Tai nodded and said, replying to Imperial Father, "This son does indeed have an important matter. It's about the venerable of the dragon sect, Dui." Li Er's eyes lit up and hurriedly said, "Oh, quickly say it." Li Tai cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "This time the Supreme Court came out of the city to capture Yi Hong. Although they were late and caused Yi Hong to be killed by the assassin and all the clues were cut off, we have already obtained evidence that Dui deceived the people. He is not the reincarnation of some Buddha. The celestial arts he displayed before were all tricks to confuse the people into joining his dragon sect." Hearing this, Li Er's eyes narrowed and said with a serious expression, "Qing Ke, what you said, do you have any basis?" The reason why Li Er did not touch Dui now was not only because there was no conclusive evidence, but also because Dui was a living Buddha in the eyes of the people. If he was rashly arrested, it might cause a revolt. Now that Li Tai said that Dui's celestial arts were all tricks to deceive people, Li Er saw some opportunities to break the situation. Li Tai nodded and said with a serious face, "Imperial Father, what your son said of course has a basis. The levitation technique and ice touch technique that Dui displayed to the people can all be explained by the truth of the world. As long as the method is right, any ordinary person can do it. For example, this levitation technique, he is just..." In order to make Oldly believe that Dui was a swindler who deceived the people, Li Tai explained the principles of the levitation technique and ice touch technique in detail. At the end, in order to increase the credibility, Li Tai even brought up Li Zixuan. He took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and said to Li Er, Your son contacted the Yamacho 15 minutes ago and told the Yamacho about the dragon sect in Jin Wanfu's case. The Yamacho has a few words for your son to pass to Imperial Father. Li Zishuan? Li Er's heart skipped a beat and he said to Zhao Song, "Quickly bring it up." There was even a hint of excitement in his tone. This was because when the dragon sect first came out to stir up trouble, Li Er wanted to hear Li Zishuan's opinion. After all, Li Zishuan was the real deal. Not only was he full of ideas, but he was also full of ideas. Therefore, Li Tai's telegram was timely. Yes. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. He quickly walked to Li Tai and took the paper, then handed it to Li Er. Li Er eagerly opened it and read the contents carefully. The dragon sect sent Sakyamuni Dui, using clumsy tricks to claim to be an immortal technique. At this moment, Lu Dui was still in a state of shock. He was shocked that all of Dui's immortal techniques were actually deceptive tricks. Of course, he was even more shocked that Li Tai and Li Zishuan were actually able to break through Dui's immortal techniques so quickly. After all, he'd pondered over the immortal techniques that Dui had executed in private on more than one occasion, but he hadn't been able to figure them out in the end. After a moment of silence in the hall, Li Er finally finished reading the contents of the paper. At this time, his old face had become incomparably gloomy. Obviously, Li Zishuan's words had struck a sensitive nerve in Li Er. Minister Lu, immediately bring people to seal up the dragon sect and arrest the dragon head of the dragon sect as well as Sakyamuni Dui. Li Er said coldly. There was a hint of determination in his voice. At this moment, the iron-blooded emperor was back. Lu Dui raised his eyebrows and quickly cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this old subject does not have any evidence of Sakyamuni Dui's crimes. I'm afraid that rashly arresting them will cause widespread criticism. How can there be no evidence? Regardless of whether Jin Wanfu was killed by Dui or not, just based on his clumsy tricks, falsely claiming to be God and Buddha, and misleading the people to join the dragon sect, he should be arrested. Li Er snorted coldly. Now that the mysterious veil on Dui's body had been removed, how could Li Er, who originally wanted to deal with the dragon sect, endure it? It was already good enough that he did not directly send an army to encircle and annihilate the dragon sect. How could he let Dui of the dragon sect continue to get away scot-free and bewitch the people? Lu Dui suddenly understood and quickly cupped his hands. This old subject obeys the decree. After saying that, he cupped his hands and left the hall. All right, Qin Ke, you can also leave. You have done well in this matter. As for the matter mentioned by Li Zishuan, you don't have to worry. This emperor will make arrangements. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, Li Er looked at Li Tai and said warmly. Li Tai solemnly cupped his hands and said, Then this subject will take his leave. Imperial father and imperial mother must strengthen the guards in the palace and take care of yourselves. Li Er's heart warmed. He nodded and replied, You can go. Hearing this, Li Tai cupped his hands and left. Chapter 15-14. Your Majesty, General Li has infiltrated the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and is thinking of a way to bring back a bowl of Jade Lake holy water for Divine Dr. Sun. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after hearing Li Er's order, Zhao Song said with some difficulty. Not too long ago, Li Er had given Li Junxian a secret mission. He was to find a way to obtain the Jade Lake holy water that the people of the Heavenly Dragon Sect were going crazy over, and deliver it to the Great Tang Alliance Clinic for Sun Simiao to study. However, only the official disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Sect had the qualifications to obtain the Yaoqi holy water. Moreover, this kind of elixir, that could cure all kinds of illnesses, had to be drunk on the spot in order to maintain the best medicinal effect. Therefore, no matter how much money one had, one would not be able to buy a bottle of Yaoqi holy water. This was also one of the main reasons why those rich merchants and nobles fought to join the Heavenly Dragon Sect. In order to complete Li Er's saint mandate and obtain the Jade Lake holy water, Li Junxian could only infiltrate the enemy camp and become a spy. Oh, we actually forgot about this. Li Er slapped his head in understanding and asked, Has Li Junxian already infiltrated the Heavenly Dragon Sect? Zhao Song clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, General Li has already infiltrated the Heavenly Dragon Sect, but according to the latest news he sent back, he is only an outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and does not have the right to obtain the Jade Lake holy water. Outer sect disciple? What does that mean? Li Er frowned in confusion. Zhao Song hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon Sect did not have an outer sect disciple or inner sect disciple in the past, but as more and more people wanted to join the Heavenly Dragon Sect, they began to divide into inner and outer sect disciples. Then what's the difference between inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples? How can an outer sect disciple become an inner sect disciple? Li Er asked with a frown. Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, in the Heavenly Dragon Sect, only inner sect disciples can enjoy the Jade Lake holy water once every 3 days. Outer sect disciples can only enjoy it once every half a month. As for how an outer sect disciple can become an inner sect disciple, I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Sect has a judge in charge of this matter. As long as you pay enough money, you can become an inner sect disciple at any time. If you don't have the money, you can only slowly become an inner sect disciple by completing missions. A small sect like the Heavenly Dragon Sect is actually robbing the people of their wealth. Their greed is insatiable, and they have accumulated so much wealth. What are they trying to achieve? Li Er coldly snorted. Find a way to get in touch with Li Junxian and have him work with Lu Dui. Today we must capture all the important members of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Zhao Song bowed and said, This old servant obeys. You must also pay attention to the investigation of the officials and eunuchs. I don't want Chang'an to be in chaos. Li Er added. Here. Zhao Song's heart trembled as he replied. Quick! Surround the entire Heavenly Dragon Temple. Don't let anyone escape. At 4 p.m., Lu Dui led a group of Supreme Court runners and 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers to the Heavenly Dragon Temple in Xinfeng County. Lu Dui waved his hand and said coldly, Here. More than 2,000 soldiers and runners answered in unison, then quickly divided into 2 groups and surrounded the newly renovated Heavenly Dragon Temple. Why would the army of the Imperial Court surround the Heavenly Dragon Temple? That's right. This Heavenly Dragon Temple has Master Du Yi, the reincarnation of a Buddha. Why are these soldiers surrounding the Heavenly Dragon Temple? This is disrespect to the Buddha. That's right. Why are you surrounding the Heavenly Dragon Temple? You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Surprisingly, when the Imperial Army surrounded the Heavenly Dragon Temple, the first to stand up was not the monks of the Heavenly Dragon Temple, but the people outside the temple, or rather, the followers of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. If it was in the past, they would definitely not have dared to speak up against the Imperial Army. However, at this moment it was as if they were possessed. In their hearts, the Heavenly Dragon Sect was their #1 priority. They were willing to die for their beliefs. Lu Dui frowned and shouted, This official is Lu Dui of the Supreme Court. Du Yi, the monk of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, used secular tricks to confuse the people and claimed to be the reincarnation of a Buddha. He lured countless people to join the Heavenly Dragon Sect. His intentions are punishable and the evidence is irrefutable. Today, this official is under the orders of the Emperor to capture Du Yi and the head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Hearing this, the people outside the Heavenly Dragon Temple were silent for a moment. Then someone raised a question. What secular tricks? Master Du Yi used immortal magic. He is the reincarnation of a Buddha. Your Excellency, you can't be disrespectful to the Buddha. That's right. No one can be disrespectful to the Buddha. Not even the Imperial Court. Yes. Withdraw immediately. The people who were silent for a moment soon became a pot of porridge. Lu Dui, who was at the center of the storm of public opinion, frowned deeply at this moment. Only when he experienced it himself could he understand the horror of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. For the Imperial Court, for the Imperial power, the religious power must not be too great. Otherwise, there would be a situation like this, where the people openly went against the Imperial Court in order to protect their faith and religion. Now they were just talking, but who knew if they would use knives in the future? Directly raise a rebellion? Silence! Lu Dui's face darkened and shouted with all his strength. Whether Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Sect is using secular tricks to deceive the people, this official already has conclusive evidence. After he is arrested and brought to justice, there will be someone who will go to court with him. At that time, if he is really wronged, this official will naturally let him go. Now that the Supreme Court is handling the case, All unrelated people must stay away. Otherwise, don't blame this official for the crime of disturbing the public order. Lu Dui's face was stern and his voice was low. His shout frightened many people. At this moment, a carriage from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion drove over. Lu Dui glanced at it and saw the curtain open. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Di Jixuan, and Yuqi Baolin came out of the carriage. Lu Dui quickly went up to them and asked, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Li Tai smiled and said, "This prince expected that someone would obstruct Minister Lu from handling the case, so I specially came here. I can take advantage of today's opportunity to expose Du Yi's deceit, and let the people see the true face of the fake Buddha." Lu Dui's eyes lit up and he said with surprise, "Oh? Your Highness is already prepared?" If he could directly let the people see Du Yi's deceit, it would be the best for Lu Dui. After all, in many cases, blindly using force would not solve the problem. Li Tai smiled confidently and said, "Yes, this prince is ready." After that, he turned and took out an iron cylindrical object from the carriage. If the people present were from the Han village or Plum village, they would definitely recognize this object. That's right, this object was a loudspeaker, the workshop's newest secret product. "Baolin, help me hold the loudspeaker in a while. Jishu and Zifan, bring the things and come with me. Today, we will let these people who have been deceived wake up." Li Tai waved his hand and arranged. "Yes. Okay." Everyone answered and came to the place where Lu Dui was standing earlier. Yuqi Baolin placed one end of the loudspeaker next to Li Tai's mouth. Seeing that the people in front of him were looking at him and talking about him, Li Tai coughed softly and said, "Cough, cough. Silence. Silence." From the calm tone of the words, one could tell that Li Tai was not shouting at the top of his voice. It was just like how he usually talked to people. However, the volume of this sentence was much louder than that of other people shouting at the top of their lungs. It really shocked the 100 people in Tianlong Temple. "Oh my! Who is this? Why is his voice so loud? This is His Highness Prince Wei. I have seen him in Chang'an City. Why is His Highness Prince Wei's voice so loud? It seems that he did not use much strength. Could it be that His Highness Prince Wei knows how to use celestial arts like Master Du Yi? Oh my God! His Highness Prince Wei is also an immortal?" The people could not help but talk about it. Li Tai continued to shout into the loudspeaker. "Okay." Everyone was silent. "I am the current Prince Wei. The reason why my voice is so loud may be that I know how to use celestial arts. Haha. Coincidentally, apart from this, I also know other celestial arts. Watch carefully." Li Tai did not care about the people's exclamations. Instead, he nodded at Di Jixuan. Di Jixuan hurriedly handed over a transparent glass bottle, which was filled with crystal clear water. Li Tai took it with one hand. Then he took a square glass cup from Sun Zifan. Then he looked at the people and said, "I think many people have seen this celestial art. Today I will let you see it again." After that, Li Tai asked Di Jixuan to help him open the bottle cap. Then, under the eyes of the people, he slowly tilted the glass bottle. The crystal clear water slowly flowed into the glass cup below. However, the moment the liquid water touched the glass cup, it quickly turned into ice crystals. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim, "Celestial art! This must be a celestial art." His Highness Prince Wei is actually the same as Master Du Yi. They are both celestial beings. Other than turning water into ice, His Highness Prince Wei can also make his voice very loud. It feels like His Highness celestial art is even more powerful than Du Yi's. Such a simple trick made the people look at Li Tai with a feverish gaze. This made Li Tai somewhat worried. In his opinion, these people were simply too easy to fool. "Silence! Everyone silence!" After clearing his throat, Li Tai loudly said, "That's right. The reason why this prince can amplify my voice by more than 10 times is not because this prince knows any celestial art, but because this prince has learned engineering and knows how to create tools that can amplify a person's voice by more than 10 times. Similarly, this prince used Du Yi's celestial art today not because this prince is a celestial being, but because this prince knows engineering and knows that the celestial art is not a celestial art. It is just a trick that Du Yi specially prepared to trick the people into joining the dragon cult. This prince is only a mortal, not a celestial being. Similarly, Du Yi is only a quack, not a celestial being. The celestial art he showed is just a trick to confuse the masses. Everyone, don't fall for Du Yi's trick just because of some appearances. What? These are not celestial arts? Master Du Yi is not the reincarnation of a celestial being? How is that possible? Have we all been deceived by the dragon cult? Hearing this, the commoners couldn't help but widen their eyes. They found it hard to accept. After all, Li Tai's words had completely destroyed the beliefs in their hearts. The collapse of their beliefs wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. Lu Xiqing, quickly go in and search. While the people were in a daze, Li Tai gave Lu Dui a look and said in a low voice. This was the first time Lu Dui had seen this kind of technique with his own eyes. He was still in a daze. At this moment, when he heard Li Zishuan's reminder, he quickly recovered and said, Your Highness's reminder is right. This official will send someone in to search. After that, he waved his hand to the left and right and decisively ordered, Go in and search. Capture Du Yi and the dragon head of the dragon cult. Yes. 2 groups of soldiers immediately filed in from the main entrance of the Tianlong temple. Now no one jumped out to oppose. At this moment the people were still in a daze. Get out. Stand properly. Be honest. Stand here. Line up. After about a quarter of an hour, the 2 groups of soldiers who had entered the Tianlong temple earlier came out with some men and women whose hands and feet were tied. Report. Lu Xiqing, the venerable Sakya Du Yi, and the mysterious dragon head of the dragon cult are not in the Tianlong temple. We have searched every place in the temple and did not see any trace of them. The leader of the soldiers walked to Lu Dui and cupped his fists. They must have expected the imperial court to come here in advance, or received the news in advance and left the Tianlong temple before us. Lu Dui frowned when he heard this. At this moment, a man whose hands and feet were tied suddenly ran out from the group of captured disciples and ran straight toward Li Tai. Your Highness, be careful. Lu Dui was very anxious. He never thought that someone would choose this time to launch an attack. Moreover, it was against Li Tai, who had a special status. He wanted to jump over and block the attack for Li Tai, but due to his age, his hands and feet were not agile enough, so he gave up. Li Tai was also surprised. Although he was younger than Lu Dui, his physique and physical fitness were still there. This meant that his reaction time was not as fast. Seeing that the person was about to crash into him, Li Tai's heart was in a panic. However, when he saw the face of the person in front of him, his heart instantly calmed down. Qingke, Yuqi Baolin was very fast. When the person was about to crash into Li Tai, he reached out and pulled Li Tai to the side. Li Tai immediately dodged. However, that person still managed to break out of the encirclement. However, without anyone noticing, he secretly stuffed a piece of paper into Li Tai's hand. Impudent! Someone dares to offend His Highness? Men arrest him. Lu Dui hastily ordered. Li Tai caught a glimpse of Lu Dui's faintly discernible smile and understood that Lu Dui also knew the man's true identity. He looked at the people and used the loudspeaker to shout, Today you have all seen that Du Yi's immortal arts are just tricks to deceive people. Now Du Yi and the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect have fled in fear of punishment. What does this prove? It proves that they have a guilty conscience. If they were the reincarnations of gods and Buddhas, how could they have a guilty conscience? So this king hopes that when you return, you will tell each other what happened today. Don't let others be deceived by the dragon sect again. Chapter 15:15. Boom! In front of Sky Dragon Temple, Li Tai's words caused an uproar among the people. Did Master Du Yi really abscond for fear of punishment? Impossible! Master Du Yi is the reincarnation of a deity. Why would he be afraid of the imperial court's army? Why would he flee? Master Du Yi must have left Sky Dragon Temple because of something. Heh! Reincarnation of a deity? Du Yi's ice-freezing technique and His Highness Duke of Wei have already shown it to prove that he's not the reincarnation of a deity. He wants to trick us into joining the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and then cheat us of our money. For the sake of becoming an inner disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, our village's Wang Shihu squandered away all the wealth his father left him. Sky Dragon Sect isn't a good thing. That's right. Sky Dragon Sect isn't a good thing. Our neighbor Sherdashwang sold his family's land in order to join Sky Dragon sect. Dewey is a quack. Sky Dragon sect is a liar. Bullsh *t. Why would Master Dewey lie? My father's leg injury was cured by Sky Dragon sect's Jade Lake holy water. That's right. My mother's lumbar pain was also cured by Jade Lake holy water. Li Tai's performance and speech today had shaken the hearts of many citizens, but there were still many who still firmly supported the Heavenly Dragon sect. Very soon, the two groups of citizens were in a heated argument. Li Tai saw this and smiled in satisfaction. He didn't expect to make all the citizens abandon the Heavenly Dragon sect. Being able to make a portion of the citizens waver was enough to satisfy him. Many times, once a group had a crack, it was only a matter of time before the group disbanded. Minister Liu, I'll leave these Sky Dragon sect members to you. We still have something to do, so we'll take our leave first. Li Tai turned to Lu Dewey and cupped his hands. Lu Dewey returned the greeting and said, "Thank you for your help today, Your Highness. Otherwise, these commoners would definitely have clashed with the Imperial Army. At that time, things would be troublesome." There was a hint of respect in his tone. If this had happened in the past, it would have been impossible. Lu Dewey was a third-rank official. Although Li Tai was a prince, he was still young. It was impossible for a third-rank official to respect him from the bottom of his heart. This was a matter of ability and experience. But now it was different. Facing these crazy Heavenly Dragon sect disciples, Lu Dewey himself couldn't deal with them. Instead, Li Tai had come and conducted a small experiment. With just a few words he had easily dealt with them. This ability, this quick-wittedness, even if Lu Dewey didn't want to admire him, he couldn't help but admire him. Li Tai smiled and said, "Minister Liu, there's no need to be so courteous. This prince is not here to help you, but to let the people wake up as soon as possible and not be confused by the Heavenly Dragon sect. Since the matter has been resolved, then we shall take our leave. Farewell." Di Jishuan, Sun Zifan, and Yuchi Baolin followed behind Li Tai and cupped their hands together. "Good. Your Highness and these little friends take care," Lu Dewey said with a smile. The four of them nodded and turned to board the carriage. Lu Dewey watched them leave, then waved his hand and said, "Bring all the Heavenly Dragon sect disciples back for interrogation." Yes. The bailiffs and 2,000 Imperial guards cupped their fists and accepted the order. "Qingke, what did that escaped Heavenly Dragon sect disciple write on the note he gave you? Quickly take it out for us to see." In the carriage, Sun Zifan looked at Li Tai with an eager expression. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Li Tai pretended to be confused and said, "What note? Zifan, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Sun Zifan couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, Qingke, you're not being loyal enough. I clearly saw that Heavenly Dragon sect disciples secretly give you a note. Don't play dumb. The four of us have solved a case together and gone through thick and thin together. What are you hiding from us for? Don't you trust us?" "Hey, you're the only one with sharp eyes." Li Tai glared and scolded with a smile. Then he seriously thought about it and said with a sincere face, "That person did give me a note, but I can't tell you the contents of the note, and I can't tell you the identity of that person. It's not that I don't trust you, but the less people know about this, the safer that person's situation will be. I hope you can understand." Di Jishuan was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he understood most of the situation. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, there's no need to talk about it. Qingke, we understand your concerns. You don't have to worry that we'll misunderstand." Qingke, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Otherwise, I'll have to keep it a secret for you. It's so tiring." Yuchi Baolin followed behind Di Jishuan and snorted. Sun Zifan helplessly rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to complain about Baolin's character. He turned to Li Tai and waved his hand. Okay. Then I won't ask. Qingke, are you going back to Chang'an City, or directly to the workshop?" Li Tai pondered for a moment and said, "I have to go back to the palace first. There's something I have to report to my father. I can also send you guys home on the way." "Hey, that's great. Otherwise, I'll be burned to death if I get off the carriage on such a hot day." Sun Zifan leaned on the sofa in the carriage and said happily, "Dragonhead's prediction is amazing. The imperial court has indeed sent an army to surround the Sky Dragon Temple. If not for the dragon head ordering the core members of the sect to retreat first, we would have been surrounded. On a mountain peak, a man with an iron mask stood. Behind him, Shakyamuni bowed in admiration. Is this something to be happy about? The man with the iron mask snorted mercilessly. This time, not only did the imperial court encircle our stronghold in Xinfeng City, they also exposed some of the immortal arts you used in front of everyone. We've lost the most in the hearts of the people. Li Shimin will definitely use the tricks that Li Tai showed us this time to make a big fuss. He has the Datong daily in his hands, and it won't be long before our sect's followers dwindle. And all of this is because of you. At the end of his words, the man with the iron mask suddenly turned around. Through the 2 holes in his mask, one could see the cold light shooting out from his eyes. Compared to others, the dragon head's vision was indeed more long-term. He was more clear about the foundation of the Sky Dragon sect. He knew that once they lost the hearts of the people and followers, the Sky Dragon sect would immediately collapse. Shakyamuni trembled in the face of this cold gaze and powerful pressure. He quickly bowed and said, "This poor monk was careless and caused the imperial court to be vigilant against the Sky Dragon sect in advance. Please punish me." Punish? Do you think the situation will turn for the better if I kill you? The man with the iron mask raised his voice by an octave. A powerful pressure rushed towards Shakyamuni, making him breathless. He could only quickly beg for mercy. "Please forgive me, Dragonhead. Please forgive me, Dragonhead." The man with the iron mask flicked his sleeves, then turned around and said coldly, "Now that things have come to this, the most important thing now is to act as soon as possible. The followers of the other 4 provinces will arrive in 2 days. Together, there will be 40 to 50,000 people. You will be in charge of receiving them. When the time is right, we will cooperate with the spies in Chang'an City and directly attack Chang'an City to take Li Shimin's head. At that time, even if the people know that your so-called immortal arts are tricks, so what? I will become their king. Who dares not to submit to me? Ha ha ha." At the end of his words, the man with the iron mask opened his arms and laughed wildly at the cliff. Shakyamuni, who was standing behind him, did not kick him down the cliff. Instead, he bowed and said, "Dragonhead is wise. This subordinate wishes the Dragonhead to complete your great cause as soon as possible and rule the world." Haha, I don't need you to flatter me. Yesterday I asked you to calculate a good day. Did you calculate it? The man with the iron mask stopped laughing and asked. Dewey quickly cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to the Dragonhead, 5 days later, the weather will change and thunder will roll. It will be a good day." 5 days later. Good. The man with the iron mask nodded and said with a trace of excitement, "Zhang Liang has sorted out a list. You can rely on these people to prepare our plan in advance." When he spoke up to hear, he withdrew a bright yellow silk and a command token from his pocket and passed it to Dewey. He said, "Besides that, I have a list of names here as well. If you have no other choice, then take this command token with you and seek their help. They'll definitely assist you in completing my plan. This time you can't make any mistakes, or I will tear you into pieces. Do you hear me?" Dewey's body trembled and he solemnly took the silk and the token, saying, "This subordinate obeys. There won't be any mistakes." Good. The man with the iron mask nodded and turned to look at the towering mountains and precipitous cliffs in front of him. He could not help but sigh. Snake Spirit Mountain. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. This is really a good place. It's a pity that Yin Batian and Snake King were courting death by provoking Li Zishuan. Such a good sect is wasted. Now this place has become the temporary residence of our Heavenly Dragon sect. Snake Spirit Mountain. The core members of the Heavenly Dragon sect had actually retreated to Snake Spirit Mountain. Dewey smiled. Dragonhead is wise. Last year the Imperial Court sent an army to encircle Snake Spirit Mountain, and Li Zishuan used gunpowder to raise the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain to the ground. Now no one will expect us to stay here. No matter how good the Imperial Court is, they won't be able to find us here. Kiki, the most dangerous place is the safest place. I will start from this Snake Spirit Mountain and conquer this world. The man with the iron mask laughed proudly. Report. At this moment, a heavenly dragon sect member behind the two ran over and bowed. Reporting to Dragon Head, there is an outer disciple of our sect in Waynon County who is inquiring about the whereabouts of Dragon Head and Venerable One. He said that he has something extremely important to hand over to Dragon Head and Venerable One. We have locked him in the Wu Manor at the foot of the mountain. Dragon Head, please make the decision. Something extremely important? Dewey frowned slightly, his face full of displeasure. Why don't you just snatch it from him? Can't you see what the situation is now? If we are not careful, we will attract the Imperial Court's army. The disciple looked troubled. Venerable One, that person said that he didn't bring that thing with him. He will only take it out after he is sure that he can see Dragon Head. Humph, this person is so cunning. It is very likely that he was sent by the Imperial Court. Let's kill him before he knows where we are. Hearing this, a trace of viciousness flashed across Shijayada's face as he coldly said, "This?" The disciple hesitated, not knowing if he should obey the order. Then the man with the iron mask said, "Wait." After a pause, the man with the iron mask continued, "Take my order and bring that person up the mountain." Dragon Head, what if this person is a spy sent by the Imperial Court? Won't our whereabouts be exposed? Dewey hurriedly said. The man with the iron mask snorted. If this thing is extremely important to our heavenly dragon sect, what should we do? Besides, even if he is a spy from the Imperial Court, I don't believe that he can send a message to the Imperial Court under my nose. You hurry up and go. With that, the man with the iron mask pointed at the disciple who gave the order. Yes, Dragon Head. The disciple received the order and left. As the sun set, a few men in gray clothes suddenly came to a village outside the mountains. They walked to a small dilapidated house beside the village and asked, "Is that kid still inside?" The two young men guarding the door quickly said, "Still inside. Still inside. Brother Meng, wait a moment, we will bring that kid out." The man in the lead responded softly. The two young men pushed the door open and walked in. After a while, the two of them walked out with a handsome young man who was dressed somewhat shabbily. The man in the lead shouted, "Li Junjian, you brat! Quickly hand over the thing, or don't blame me for being rude." The man named Li Junjian raised his head and looked at the man with the surname Meng indifferently. He said without fear, "I said this thing is very important to me. I can only hand it to you, Dragon Head. I don't trust anyone else. You can kill me or cut me up, but it is impossible for me to hand over the thing." "Yo, you're quite tough, brat. This young master likes your temperament. Let's go. Take your thing and come back with me to see Dragon Head." The man with the surname Meng laughed and said. Li Junjian was unmoved and said indifferently, "Humph, how do I know if you're lying to me? If I take out the thing and you want to snatch it, then I won't have a share of the credit at that time. I'm not going." "Hey, you're quite cautious, brat." The man with the surname Meng laughed, then took out a token from his pocket and waved it in front of Li Junjian's eyes. He said, "See? This is Dragon Head's personal token. Seeing this token is like seeing Dragon Head. Now do you believe that I was sent by Dragon Head to pick you up?" Li Junjian looked at it seriously. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Okay, I'll go with you, but I have to take the thing out first. You're not allowed to follow me." The man with the surname Meng thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then hurry up. I don't think you can escape from me." Chapter 15-16. Dragon Head. Li Junjian has arrived. The Heavenly Dragon sect member surnamed Meng led Li Junjian to the Iron Masked Man's thatched hut and bowed. Last year, Li Zishuan had used gunpowder to flatten the summit of Snake Spirit Mountain, so the huts that the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect had built on it were naturally gone. The Heavenly Dragon sect had only moved in at noon today, so there was no time to repair the huts, so they could only erect a few thatched huts. You're dismissed." The Iron Masked Man nodded and said indifferently, "Yes, Dragon Head." The member surnamed Meng clasped his hands and left. "I hear that you have something very important that you wish to hand over to this god? Take it out." Once the member left, only Dewey, the Iron Masked Man, and Li Junjian were left in the hut. The Iron Masked Man turned to Li Junjian and sternly said, "Correct. But how do I know that you're the Dragon Head of my sect?" Li Junjian fearlessly raised his head to the iron-masked man. In truth, his mind was already in turmoil. He had never imagined that the Heavenly Dragon Sect would choose to settle down on Snake Spirit Mountain. Yes, he knew that this place was called Snake Spirit Mountain because he had another identity. Commander of the 100 Cavalry Department Li Junjian. The name Li Junjian was just something he had made up on the spot to infiltrate the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Although Li Junjian had not personally participated in last year's Snake Spirit Mountain battle, he had sent people to help Li Zishuan find the location of the 7 Cultivators of Virtue sect. It had been nearly a year since the 7 Cultivators of Virtue sect's destruction, and Snake Spirit Mountain had long ago vanished from the memory of the people. For the Heavenly Dragon sect to choose Snake Spirit Mountain as their base, Li Junjian had to admit that this was an excellent choice, as the people of the Imperial Court would never have thought of this place. Impudent! You dare to disrespect the dragon head in front of you! Du Yi, who was standing at the side, shouted, paying respects to the Venerable One. Li Junjian first clasped his fist and bowed to Du Yi, and then he bowed to the masked man. Since Venerable One says that Sir is the Dragon Chief, then Sir must be the Dragon Chief. This subordinate has never seen the Dragon Chief's true appearance, and the item in this subordinate's hands is of great importance. Thus, I had no choice but to confirm the Dragon Chief's identity. The metal-masked man gave Li Junjian a profound glance as if he wanted to see through him. After a long while he finally said, hand over the item. If it's really as you say, that it's an extremely important item, then I'll spare your life. Li Junjian hastily bowed. Many thanks, Dragonhead. After saying this, he took out a book with a blue cover from his bosom and raised it over his head with both hands. Reporting to the Dragon Chief at noon today, Sir and Venerable One left in a hurry and left this account book in a secret room of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. After you left, the Imperial Court sent an army to encircle the Heavenly Dragon Temple. This subordinate felt that this account book must be of great importance, so I took it with me and charged out of the encirclement while the soldiers were unprepared. However, this subordinate was worried that something might happen to the account book with me, so I asked around for Dragon Chief's whereabouts, wanting to personally hand the account book to Sir. Now that I've finally met Sir, this subordinate can finally rest easy. The metal-masked man's eyes were like lightning bolts. He first coldly glanced at Du Yi, and then he turned to Li Junjian. You're saying that the item in your hands is the account book of my sect? Li Junjian bowed. Reporting to Venerable One, when this subordinate picked up the account book, I subconsciously flipped through a page and saw that it said that Jin Wanfu, the manager of the Yanhuang Bank of Xinfeng County, had paid a tribute of 4,000 Tang Yuan in the second month and 5,000 Tang Yuan in the third month. Thus, this subordinate guessed that this was probably the account book of my sect. But this subordinate did not intentionally flip through it. Dragon Chief, please forgive this subordinate. Humph. Hand it over. The metal-masked man could no longer suppress his anger. Yes. Li Junjian carefully took the account book and walked up to the metal-masked man. As he got close, Li Junjian sensed powerful ripples of energy. He couldn't help but be confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the Dragon Chief of the Heavenly Dragon Sect be a powerful martial artist? How else could he convince the masses? Or could it be that this person's cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster level, so he couldn't sense any ripples of energy? While Li Junjian was confused, the metal-masked man took the account book from his hands and began to seriously read through it. Humph. Someone. Bring Zhongliang over. After a short while, the iron-masked man confirmed that the book in his hand was indeed the original version of the Dragon Sect's account book. He couldn't help but throw the book at Du Yi beside him. Yes, Dragon Chief. The Heavenly Dragon Sect guard outside the thatched hut was confused, but he still bowed and received the order. A few moments later, a middle-aged scholar walked in and clasped his hands. Dragon Chief, you were looking for me? Although Li Junjian appeared unperturbed, his mind was in turmoil. He had met this Zhongliang a few days ago, and this man had another identity. He was the judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, responsible for managing the affairs of the sect's disciples. Li Junjian had never imagined that the judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect would be called Zhongliang, and he found this name extremely familiar. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this the county magistrate of Lan Province's Yong County, wanted by the Imperial Court? Li Junxian didn't know if the two were the same person, but this was enough to make him take him seriously. Do we let him see? Let him see the foolishness of his actions. The iron-masked man angrily pointed at Zhang Liang. If he knew the modern term pig teammate, he would have mercilessly called Zhang Liang a pig teammate. This was because if this account book fell into the hands of the imperial court, the imperial court would be able to use the contents of the account book to search for a golden horse. Step by step, the heavenly dragon sect's wings would be cut off, and the heavenly dragon sect would become a bird without wings, unable to fly high even if it wanted to. Zhang Liang was at a loss. He didn't know why the iron-masked man was so angry. Dewey came over and handed the account book to Zhang Liang. He whispered, "Magistrate Zhang, this account book is related to the life and death of Dragon Sect. You can't be careless in the future." Zhang Liang looked at the book in his hand in alarm, and when he opened it and saw its contents, he said in disbelief, "Impossible. Impossible. I clearly carried this account book with me. How could it be here?" Even at death's door, you're still playing dumb with this god. If not for my sect's disciple, Li Junjian, this account book would have already fallen into the hands of the imperial court. Zhang Liang, oh Zhang Liang, you bastard, are you thinking of using this chance to transfer this account book to the imperial court so that you can obtain an official position and continue to bully men and women? The iron-masked man roared, his eyes brimming with killing intent. It was clear that he wanted to kill. Dragonhead, this subordinate has been wrongly accused. This subordinate was born a member of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and will die as a ghost of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. This subordinate would never betray the Dragonhead and submit to the Imperial Court. Dragonhead, please judge clearly. This subordinate has always carried this account book with him, and this subordinate does not know how it ended up in the Dragonhead's hands. Dragonhead, please judge clearly. Sensing the cold killing intent in the iron-masked man's eyes, Zhang Liang hurriedly got down on his knees and begged for mercy. You still refuse to admit your guilt? Li Junjian, tell me, where did you find this account book? The iron-masked man angrily harumphed as he turned to the silent Li Junxian. Let's return to the Dragon Head. This subordinate found this account book in the basement of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Presumably, Lord Judge was careless and forgot to take it with him. Li Junxian stepped forward and clasped his fists. Nonsense. You're speaking nonsense. You're lying. This old man clearly remembers that I took the account book with me when I left. Stop making false accusations, or else don't blame this old man for being rude. Zhang Liang was exasperated when he heard this. Li Junxian pursed his lips, a timid expression on his face, but he did not retort. What he said just now was naturally a lie. As a judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, Zhang Liang naturally could not have left something as important as the account book at the Heavenly Dragon Temple. He truly had taken the account book with him when he left, but he had bumped into Li Junxian as he was leaving the temple. What sort of expert was Li Junxian? Wasn't it easy for him to steal something from a weak scholar who didn't know any martial arts? Thus, Li Junxian had managed to steal the account book that Zhang Liang had taken with him. Fortunately, Zhang Liang had been in a hurry and had not had time to carefully examine Li Junxian's appearance. Otherwise, he would definitely have suspected that Li Junxian had stolen his account book. Enough. The iron-masked man saw that Li Junxian did not retort as fear of Zhang Liang's authority, and did not dare to retort. Thus, the iron-masked man angrily said, "You left the account book at the Heavenly Dragon Temple and almost caused my sect to suffer an enormous loss. Seeing that my sect member Li Junjian brought the account book back, this god will not kill you this time. Although I can spare you the death penalty, you cannot escape punishment. Men, drag Zhang Liang away and break 2 of his fingers as punishment." Yes. 2 Heavenly Dragon Sect members walked in and dragged Zhang Liang off the ground. Zhang Liang began to weep. "Dragonhead, forgive me. Dragonhead, forgive me." The iron-masked man waved his hand, indicating that the 2 Heavenly Dragon Sect members should hurry and take Zhang Liang away. A few moments later, a wretched scream came from outside. My hand! My finger!" Inside the room, the iron-masked man turned his gaze to Li Junxian. After a long while he said, "Li Junjian, you said that you took the account book and escaped from the encirclement of soldiers. Does this mean that you know martial arts?" Li Juanxian's heart trembled as he hastily bowed and replied. Replying to the dragon head, this subordinate's family was poor when he was young, so he often followed his father into the mountains to hunt. As a result, he spent many years interacting with tigers and other vicious beasts. Thus, he has learned a few fighting techniques, but I don't think he knows martial arts. The Iron Masked Man chuckled, and then he glanced at Dewey. Dewey immediately understood, and then his staff howled toward Li Juanxian's face. Li Juanxian was already prepared. When the staff was less than a foot away, he rolled to the ground and narrowly dodged Dewey's attack. Dewey then smashed the staff at Li Juanxian. Li Juanxian seemed unable to dodge, but he leaped up from the ground like a carp and used both hands to meet the golden staff. Whoosh! The moment the staff touched Li Juanxian's hands, Li Juanxian vomited blood and dropped to one knee. The metal masked man had been clenching his fists, his eyes flashing with killing intent, but when he saw Li Juanxian vomit blood from being struck by Dewey's staff, the killing intent in his eyes quickly dissipated. Heh! Not bad. You reacted very quickly. Dewey chuckled as he helped Li Juanxian up from the ground. That sudden probing just now had proved that Li Juanxian truly did not know any profound martial arts. At most, his reaction speed was a little faster than an ordinary person's. This was completely in line with the physical constitution of a hunter. At the same time, it also proved that Li Juanxian was not lying. Many thanks for Venerable One's leniency. Li Juanxian wiped the blood from his mouth and then clasped his fist reverently at Dewey. Cough, cough. In truth, he had not vomited blood because of Dewey's attack, but because he had used his own internal energy to lightly injure his internal organs, causing him to vomit blood. Dewey was very satisfied with Li Juanxian's attitude. He turned to the Iron Masked Man and gave an almost imperceptible nod, indicating that there was no problem with Li Juanxian. After a few moments of silence, the Iron Masked Man said, Venerable Dewey is fond of martial arts and likes to exchange pointers with anyone he meets. You must not secretly blame him for this. Li Juanxian hurriedly said, Dragonhead's words are too serious. To be able to receive Venerable One's guidance in martial arts is the fortune of this subordinate's last life. How could this subordinate blame Venerable One? Haha, good. The Iron Masked Man heartily laughed and then asked, Li Juanxian, this one asks you, why did you join the Heavenly Dragon Sect? Li Juanxian's face immediately darkened. After a few moments of silence he replied, replying to Dragonhead, this subordinate joined the Heavenly Dragon Sect only to ask for a bowl of Jade Lake holy water for my mother. When my mother gave birth to me, she fell ill and often suffered from abdominal pain. A few years ago, my father went hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell off a cliff. Now, only my mother and I are left in the family. I don't want my mother to be tormented by illness every day. Several days ago, this subordinate heard that the Jade Lake holy water of the Heavenly Dragon Sect can cure all illnesses, and that one can obtain it by joining the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Thus, I joined the Heavenly Dragon Sect. But I have no money and cannot become an inner sect disciple. I can only wait for half a month, when the sect distributes the Jade Lake holy water to the outer sect disciples. Li Juanxian had naturally come up with this excuse before joining the Heavenly Dragon Sect. The reason he had not spent money to become an inner sect disciple was that he was worried that he would attract too much attention and expose his true identity. The Iron Masked Man nodded and said, Good. I didn't know that Li Juanxian was such a filial son. Since you brought back the account book, this one will directly promote you to an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Are you willing? Oh. Chapter 15-17. Many thanks, Dragonhead. Many thanks, Dragonhead. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Heavenly Dragon Sect. On the summit of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, Li Juanxian excitedly bowed when he heard that the Iron Masked Man was going to promote him to an inner sect disciple. The Iron Masked Man nodded in satisfaction. At this moment Dewey said, According to the rules of our Heavenly Dragon Sect, once the Jade Lake holy water is distributed, it must be drunk on the spot. It cannot be taken out of the sect, and it cannot be given to others. Li Juanxian's face darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fists at Dewey and said, Venerable One, my mother is sick and in urgent need of the Jade Lake holy water. I beg of Venerable One to show mercy and allow me to bring some back home. This subordinate is willing to pay any price. I beg of Dragon Head and Venerable One to fulfill my wish. The iron-masked man remained silent. Dewey unhappily said, Li Junjian, the Dragon Head made an exception to promote you to an inner sect disciple on the basis that you returned the sect's account books. Don't forget yourself and not know what's good for you. Li Junxian hurriedly bowed and said, This subordinate is not arrogant and forgetful. This subordinate only wishes to free my mother from her illness. I beg of Dragon Head and Venerable One to fulfill my wish. He spoke with sincerity just like a filial son. For a moment, Shakyamuni and Dewey found it difficult to reprimand him. Work hard in the Heavenly Dragon Sect and make more contributions. Once you become a member of the Heavenly Dragon Sect's Earth Fiend group, you will be able to obtain a lot of Jade Lake holy water. You can also bring it out of the sect. The iron-masked man finally spoke. Earth Fiend group? This subordinate may be so bold as to ask, what is the Earth Fiend group? Li Junxian couldn't help but ask in alarm. Dewey's face chilled. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Once you become an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, you will slowly understand. This subordinate was rash. Venerable One, please forgive me. Li Junxian was slightly disappointed, but he still put on a fearful expression and hurriedly bowed. There's no harm in telling you. Unexpectedly, the iron-masked man explained, apart from the inner and outer disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, above the inner disciples, there are the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. These people are all top experts and each of them has a well-trained and strong team. If you can make outstanding contributions to the Heavenly Dragon Sect, this seat will transfer you to the Earthly Fiends group. Li Junxian was flabbergasted. He had always believed that the Heavenly Dragon Sect was just a bunch of superstitious believers, a motley crew. He had never imagined that the Heavenly Dragon Sect would be hiding such an elite force. It was clear that this Dragon Head was planning something major. This subordinate will definitely lay down my life for the Heavenly Dragon Sect. I will not disappoint the Dragon Chief. Suppressing his shock, Li Junxian clasped his fist and bowed feverishly. Good. Then I shall wait and see. The iron-masked man chuckled and said, I still have important matters to discuss with the Venerable One. Li Junjian, you can leave first. Li Junxian clasped his fist and said, Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. With that, Li Junxian bowed and left. Dragon Chief, you seem to have a different opinion of Li Junjian? Dewey couldn't help but ask after Li Junxian left. The iron-masked man's eyes flashed, but his expression couldn't be seen because of the mask. After a few moments of silence, he said, This person is filial and courageous. Although his martial arts aren't high, he can be a good seedling after some training. We're about to start a war, and we need people like him to fight for us. Shakyamuni's eyes narrowed as he clasped his fist and said, This subordinate admires the Dragon Chief's wisdom. The iron-masked man glanced at Dewey and sternly ordered, Tomorrow morning enter Chang'an in disguise and act according to the plan. If anything goes wrong, this seat won't be able to live, and neither will you. Shakyamuni's expression stiffened as he bowed and said, This subordinate obeys. What a shocking sight. It was truly a ghastly sight. There are more than 100 merchants colluding with the Dragon Sect, and 8 of them are the shopkeepers of the Yanhuang Bank's branches. In just a few months, the Dragon Sect has obtained more than 300,000 strings of cash from these people. What is the Dragon Sect trying to do by amassing so much money? I'm sure everyone here knows what's going on even without this old man saying it, right? In the Ganlu Hall, Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng Lu Dui, Xiao Yu and several other core officials were gathered together. At this moment, Xiao Yu solemnly looked at everyone and sternly said, After Li Tai received the slip of paper that Li Junxian had secretly passed to him, he had passed it to Li Er. After reading it, Li Er was shocked and hurriedly summoned several trusted core officials to the Ganlu Hall for an emergency meeting. Wei Zheng stepped forward and clasped his fist. Your Majesty, this old subject dares to ask, where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Seated at the head of the table, Li Er waved his hand. We will not divulge the source of this information, but this information is definitely reliable. Right now, the urgent matter is to discuss how to resolve the Dragon Sect's problem, not the source of this information. Li Er placed great importance on a young man like Li Junxian, so he did not want to reveal Li Junxian's true whereabouts in case Li Junxian was discovered in the dragon sect and met with misfortune. The slip of paper that Li Junxian had passed to Li Tai naturally didn't contain all the information in the account book. It only contained the main points, but even so, it was enough to shock Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling. Your Majesty, the dragon sect has amassed so much money and used Du Yi's deceit to wantonly recruit believers. They have both money and influence, so there's an 80% chance that they are already disloyal to the imperial court. This old subject requests that Your Majesty make a decision so that more people do not join the dragon sect and go astray. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and sternly said, "This old subject concurs." Fang Xianling clasped his fist. "This old subject believes that Your Majesty should immediately list the dragon sect as a disloyal sect, and order the various provinces and counties to prohibit the dragon sect from preaching. Otherwise, when the dragon sect grows stronger and has more and more believers, it will be too late for the imperial court to deal with them." This subject concurs. The other officials also clasped their fists in agreement. Li Er nodded and said, "All right. Then we will write a decree, and announce to the world that the dragon sect will become a rat on the street that everyone has the right to punish. However, the core members of Heavenly Dragon Cult are nowhere to be found. Assistant G, order the Ministry of Personnel to immediately send out official documents to the various prefectures. Order them to arrest Dewey, find out where the core members of Heavenly Dragon Cult are hiding and capture them all in one fell swoop." This old subject obeys the decree. Zhang Sun Wuji immediately clasped his fist. Lu Dui then said, "Preventing the people from talking is more important than preventing the river from flowing. This old subject believes that if we force the people not to join the dragon sect, it will likely cause the world to criticize us. Previously, His Highness King Wei publicly exposed Du Yi's deception of pretending to be a reincarnated Buddha, causing the people of Xinfeng County to be completely suspicious of the dragon sect. This subject believes that this method is the best way to completely wipe out the dragon sect. We should use Datong daily to publicize this and continue to imitate it." Li Er agreed. What Minister Lu said makes sense. Later, we will let Datong daily publicize this matter and continue to expose Du Yi's other deceptions. "Your Majesty is wise," everyone said in unison. In addition to these merchants and the dragon sect, there are many officials in the imperial court who have secretly joined the dragon sect. We hope that from tomorrow onwards, you will carefully investigate which officials have joined the dragon sect. Before sunset tomorrow, you must give us a result. After a moment of silence, Li Er added. Everyone knew that Li Er was going to reorganize the court officials and their hearts trembled. They clasped their fists and said, "This subject obeys the decree." Sold newspapers. Sold newspapers. The latest issue of Datong Daily. His Majesty has decreed that the dragon sect is a disobedient sect, and everyone has the right to punish it. From today onwards, the people are not allowed to join the dragon sect. Sold newspapers. Sold newspapers. Dragon sect Shakyamuni Dui is not a reincarnated Buddha. His immortal techniques are all lies. Those who want to read, quickly buy a copy of the newspaper. The next day early morning, the latest issue of Datong Daily was open for sale. The cries of the newsboys in the streets woke up one city after another. The people who woke up early were all shocked after hearing the contents of the newsboys' cries. What? His Majesty said that the dragon sect is a disobedient sect? Little doll, quickly give this young master a copy of Datong Daily. A young man who had just walked out of the shop with a somewhat lame leg heard the newsboy's cries and quickly stopped in his tracks and shouted at the newsboy. Speaking of which, he had recently planned to join the dragon sect to ask for the Jasper Lake holy water. He did not expect to hear the news that the dragon sect was defined as a disobedient sect by the imperial court. He could not help but be shocked. In fact, he was not the only one who was shocked. Recently, the dragon sect could be said to be incomparably popular around Chang'an City. From 70 to 80-year-old people to 6 to 7-year-old children, there was no one who did not know about the dragon sect. It was precisely because more people knew that the dragon sect was being encircled and annihilated by the imperial court that the people were even more shocked and incredulous. Dragon sect is a disobedient sect. How is this possible? Little doll, quickly give this old man a copy of Datong Daily. Dui's immortal techniques are all lies? Little doll, quickly give me a copy too. In less than an hour on the streets and alleys, almost everyone who had the means had a copy of the newspaper. As more and more people read the contents of the newspaper, the discussions between the people became more and more intense. If the dragon sect is a disobedient sect, then we can't join them anymore. If you don't want to join, then don't join. The dragon sect isn't anything good. Didn't you read the newspaper? The dragon sect recruited the people just to accumulate wealth. I heard that many people squandered their family fortune in order to become an inner disciple of the dragon sect. The dragon sect deserves to die. A bunch of nonsense. The dragon sect's Yaoqi holy water has saved who knows how many people. How can you make sarcastic remarks here? That's right. My father's leg disease was cured by the dragon sect's holy water. Then what about the newspaper saying that Dui's immortal techniques are all lies? What's going on? That's all nonsense, there's no proof. Bullshit. What nonsense was that? Yesterday I heard that His Highness Wei Wang used Dui's touch water ice technique in front of hundreds of people in Xinfeng County. It's not as mysterious and difficult as you think. Therefore, the immortal arts that Dui had used earlier were all lies. The dragon sect wants to cheat everyone of their money. There's still no proof. These must be made up by the Datong Daily. Which one of you saw His Highness Wei Wang use the touch water ice technique yesterday? Yes. I didn't see it. These things must be made up by the Datong Daily's reporters. Haha. I saw it. Not only did His Highness Wei Wang use the touch water ice technique in front of everyone, he also used an immortal instrument that can make the sound very loud. I think His Highness Wei Wang is the reincarnation of a Buddha. At that time, all the core disciples of Heavenly Dragon Temple had left in advance. If that's not running away, what else can it be? I believe in the dragon sect. I believe that the Venerable One is the reincarnation of a Buddha. I believe in the dragon sect. Fight the dragon sect. In a short period of time, the people expressed their opinions about the dragon sect. Some of the more radical ones almost started a fight. But without exception, there were people who stood firmly on the side of the dragon sect. Chapter 15:18. Greetings, Lord. At the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain, in the middle of the thatched hut, a burly middle-aged man in black walked in and bowed to the iron-masked man. Lord. He actually called the iron-masked man Lord. The iron-masked man's back was facing the door, but when he heard this, he quickly turned around and took 2 steps forward to personally help the middle-aged man up. We're all family, General Luo. There's no need to be so courteous. This attitude was completely different from before. Or rather, the iron-masked man's attitude was also very different from before. It was obvious that General Luo had a very important position in the iron-masked man's heart. Etiquette cannot be ignored. It's one thing for Lord to think highly of me, but that doesn't stop me from respecting Lord. The man surnamed Luo said respectfully. The iron-masked man said helplessly. General Luo's stubbornness is still the same as before. Since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. Have a seat. With that, he pointed to the bench at the side. Thank you, Lord. The man surnamed Luo cupped his hands and walked to the bench, sitting upright. After the iron-masked man sat down, the man surnamed Luo asked, What orders does Lord have for calling me here today? The iron-masked man chuckled. There are no orders. But there are some situations that I would like to understand from General Luo. The man surnamed Luo hurriedly cupped his hands. Please speak, Lord. The iron-masked man pondered for a moment before saying, I just received news that Li Shimin has already designated the dragon sect as a disobedient sect, and announced to the world through Datong Daily that the common people are prohibited from joining the dragon sect. As a result, the dragon sect can no longer expand rapidly like before. General Luo, what do you think? The iron-masked man was quite well informed. Snake Spirit Mountain was more than 30 miles away from the nearest county of Weinan County. The Datong Daily had just been released today, and he already knew about it. There must be someone in the city. Luo's face darkened and he said, My lord, the only evidence the imperial court has is that Dui used spells to deceive the people. Why would they suddenly go to war and label the dragon sect as a disobedient sect? The iron-masked man shook his head. This king is also puzzled about this. I thought Li Shimin would wait until he had more evidence before making a move against the dragon sect. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. The man surnamed Luo frowned at first, then smiled in relief and said, My lord, there's no need to worry. Even if Li Shimin takes action in advance, it won't have much impact on our great cause. On my side, everything is ready. I'm just waiting for my lord's order. And the 20,000 troops can kill their way into Chang'an City at any time. 20,000 soldiers. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Dragon sect would secretly have 20,000 elite troops? It was no wonder that the Heavenly Dragon sect would crazily amass wealth. After all, to raise 20,000 troops, the consumption of food and horses was not a small sum. Good. I've been waiting for General Luo to say this. The iron-masked man suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. Since General Luo is so confident, then this king can rest assured. Once the joint in Chang'an City is opened, we can directly drive in and attack Chang. But before that, this king wants to give Li Shimin a surprise that will make him lose the hearts of the people. The man surnamed Luo was not interested in the surprise. He cupped his hands expressionlessly and said, The Heavenly Dragon Army awaits my lord's orders at any time. The iron-masked man nodded. Actually, even if Li Shimin forbids the commoners from joining the Heavenly Dragon sect, those who have already joined may not be willing to leave. Because those who drink the holy water of the Jade Lake can no longer leave. General Luo can integrate these people into the Heavenly Dragon Army in the next 2 days. When we attack the city, we can use them as the vanguard. Although this sentence was expected to be ordinary, behind the words, there was an endless amount of blood and evil. Luo Xian frowned and hesitated. My lord, using the commoners as scapegoats, even if you win the country, I'm afraid it will affect your reputation. My lord, please reconsider. Reputation? What bullshit reputation? History has always been written by the victors. Hearing this, the iron-masked man suddenly became angry. He pointed at the southwest direction of Chang'an City and roared. Li Shimin killed his brother's father and took over his brother's wife. Now, he is praised by the commoners as the eternal saint. Why? Isn't it because he is the victor? After this king kills Li Shimin and ascends to the throne, the history books will be dominated by this king. Who will care if this king uses the commoners' lives to attack the city? The man surnamed Luo narrowed his eyes. Although he did not agree with the iron-masked man's words, he did not refute. The room was silent for a moment. The iron-masked man regained his composure and said, It's settled then. The core members of the Heavenly Dragon sect in the other 4 states will be arriving in the next 2 days. The matter of recruiting them will be handed over to you, General Luo. This king believes in your ability. You will definitely be able to organize an army of at least 50,000 people. The man surnamed Luo stood up and cupped his hands. This general obeys. Good. General Luo, please go ahead. The iron-masked man waved his hand and said, Yunshan. The discussion of the Heavenly Dragon sect among the people could be said to be overwhelming. However, Yanhuang College seemed to be in a different world. This was because this place was not affected by the Heavenly Dragon sect at all. All the teaching tasks were carried out normally. In the past few days, the students of the college were basically busy preparing for the final exam. Of course, there were a few people who did not need to prepare for the exam, such as Li Ku, Iron Egg, Chang Chumo, and the other students who followed Li Zishuan to eliminate the locusts. Today was Sunday in Yanhuang College, a holiday. Even so, there were still some students in the college spontaneously revising in the classroom. This was because the college would hold the final exam in a week. This was the final exam at the end of the academic year. Everyone in the college, whether it was the teachers or the students, paid great attention to it. Li Zishuan even specially sent a message to the college last night to ask Li Gang about the college's preparation for the final exam. Sigh. That is really too much. At least I helped him solve the case, didn't I? Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also sent me to the college to review my homework. Am I really my dad's son? In the classroom, a teenager bit the end of a pen and muttered to himself with a bitter face. That's right, this teenager was Sun Zifan. Speaking of which, he was quite tragic. Originally, he had solved the case of Jin Wanfu's murder with Di Jishuan and Li Tai in the Supreme Court yesterday. No matter how you looked at it, it was a great achievement. However, the key witness Yihong was killed, making the whole case back to square one. In this way, Sun Zifin's contribution was not as great as before. In addition, on the way home, Sun Fujia accidentally heard someone say that his child was studying at Yanhuang College and did not go home on the weekend. After Sun Fujia went back, she took advantage of the dinner and suggested that Sun Zifin go back to the college a day earlier to review his homework. This made Sun Zifin angry. What do you mean by biological? Zifin, what are you muttering about? Li Tai walked into the classroom and happened to hear Sun Zifin's muttering. He could not help but stop and ask aloud. Qingke, you also came to the college today? Looking up and seeing Li Tai, Sun Zifin was first surprised. Then he replied with a bitter face. It's my dad. Yesterday I helped him solve the case, and today he wants me to go back to the college to review my homework. I even suspect that I'm not his biological son. Li Tai was speechless. What are you talking about? If Sun Shaoqing heard it, he would be furious. Besides, it was not you who solved the case in the Supreme Court yesterday. It was Jixuan, okay? Hearing this, Sun Zifin straightened his neck and said, Qing, you're wrong. It was the four of us who worked together to finally solve the case. We can't do without anyone. Facing this arrogant guy, Li Tai was too lazy to argue with him and went directly to his seat. Qingke, what do you mean by that? Am I wrong? Seeing that Li Tai ignored him, Sun Zifin quickly stood up and followed Li Tai to ask. Li Tai put the book in his hand on his seat and said impatiently, Fine. You're right. You better go back, don't disturb other people's revision. The reason why he said this was because there were a few other students in the classroom studying by themselves, such as Meng Wenhao and Wang Meng. Hey, that's more like it. Hearing this, Sun Zifin lowered his voice. Then he asked curiously, Qingke, why did you come to the college to review your homework today? Didn't the Yamacho say that? As long as you can complete the ACE project well, you can get an excellent grade even if you don't take the final exam. When Li Zishuan appointed Li Tai as the vice president of the second and third ACE project, he conveyed to all the teachers in the college the idea of academics first, exams second. As long as one's research results were outstanding, it was fine even if they did not take the final exam. Under Li Zishuan's insistence, the college had set off a wave of research. Many students were actively involved in the research and development of the ACE project. Li Tai looked at Sun Zifin and said faintly, I don't want to just get an excellent grade. I want to be first in the college. Sun Zifin was silent for a moment and said, Damn, forget I asked. You can study by yourself. After that, he turned around and prepared to roll back to his seat. However, he was stopped by Li Tai and said, Zifin, wait. I've missed a lot of classes in the past 2 months. You heard everything. Come and help me make up for it. Sun Zifin thought for a moment. If the student he taught ended up doing much better than him, then as the master, wouldn't his face be very embarrassed? Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head and said, Who heard everything? I also skipped a lot of classes. Qingke, go find Wenhao. After saying that, this guy hurriedly slipped away. Li Tai gnashed his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do about this guy. Looking at the time, Yamacho should be back next week, right? In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai, the three giants of the college, gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, Li Gang sighed and said. Yen Silu frowned and said, Yamacho should start to return next week. However, if they want to return to Yunshan, they will probably be delayed on the road for some time. Therefore, Yamacho probably won't be able to make it in time for the college's final exam. Li Gang nodded and said, Since they won't be able to make it in time, then we old guys have to arrange the final exam for Yamacho. Konggue, Mr. Mo. Let's call Ma Zhou and the others over and recheck the final exam papers to see if there are any mistakes. Mo Huai nodded and said, Yes, that's how it should be. After a moment of silence, Li Gang suddenly sighed and said, Before Yamacho left, he entrusted the college to this old man. Although this old man didn't make any great contributions these days, I didn't let anything happen to the college. Seeing that Yamacho is about to return, this old man has been feeling uneasy recently. I have a feeling that something is going to happen to the college these days. Maybe it's because I'm old and have nothing to do, so I can't help but let my imagination run wild. After the students finish their final exam next week, this old man will officially retire. In the future, I will live in the Yunshan residence. If I have nothing to do, I will come to the college to see the students that this old man taught personally. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. The old man had taught 2 crown princes in his life, but in the end, both crown princes died in a coup. This broke the old man's heart, so he retired early. Li Zishuan's appearance gave him a second spring in his life. Seeing the college's children grow and become talents day by day, the old man was happy from the bottom of his heart. However, at the same time, he also wanted to protect these children. During the time that Li Zishuan was away, the old man had been worried sick for the college. The guards, logistics, and teaching of the college, no matter how big or small, he wanted to provide a stable learning environment for the students. Haha, Wenji, you have a good plan. This old man also dreams of living in Yunshan in the future, and watching the college's children become talents day by day. This old man will have no regrets even if he dies. Hearing this, Yen Silu agreed. Mo Huai was silent for a moment, then said, "The 2 of you are highly respected, and Yanhuang College can't do without you. However, the 2 of you are already old and have reached the age where you can enjoy your remaining years. This old man has no face to persuade the 2 of you to continue teaching in the college. I only hope that the 2 of you can live to 100 years old and see the college's students benefit the people." Li Gang chuckled and said, "Haha, thank you for your auspicious words. This old man also wants to see that day." Mo Huai nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, "As for Mr. Wenji, if you are worried that something will happen to the college recently, I will stay in the college for the time being to prevent any accidents. Please rest assured, Mr. Wenji." Li Gang thought for a moment and didn't reject. He nodded and smiled. That would be for the best.